Good afternoon, one and all, or maybe morning, depending on where you are in the world. It is time for Midweek Muster Grand Finals Thursday. Welcome back to the channel. We are kicking off with Louis MT versus Wham. Then we get in to Vortex versus B, and then finally a Grand Finals. Will it be doomed fast day? Am I just that cursed? Is Vortex that much of a monster? Hopefully, this series at least can deter that happening. Wham versus Louis, one on paper should be incredibly close, but Wham definitely recently has been looking on fire. The question is whether Louis can step up the flames or get burned to a crisp. And then the other side of the bracket, of course, with the Vortex versus B redate, we're gonna have to see if it's a repeat, because last week Vortex annihilated B 3-0. He speedran that semifinals. It was done in less than an hour. And then he went into the grand finals to 4-0. Like, absolute monster. Hopefully we get a little bit back and forth this week. That would actually be nice, yeah? That'd be pretty nice. And, of course, like, we always knew Kaz Johan was a furry, right? Like, do you guys not know that in Europe Universus 5, the Swedish are just going to be a whole nation of beavers? It's like... No, no. But if cow identifies as self-identifies as a cow, that doesn't make him a furry. That makes him a leather daddy, you know? But that's very different. Like, don't categorize them all the same, okay? That's naughty. They're different peoples. All right. Anyway, game one, we have got Delhi versus Order of the Dented. Bit of a Wham speciality here, isn't it? I mean, we see it with him more than Puppy Paw just because we haven't got Puppy Paw in these weeklies these days. But yeah, those Canadians, they freaking love this pick. So, let me just double check everything. I think we're live everywhere. Everything looks good. Let's get ready to hop into game number one. All right. Finals Thursday has returned, and this time it features the return of one of our most notable characters from Season 1 of the Midweek Muster. Louis is back, and he's matching up against Wham in the semi-finals. A best of 5 to decide these two, and this is really the true test. You know, you go back to Season 1, Louis, Wham towards the end, but we've been seeing a meteoric rise for NA here. The question now is whether it can continue upwards or if it's going to run into an abrupt stop courtesy of China. Let's get to it. Okay, so 2x speed just for the other game here. Delhi versus Order of the Dragon. I think that's really the big surprise for a lot of people. OOTD coming out again. We actually saw this from Wham in his series against Numidan, and it was bloody impressive. Completely dismantled his opponent. Dare I say it could do the same here, maybe even better. And thank you, I have now muted the music. Gotta get used to that. It's annoying because, like, when we're in game, there is no music soundtrack, so we're safe. I hope that's okay on the recording. We'll see. But Delhi, yeah, Delhi definitely a little bit surprising here as well. I can see the logic with the triple sacred site, very wallable map as well, which you can use your infantry for. But also a little bit surprised by this pick. I mean, looking at Louis' draft, he had what? HRE could have made a lot of sense here. Ottoman's Japanese, I'm not so convinced, but English also would have been a good go-to. And if he was worried about a Lancastrian pick, it would have made a lot of sense considering English do counterplay Lancaster quite well at several points in the game. Well, looks like we are going to be getting a mind work build coming through. Wham, he did start on the deer. That was not mirrored by Louis, but that's to be expected. Remember, Delhi just do better by gathering on the berries. Yeah, not until you got survival techniques will the deer beat berries when you play as the Abbasis, Delhi, Ibex, etc. So we'll just fast forward this into the feudal, and then we'll slow it down a little. So what's win condition for these two? Because I feel like it can sometimes be pretty tricky to try and deal with the Delhi and feudal. But you do have some upsides, right? The most notable one is usually men-at-arms. But I love what we're getting here instead. Do you guys see what Wham's up to? This is fast castle. Yeah, because here's the thing, right? Your biggest advantage when you play Feudal Age as Order of the Dragon is, I mean, quite obviously, it's going to be the value of your men-at-arms. But men-at-arms in Dagazi doesn't fare that well. It's not that they can't beat them. It's just they kite you and they eventually weigh you down. So I guess in a way, you don't beat them. It's much safer just to play for the age up, get the bigger advantage of having your chunky men-at-arms, or even just spamming spinners quickly with a Burgrave. You know, the interesting thing here is Louis, he might not realize what he's up against here. Yeah, because he goes for a blacksmith first. Wow, was he expecting aggro? No, surely not. I don't like this now for Louis, though, because, you know, You haven't begun building Ghazi. Your infantry are going to sound like a bad idea here. And if you don't have infantry, you can't wall off the sacred sites. Yeah, and he is going to be getting racked. So, I mean, it's the most logical option he has here. Like, Ghazi, if you're up against Castle now, like, if your opponent opens Guild of Knights, you have nothing to stop a dive. So at least getting a few spinmen makes sense. And he did see the outpost up on the gold. So it's probably quite obvious to him what's happening here. It's kind of weird, right? Like, there's a lot of matchups where Delhi laughs in the face of Fast Castle because they can just rush the sacred sites and play long feudal. This is a bit different, though. I mean, the impact of the first units the Order of the Dragon builds cannot be overstated. They are absolute bullies. Yeah, especially the men-at-arms. And I think the men-at-arms are just going to be a given here. You know, if you build spears, your opponent can counter with archers. You haven't seen any Ghazi coming at all. I think Wham will probably go and scout soon anyway. How did he on sheep? Okay, so that's really good as well. He's got 15 sheep. He mirrored what Louis achieved. Now, the difference is obviously he started on the deer, but, you know, that's to be expected. Like, the way this plays out, Delhi went berries, right? So the fact that he's been eating a little bit of the sheep while also playing the deer is a really good look for Wham. An interesting idea. Because it does sound weird to just have a Civ castling against Delhi. Like, historically, being greedy against Delhi has always backfired for the majority of Civs, right? Like, there's a few that can get away with Castle Age. 2TC Civs hate life. Like, it just doesn't work. We've seen it multiple times that they just get ran out of town. One exception might be, I don't know, I think, like, Byzantines can be surprising. Then again, we had that incredible game from Wham, if you remember, in the... It was the quarterfinals, right? Up against Numidan, where he managed to get a Roost 2TC build that went unnoticed. So, I don't know, maybe this taboo element of building 2TC or greeting against Delhi is just kind of a lie now. Because that used to be so true in the days when they done Tower of Victory. But now, with Dome of Faith, like, their timings are very different, their focus is very different. Now, though, the focus is, of course, going to be towards those sacred sites. Love this. Wham, just buying a little bit of extra time, pulling the boar in, being a nuisance. And this is the annoyance of just splitting up your spinman like this. This Ring of Roses. Come on, dude. He can't start the timer until he gets rid of the scout. Oh, you almost got me. Oh, you almost got... Oh, actually, that one hurt. Oh, you almost got me. I don't care about anything else happening. This guy is the secret hero of this story. And the Men-at-Arms is now coming as well. Gilded Men-at-Arms. They are only feudal currently. He's delaying the upgrade, prioritizing getting the units out. Yeah, actually might be worth it for Wham to add in a second Rax just to get the upgrade. I think instead, though, he'll just bloat what he needs and then upgrade them. And man, dude, MVP of the game right here. Oh, I'm sorry. You have a win condition? I don't think so. Bye. Skull's like, what the hell is this? Second Men-at-Arms coming over. Louis MT has aged up, though. Props to him. He made the right call. I don't think a longer age does him any service here. And wow. An opportunity at this. Check what's happening. Louis MT, not to be outdone easily, is looking for the 5 relic grab. Yo! Oh, that's sick. Is this the final one? Hell no. This is week number 5 of 40. We're never ending, baby. By the end of this cycle, we will have ran more official Microsoft tournaments than anyone. Because technically, I love you. When you use technically, you know you're screwing someone over. Technically, every single week is a tournament. I mean, in fairness, it deserves to be referenced that way when you consider the caliber of players we're getting in these. Ball play now from Wham. I mean, isn't the 5 relic just GG? Nah, I don't think it's that simple yet. He has got the crossbows coming. Wham's switching to spears. Honestly, would love to see Landsknecht there from Wham. It's so underrated for Order of the Dragon. We just don't see it very often anymore. Arms to dive in. Yeah, crossbow count is pretty low. Love this Royal Elephant idea, and I think Wham is maybe aware of it because he did have a few spinmen queued up. Golden Cuirass. Gonna stop them from just getting slapped in the ass straight away, but pathing less than ideal. Oh, he picks up the wrong relic. He was trying to go for a Wallow, I think. I love the pro scouts for the 0 distance deer drop. Gilded Knight's now arriving, though. Okay, this is big. The Knight is a huge deal. Because you can kite the men-at-arms to a certain degree, but not the Knight. War Elephant's going to come out. This is so scrappy, man. Needs to start vacating the area. War Elephant is going to make quick work at the men-at-arms. Another relic coming around the back. That could easily get sniped, you'd think. But these scholars, they're very, very tanky. He realizes it in time. Wow, backs off. But this, I mean, this is going abysmally, right? Like, it looks like he got some good idle time diving the base, but the actuality of what's happened here, it's 5 relic Delhi. Yeah, and you're playing a Civ that usually thrives off of gold, right? Order the Dragon use a lot of it. Men-at-Arms, Knights, the Crossbowmen especially, which we should now be seeing come out. Whenever you see the War Elephants, the best reaction you do have is the Gilded Crossbows. Spearmen are not too bad, actually, for Order the Dragon, remember, because they have such high base damage on each, and they occupy the same space as a standard Spearman. Because the biggest problem with Spearmen versus War Elephants is a lot of them just don't fight, right? You guys remember the early day clips of Tower Elephants just walking away while Spearmen chase and slowly die? It's that type of feeling. But with Gilded Spearmen, you know, they don't die as quickly, and also they just inhabit less space in a fight. Even a horseman now. He's vetting them as well. Okay, this is just a weird comp to look at, right? We've got upgraded men-at-arms, upgraded spears, upgraded horsemen, crossbowmen, knights. Wham is just doing a little showcase of the gilded units at this point. It's getting odd. I'll say that. Sacred sites have at least been decapped. Need to take some of these resources away from Louis. Now, I think that the interesting thing to think about here, guys, is so far this week, we've seen Wham bleed once. And that one time that he bled was when he let the game go late. If you guys remember, that was the Numidan versus Wham game where I was extremely hungry. And I was losing my mind because somehow it went for almost an hour. And all it led to was defeat for Wham. Now, this time around, he also faces someone who thrives in the late game. More so than Numidan even. So I think there is going to be an element of urgency in Wham's mind here that he doesn't want this to go too late. Wham has really been benefiting recently from his mid-game timings more so than the late. I know people have this idea of him and he has a reputation, but like the Wham I've been seeing recently looks much better around the 30-minute mark than the 40 and 50. And I think that's intentional. I think that's a priority focus by him to change the idea of how he plays. I think in some ways he became kind of maybe cognizant of it. Like, I don't know, we had this moment at Red Bull or El Renado where I was like, oh, you guys typically play for the mid and late game. And they're like, no, we're pretty fast. And then I had like Mr. come over. I was like, Mr., how would you describe these guys? And then he's like, defensive. And I don't know if they took it to heart and they didn't actually realize they do tend to feel safer in the mid game. But especially Wham, like Puppy Paw, I think was already trending that way. I'd say out of the two, Puppy Paw was always a bit more aggressively aligned. But I feel like Wham has just really revved it up into attack gear in the last few months. It's crazy. Well, this is going to be a good army to fight with. Gilded Crossbowmen are chiefs among men in the Order of the Dragon camp. Probably the best unit they can access through most of the game. Only really eclipsed by the quality of hand cannoneers. And possibly, I'd say, Landschnaker, depending on the situation. Like, Landschnakes are really, really impactful if you are countering something. But in terms of diversity, the generic choice that always has some deliver value is Gilded Crossbowmen. And this is interesting, by the way. Louis MT, I wasn't expecting a castle drop at 14 minutes for Delhi with 45 workers. Guys, that's insanely fast. Usually you look towards these castle drops closer to 55, 60 villages, because the amount of your economy that's used up doing this is crazy. But for Louis, you know, he knew he wasn't going to get dove too quickly after that initial dive because of the War Elephants, right? And on top of that, because he has 5 relic tone, his economy is already padded by an extra 12.5 workers. So he is kind of on par where you'd expect him to be when attempting this. Dive is going to come in to try and stop the castle, but that should be futile. However, the War Elephants look like they're struggling a little bit. We'll start to back off. Gilded Crossbowman actually wasting a lot of burst potential there onto the men-at-arms, I feel. Yeah, instead of taking the easy removal of DPS, he went for the War Elephants. Quite fixated, actually. Cost him dearly. Wham. Not able to stop it. Castle will go up. Wham will look worse for it after that fight. In fact, the destroyed value is kind of going crazy here. 4.2 to 2k. And what is up, Cammy? And thank you very much. Appreciate it, mate. Semifinals lineup looking legit like an S-tier tourney without Marine Lord, and we get it every week. Damn right we do, dude. I feel like we deliver. And the quality of games, right? I think last week was a bit of an outlier. Boo, Vortex. I'm sorry, mate. I know it was your birthday yesterday, but come on. That guy destroyed everyone. He didn't drop a single game. This week, though, there might be more hope. Remember, Vortex has already bled once. He lost the game to Kilyadi. So yeah, looking forward to seeing if we just get the hyper long day, because there's potentially 17 games that can be played today. I don't know why I do this to myself. I've been watching TI in the background. I'm like, look at these guys. They get it easy. They get like a co-caster. They get free panelists. They get someone to do weatherman sections. We gotta do it all. Louis Wars. Oh, I love this. I mean, it's just in case Wham needs to go to backup gold, right? Because he's not got any relics. He's playing Guild of Crossbowmen, like presumably he will run out of gold. But for now, he has got the backup in the southern corner. And he has also snatched away Louis' gold. Wait, is this Louis? No, I think this is... Wait, is this Wham's? Why is it so far forward? His first was here. And this is his second, guys. Or is it neutral? I think it's meant to be neutral because Louis got one here and here. And then Wham's backup is here? No, this doesn't make sense because now there's one over here. Dude, this is all over the place. What? 1, 2... I'm like doing the... I think this is Louis' gold. I think. It's like on the extreme edge because he's got 2 safe and then no sides for some reason. Whereas Wham got 1 safe and then 2 sides. Trebs in the siege. Now remember, Louis, this does turn into a castle / town center. He has the ability to produce villages out of it, but instead is prioritizing the oil. Which I don't think is really going to matter. Because at this rate, the Treb's going to take it out before he needs to die. Yeah, this isn't looking good right now for Louis. He's trying to tech. But Wham does have a very scary army. 15 Guild of Crossbowmen is no joke. And did he at least get Inspired Warriors? He did not get the Inspired Warriors, so a little bit disappointed to see that. It's a huge buff for the Crossbowmen. Also, your opponent's gone Archers, so the extra armor goes a long way. This is taking some time, though. Louis is finally out of stone. I think he just gave up gathering any additional, so... Likely this getting sacked. Actually buys the stone with the gold. Starts to reinvest, so he's not going Imperial after all. I think smart choice here. The castle just wouldn't last long enough. Field crossbows begin to poke. Mangonel coming out is not going to be a good answer to Trebuchets. Louis. Looks at the dive. Gets a freebie onto the Trebuchet. It's one going down. A second one will be protected, though, but it doesn't matter. The castle's already been dropped. Louis MT is now in trouble. Yeah, because a third of his military are scholars. And they're lazy. They don't do overtime. They also don't fight. So what now? What do you do about this? You know, if you're Louis, it looks like the idea is to try and get Ghazi for the flood in, but I think Wham has balanced his military very well here. It's 50-50 spear crossbows. I feel like Louis, like it might just be better to just be raw archers here to a certain degree to protect yourself. Like you've already got some diversity in comp, so your opponent has to worry about that. But like double downing on archers, probably the best way to clear this. Inspired Warriors now on the way, so we are seeing that tech for Wham. Triple Manga now. Mangoes in some ways are more effective against Order of the Dragon. Ever since they got that change where their AoE is smaller, because the AoE is smaller but they got a slight increase in damage, the idea is actually like they hit less units harder. That's really good against Order of the Dragon because they have less units. They have half the units in another Civ. You do kind of get that increased burst. The problem is the kill points are so much different. It takes a lot more shots to wear them down. The thing I will say about Order of the Dragon, though, is if you ever do wear them down, that becomes its own benefit. Is if you think about it, you know, as a health resource and how you unlock the next unit, once you get pop blocked, if all your units are low HP when the next fight begins, you know, you're just going to be a whole army down while your opponent would have been losing units so quickly they just keep pumping out. As long as they've got the economy, of course. And that's why I think we see a lot of Order of the Dragon players look to attack before 200 pop, or look to keep the game away from locked 200 pop, because it does hurt. Look to bring the pain, but heavy hit there. Spearman now with the charge in. The Mangonel gets blocked by the army trying to retreat. Louis is going to turn around to fight now. Crossbows diving in even deeper. They're looking for the War Elephant kills. There's going to be one going down. Shuffles over the second. It's a 2-hit round to get the kills. It's working, but the front line is dead. Crossbow's the only thing left here. The Mangonels will be able to scare him away. So Wham failing the test of breaking the base. Trebs now even trying to take out Mangoes. Yeah, definitely a fight that didn't feel great for Wham there. Just kind of tried to brute force it, and now making matters worse here. The raids. Wait, what? Louis? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at the worker kill count. This has been going on for a while. 14-4. Louis MT taking full advantage of the distraction. Wham is in bad shape here because Louis is now on his way to a complete farm transition. 12 farms deep already, another 20 coming in. And that's ridiculous. I cannot believe he snuck those kills. I think 1 or 2 already happened, but the rest just from that back raid. Louis MT looking good as long as he can survive the next fight. Because remember, guys, his numbers are a lie. Almost half of his bio unit count of military are scholars. They're not real units. They don't have feelings. They don't have families. Of course they don't have families. They're like nerds reading books all day. They ain't got time for that. It looks like we do have a wall. Wham's learning his lessons there. Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't try to do this sooner, actually. He's definitely thinking about it himself, I imagine, in hindsight. Like, kind of weird you all the south side, but not the north. So what's Wham's win con? He's cleared the front line. So this horseman switch is actually really smart. Yeah, this is the thing, guys. Wham might be down, but he's definitely not out. Especially with the military difference here. You know, it's... If you just cut the 30, Louis is behind. And horseman is something that Louis doesn't have a clean answer for. Like, for him, spearman is just a dead obvious, but we haven't got them. Even against the Gilded Crossbowman, spearman's not bad as just a trash unit to absorb. I think it's a smart read by Wham. Not only does it counter the current army, if I was Louis and thinking about another unit, like I wouldn't rebuild War Elephants against Gilded Crossbowmen, right? But I might consider Power Elephants. That would also struggle against the horse. What's up, Faplop? Ain't struggling for your subs, am I? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Definitely a good day to get those spam subs in, considering this is just the first of 3 series. Oof, we're in for a long one. Ham's being very disciplined about this. He understands after that hit he took, one mistake and it's over. Because reminder, it's not just a 21 worker lead, it's 21 worker lead plus soon to be 6 relics. You just heard me correctly. Louis was excavating the relic. So he has actually got a 6th one waiting to be... Oh, I think he screwed up. Wait, no, there it is. I thought he accidentally garrisoned. I love that, man. Like, yeah. So there you go, guys. Altai broken. 6 relic gamer. I can't believe Louis is such a cheater. No, guys, remember, there's 2 forgotten runes. You get them from the corners. There's 7 relics in total that are possible to grab on this map. I keep reminding people because I've had people message me asking for me to check games because they think they're up against a cheater. And my first response is always, is it on Altai? And they go, yeah, how did you know? Because there's 7 relics. It's designed that way. My god, he's taking the plunge. House of the Sultan on the way. In Louis, we knew it was coming soon, right? With this many skulls, it had to be. I thought he'd at least wait for 200 pop. Switches to Hissar Academy. I could see that, though. You know, we talked about the horsemen. That will counter the gunpowder elephants. The extra food's going to go a long way. So I actually think what Louis needs is either Mass Spearman or Mass Ghazi. Wow, it's almost like he's waiting for it. A lot of people using the Hisar Academy now. Yeah, because, I mean, it just gives you more breadth, right? You have more economy, you can build all these different units. Alternatively, you get these elephants that if you lose one fight, you, like, now what? They're gone. Horseman, dive in. Oh my god, that's wide open. And the timing, Hisar Academy about to complete as Wham commits to this fight. He's going to be so happy with this outcome as soon as he hears that age up. Horseman now diving in. Louis, he needs spears. He needs them fast. Starts to queue them up with a limited number of buildings. Louis in toll. He only has 1 Rax. What? No. It's going to be a dive and a kill. I can't believe this. 1 Rax and the Horsemen get revealed. Wham hit this perfectly the entire time. Louis had no idea. Now there's no easy way out. Army's going to get chased away. Villagers getting cut down. Has to vacate the base. This is Canadian territory now. He even thinks about burning down the Hisar Academy, but I think instead, just go for the workers. Block them out. A counter dive now. Elite Ghazi upgrade did just kick through. But there's Gilded Spearman here, folks. You can't hang around. But Wham can definitely chill here for a while. Yeah, just shut down the farm. Your opponent has no military, really. Over half, in fact, of his military force are just scholars, book readers, bookworms. I cannot believe the time on that. That was so well executed by Wham. He must have felt like he hit Christmas the moment he heard that age up. And now the burn through. All relics on the ground. Uh-oh. That's free. There's another free here. Louis at this point is just a giant pinata waiting to be battered. Be a relic picked up by Wham. I think he's just going to camp there. Use it as protection. It's a full shutdown in the base. We've now got Tower Elephants coming out. Why? Why do we have Tower Elephants against Horsemen? What? Alright, that's just dead. Ghazi been chased all the way home. That now brings the Spearman in from Wham. And reminder, he has 18 Spearmen. Louis trying to recover the game on Elephants. Triple relic grab and a run. Might be a bit difficult if the TC joins in, but there's no one garrisoned inside of it. So it looks like he's just going to have to accept this. It is the ultimate heist. Triple relic being rushed back. By the way, Wham has got 3 more prelates. He could think about maybe, just maybe, getting more. And he's just not leaving either. Ghazi are going to try to chase this down. Will they snipe one? But Palace of Swabia now coming in. Wham has caught up entirely. There's a 6 villager difference. But the army is the bigger difference that matters here. I just don't see how Louis ever gets out of this headlock, man. He's starting to build farms on the flank. He's gathering wood over here to enable. He has also got keeps to guard the passes. So technically, his extended eco locations are safe. The bigger problem is the entire main base. Like, this count has just been going down the entire time. Like, this is... I don't see him ever getting it back. And oh my god, that is one way to guarantee it. Why is Wham going past the Swabia? So he can afford to lose some villagers when he does this. And the Hisar Academy is giving 566 food. Yes, things are that bad. 620 now. So around 600 food. So 3/4 of Louis' food income is coming from that landmark. That's it. Wow, now just going for the burn down. That's 2 out of 4 landmarks. The remaining are easily doable. If Louis won't leave the game, Wham's going to force him to. I mean, this is the beauty of Age of Empires 4. The evolution that I don't think ever got enough credit that we have in this game. In older RTSs, someone could just refuse to leave the game and go hide in a corner and build a new base. You can go do that here, but always be aware that your landmarks will be your anchor point. So there's always that trap of, hey, you'll have to come back here soon. I personally think that's a good thing. You know, you can talk about the epic comeback stories, but sometimes it is a bit silly when the game is definitely over and someone just won't leave. We've all been there, the guy with 1 population left. So instead, this gives you a quick drive towards victory. I don't know if I can call 30 minutes quick, but you know, compared to some of those games I'm describing, probably. Game number 1 for Wham. And I gotta say, and this is quite the statement play right now, considering Delhi picks have just been making the best players in the world bleed, right? Like, think about that Voldemort Marine Lord series. Kind of feels like Delhi is disgusting in the right situation. We already knew that, but the way it's been playing the last 2 or 3 weeks has been incredible. So to get rid of that and use your Order of the Dragon to do so, I think Wham's over the moon with the start of this series. Best of 5 though, still plenty of games to come. But for now, it looks like NA is rising up. Culverin's now being queued. Final landmark to be assaulted. And Louis to be thrown out of the mountains. Oh, man. I love that we're getting this quality game, though. This is a really cool one. And you can tell how it was kind of on a dagger's edge. Like, if Louis had just been reinvesting army first, maybe Wham was the one caught being a tiny bit greedy, how different it could have been. But that maximum population we highlighted, like Wham, he never wanted this to turn into a 200 pop meat grinder. If you're looking to learn how to play Order of the Dragon, I think this is a great example of a game to rewatch start to finish, not just because it helps you on the YouTube algorithm. No, for you guys, like, take notes of what he done in this game and how he approached it. Stranglehold in the base, committing towards that 180 max pop, never really fixated on the 200. Because once you get into a meat grinder, Order of the Dragon tends to go down in value in quite a few circumstances. You know, raiding becomes hard for them to keep up with. The production rates become difficult for them to manage. But if you can just thread that needle on the edge of max pop, you can do maximum pain. Which is exactly what Louis is getting here. Villages go down. It's all over. There's no landmark sneak coming in. He's not going to be able to rebuild. He is just dead. The free-for-all show match between Lenok, Beastie and Marine Lord and Archipelago, Triple... I mean, like, you can do some crazy landmark snipes for sure. Okay, so game 1, we'll be going to Wham. Game 2, we're going to Borderland. Let's waste no time. Let's get ready for game 2. Let me switch it over. One win for Wham, left side, and now we hop into Borderland. Have I got on the right side? Yes, I have. Pretty incredible game number 1. Promises a series that surely has to deliver. It's North America versus China. I want to say Northwest. I don't know why. I think that's where Wham's from. But anyway, East versus West is another way to think about it. We've got the Chinese playing as the Chinese. Shushi coming in the hands of Louis MT. And I guess Wham maybe just fancies himself some gyros here as he takes to the Byzantines. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We are here in week number 5, our $20,000 esports circuit semi-finals between Wham and Louis MT, and that bracket genuinely looks like something out of an S-tier tournament. Byzantines coming in on Borderland, a little bit surprising, maybe not too much. I think ever since the Pro Scouts got nerfed, the berry spawns on Borderland actually makes it quite desirable for Byzantines, while devaluing the necessity, urgency, or danger of Pro Scouts that historically dominated on this very map with a 34 that exists. And well, Louis MT is looking to relive that blast from the past. That's exactly what you pick something like Shushi here for. Meditation Garden coming in the back. That is a good Meditation Garden for this map. Wow. 48 food, about 25 to 30 wood, 25 gold. Over 100 resources for grabs on this Meditation Garden. A damn good showing, especially considering it's at the back of his base. Great start for Louis, and exactly what he needs after that game 1 put him behind. Wham, he is going to be on the system rush build. We're going to slow down the timer about 5 minutes here. Grand Winery coming in, just as is standard. I don't think you'd ever really want to play Hippodrome against Shushi. Normally, Hippodrome is a forced action rather than a desirable, as a lot of civs like to outpost rush Byzantines. And although Shushi do build outposts very quickly, they are probably the chief civ alongside Chinese that just don't like to commit to it. Actually, I'd argue China is more likely to outpost rush than Shushi are. What was the other map with excavation sites? There's a lot of maps that have the digging, but there is one called Excavation that has 8 forgotten ruins that you can dig in. That might be what you're thinking about. So Rax coming through. Louis, why Rax though? Palace Guard opening. Okay. Now that is interesting because it's never going to be about spears, right? Like, you know, Byzantines, they love to build longbows here. I also think longbows do okay against Palace Guard. Especially when you're defending. Like, I think Palace Guard beat longbows when they have to come to you. But why does Wham have to come to you? You know, I guess the thought here is because it's Pro Scouts, Wham has to come out of his base. So the idea here for Louis MT is build these, keep them contained, and then just reap the rewards of Pro Scouts. Which I'm assuming we're heading towards, right? Oh, we've only got 3 on gold. 3's okay on the gold for that. The interesting part to me is the 1 on stone. Is he going for a delayed... Oh my god, it's a delayed outpost. What? What? After what we just said about Shushi never outpost rushing. Well, it's true, they don't in the Dark Age. But apparently the Feudal Age is anyone's guess. What? That's sick. And yeah, he's going to wedge it between the tree line and the berries, right? No, okay, he's going to be a bit further back. Which makes sense, right? Because at this stage, your opponent could pull and burn. Oh my god. Oh, the villager though. No. He was too close. And wham, look at the urgent reaction. He goes Eastern Mercenary Contract. Villagers are going to be pulled. Decides against it though. Going to pull the others instead. Agrotoy. I like that. Yeah, the wood isn't what you need. You need the olive oil right now. You need your mercs. So outpost cancelled. And reminder, Wham did go for Eastern Contract. So he's looking to get those Keshiks out. Keshiks is a smart choice here as well. We said Lombos can hold against Palace Guard, but it's the fact that he wants urgency against the outpost, rather. And then also the Keshiks deal very well with Palace Guard. Feudal Palace Guard in particular. Villagers now getting their torches out. We'll actually hesitate to commit. Turns for the burn. I think you just get the kill and back away here, right? There we go. Nicely done. Wham. Should be able to formation shuffle away. Does end up losing 1 worker. Expensive. Lou MT going to commit again. Still, he lost 1 worker as well. So they're even on that. There's a lot of idle time. They've both had a lot of idle time, though. Louis had to walk all the way across the map with 5 villagers to do this. Right? I'd say they've kind of equally suffered here. Yeah, Wham will back away. He got enough for the first Keshik group, and he still has the Northern Berries, and a lot up there, actually. Now the other problem here is, Louis, congrats. We got this outpost up. What do your workers now do? Do you just send them all the way back? Because, like, this is another reason why you don't often see Shushi or Chinese do outpost rushes too much. Because the taxmen, right? Is like, if you've got the mill up here, now you don't have 20% more food on drop-off. That's a pretty big loss. But yeah, he's going to snatch the berries away. I guess there's value in the idea of, like, taking from your opponent here. But wait, is he not done? Louis, is he going to go for another outpost over here? I think so. Wait, what? Was that a misclick? No, dude, that's got to be a misclick. Louis, that's disastrous. Maybe it's because the Keshiks, he's worried about them. Okay, they're going to move back now. Okay. Yeah, I think it was the Keshiks. He freaked out. So he moves all the way back, seeks shelter in the outpost. And now he's going to be able to return because the distraction north side, Palace Guard, do draw the attention. This game is getting weird. This game is getting real weird. But I am all here for it, man. The more off meta we get, the more out of the standard scripted behavior we get, the better it feels. And by the way, it was actually 25 wood. So yeah, he gets 98 resources from the meditation garden. Incredible. Wow. Feeling cozy now, I guess. You know, for the moment, but maybe not for long. Because, guys, we talked about Pro Scouts. You may not have noticed it throughout all that anarchy. This is not a Pro Scouts game. No, this is a Fast Castle Monk Grab game. Okay, Louis. That's pretty impressive. He only has 4 sheep left over. Is he going to try to move out in the middle? Because, like, this is the thing. It feels really hard to get out onto these deer, especially if both sides have heavy cap. So I do wonder if there's ever a world in which Louis MT does a Castle Age Pro Scout. I know I just heard you guys cringe a continent away, but you need that safety of food. Right, Wham's not really going to be that much further behind you on a tech up. He already has Keshix. He's probably looking at, like, Cataphracts just to focus on raiding. So do you really want to be vulnerable out in deer, or would you rather be safe at home? Where's Beast in all these tournaments? He doesn't sign up. It's up to him. I'm fine either way. We're getting quality games anyway. 9 Palace Guard fully upgraded in the back of Wham's base. But this is why the Keshiks are actually going to be a saving grace here. Have I eaten well today? I got a feeling I could never eat well enough. It's not like, dude, there's only, like, if you cram loads of food beforehand, it doesn't help as much as you think. No ranged armor, by the way. Ooh, that's a problem. Yeah, no, Louis, did he forget blacksmith? He didn't even build one. That's huge. Guys, right now, these feudal archers are doing half damage to Palace Guard in Castle Age. That's a big problem. And now the Keshiks jump in as well. Body blocks the retreat. This is an ugly fight. Louis MT, I mean, he done nothing with that play. No, I mean, sure, you could say forced reaction. That's a bit better, though. The Lancer comes through. Textiles is making his life a bit of a living hell, though. But should be able to get the 1 worker kill. Hesitates from the Limitane. So Wham doesn't lose the worker. No, and he's done that area anyway. The berries are gone there, so now it's full fixation here. We've got the fully fortified and upgraded outpost still blocking the starting berries. But we are at least, probably going to be starting to see some olive grove sneaking in soon. But first things first, it's tech time. You know exactly what we're looking at here. It is going to be a Golden Horn Tower. No sippy cups, despite the fact he's clearly going Cataphracts. And Tani will get intercepted, chased away. Keshiks hunting across the map now. But Louis, he's already looking to rush those relics. He's got 1 on the way home. Second one now getting picked up. Yeah, this is looking outrageous, actually. Louis MT could easily make this a 5-relic game. A little bit of poke into the base. Palace Guard. Oh, he found him. No, he found the perfect location. And the torches come out. Louis MT says, okay, fight me or lose it all. Wham. Let's bring the Keshiks around now. That's going to force the re-engagement. TC fire again. He's killing himself over 1 tech. Louis, without the undermesh, is getting destroyed by the town center. Oh my god. Not a soul lost on the work account. And an army trade that was most definitely worth it for Wham. Undermesh may have just won this game, or rather lost this game for Louis MT. I cannot believe what I just saw. I'm speechless at it. I've never seen a full castle army dive a feudal army that doesn't heavily outnumber it and die that fast. To just a TC. Steeled Arrow and Palace Guard that, by the way, have less armor than standard men-at-arms with no range tech at all. We have a game, ladies and gentlemen. Louis MT. He is just switching full Lancer play now. But there's already a decent dose of Keshiks here, and we've got Cataphracts coming through as well. And Louis, I can't believe the oversight of this. I mean, he's compensating now, going to Dali horses, has the undermesh. But I don't think it's the range that matters as much anymore. No. It's the fact that your opponent can dish out as much pain as he can take. And it looks like we are going to be seeing them both moving into positions to attack each other on the workers. Lancers are starting to sneak around the back from Louis. Galamonk's at least going to slow things down. In a way, he has done his service, scouting the raid early. Louis does already have some outposts up. Spring on placements are on the way. Dive in is not going to be a doozy. He ends up losing the scout. Keshix. Good reaction out of Louis. Not going to make it that easy. I wonder, does he maybe consider a wall back here? A wall would be pretty smart considering the value in the corner, the berries and the gold back here. Remember, guys, this is not great for Louis right now because he doesn't have good food access. This is not a pro scouts game. If this was a pro scouts game, this current state of play, Louis is still very happy because he'd be able to raid and he's not threatened. Instead, he's exposed. Wall's coming up to try and fix that. Nice rotation. Keshix do find a kill on the back. Turns out there's one berries still being exploited there. Outpost still has not been addressed yet. And that's exactly what you never want to see. Yeah. Wham is praying that every single one of these rolls ends up being Keshix. You do not want Gulam. They do nothing here. It's Shushi Mass Lancers. Gulams is the worst unit you could have. Like, he solely made this Eastern contract choice for age 2. Understanding implicitly the impact it would have on his age 3. Easy to wall your base than Prairie, but harder to secure resources. Exactly. I also think, you know, you're in some ways, it almost feels like you're worse off than you are on Prairie because, like, this map at least convinces you that you can do wood-based comps because you have, like, more trees than Prairie gives you. Whereas Prairie, you go into that with the expectation that your opponent probably can't archer or archer for long, and you can't archer either. So it changes the dynamics and the mindset a lot. But looks like little Gulams are moving out. Hankannon's just sniping the archers, funnily enough, and cavalry fight. Keshix hanging around in a very questionable area, actually. Yeah, wow. I mean, he did do some chip raid damage there, but the problem is the Spronal placements make your life hell. Cataphracts at least are going to be incredibly tanky. It's the Keshix that are quite vulnerable, though. And the rough part about this is, you know, there's no reason for Wham to actually have healers, as there's no relics on the map. Outpost. It's going to end up going down. Wait, that cost him 2 more workers? It looks like it. Either that or is the Lancer at the back. Either way, Louis now with a 4-worker lead. I mean, Wham's come back from worse, judging by game 1's eco lead, but still, it's pretty gruesome. The thing that's going to be a good upside for him is this. The olive groves are coming in nicely. You know, I think a big part of why Byzantine started to lose some value, 2 kills, is because we moved to pro scouts, so these olive grove transitions weren't as powerful anymore because people weren't, they didn't have to care. They were just spiking and they were peaking before you. But if you go back to before pro scouts meta, olive groves were ludicrous. I mean, even more so, they used to be cheap in the standard farms for whatever reason. But even after they got nerfed to the same price, they're still just substantially better than practically every other civs in the game's farm choice. And then on the other side, Louis is playing the civ that struggles with farm transitions the most. China and Shushi are horrible for mass farm transitions. Once they're done, they look broken, but getting them is so difficult. Dive down. Louis, he has now crept out for the south side deer. A lot of value in these corners when there's no pro scouts to worry about. A deer stack, berries, and a ball. Still a little cheaper than standard farms? Sure, but the way that you do it as Shushi is you have to go for the song. You then also have to go for the granaries. You have to bulk up and you span them down at the same time, right? That's the challenge. Whereas Byzantines is possibly the easiest farm transition that exists in Age of Empires 4 now. I'd say even easier than English because I feel like they just do so much more than English while farm transitioning. Because of the value of berries, right? Whereas like English is like, I want to build farms straight away with a bad economy. You don't think it's easier than English. You don't think it's easier to just have 28% better economy? Oh, sorry, 26% better economy? Get more value like out of the early olive oil. Have flexibility of units. And then also remember, you don't pay 75 resources for these. You actually pay 68. Because you get, I think, 7 stone rebate. Come on. Let's not have our head in the sand on this one. Japan is only easier up to a point of the Kura storehouse farms. English farms are beyond insane if you set them feudal. Sure, but the idea is like, which is easier to do, right? Like, if you're gonna sit there and try to build like, you know, free farm clusters as English, you're at risk, right? Byzantine players just feel so cushy doing this. Well, talking about difficult farm transition, it's underway, guys. The Song Dynasty's coming through now. I mean, this is the fragile point, and you're actually seeing it in the military count. Yeah, yes, Louis does have double the heavy knights, but remember, Wham paid more for his anyway. If you look at the army values ahead, the Goodlums are kind of irrelevant, it's whatever, but the crossbows are going to matter a lot here. Louis is yet to move to a new unit type. And yes, I cannot believe Olive, like, Olive Groves, when they in 1.60 wood, which is just crazy. But yeah, I think, like, for English, when you build farms, right, your whole goal is like, okay, I'm playing towards castle now, really. And there's some men-at-arms strats that can open up occasionally. Like, I think Byzantines, as they do these Olive Groves, even in feudal age, they keep a lot more flexibility than any other civ I can think about. I think easier is not like easier and lucrative are different. You have to combine all of it, right? Like if I have a more lucrative outcome, is it more easy to justify doing it? Yes. Right? And also it's the nature of the way you do these farms. Like Byzantines just sprinkle in a few, whereas English like to go cluster by cluster. Like a bulk buy type thing. Right? Same with this. Like if you think about it, English is just a heavily discounted form of doing this. Like, oh, okay, we bulk buy a cluster now, and another cluster, and another cluster. Wow. Poorly fortified at home. Now looks to bring the thunder. If he finds those farms... Louis, what are we doing here? He's holding so much resource. Was he legitimately trying to go Imperial? I think so. I think what he was gambling on was getting his hands on the 20% damage buff from the landmark when he go for the Temple of Sun. But instead, it's just going to be him looking... up at the sun, laying on the floor dead, gets caught on the berries. He's going to get caught on the farms. He vacates the area, but now Louis has no food income. Oh my god, what? This is it. The 4 deer workers. Oh my god. What was the idea? Because this is the thing, guys. If Louis is at least playing China, then you're going for a Great Wall Gatehouse, which will defend your food. But Xu Shi, I mean, he was just gambling that his lancers were going to be good enough. Instead, my god, he sent them in! And Wham was already waiting to receive. The wall slowed it down. This looks over. How do you come back from this? I mean, he got good worker kills, right? It's a 14 worker lead, but this is so reminiscent of game 1, where Wham sacrifices the arm to protect the body, to get the killing blow. He's now in the base, and just like game 1, he's taking away those relics, and he's taking away the capability for Louis to have a real economy lead. Yeah, it's all good having 64 workers, but what happens when they don't do anything? Look at this flock out to the south side to get a burst of food. Wham, also now just finding worker kills himself. He's closing the gap quickly. Mount Lu Academy coming up. Louis MC. I mean, why are we doing that? Like the pagoda and no, Louis, the ball. Louis, the ball. Come on. What's that? You want some help with the landmark? I've got your help right here. Oh, God. I hope he kills it with all of them straight away. This is ridiculous. That's 2 workers down to get a landmark that doesn't help you at all. Guys, Yuan does nothing for him here. Because he's going to end up losing the farms. He needs to add more farms, technically, right? So Song has more value. But if you're going Yuan for pagodas, every single relic is here. Boar is at least dead. But this now is just officially a disaster. The only reason that Louis isn't going to be dead, just like in game 1, is because he built an extra landmark that he didn't even want to build. Reminder, by the way, guys, he didn't do Yuan back into Song. He done Song into Yuan, which means he paid the full 1,800 resources. He didn't get the Tang Dynasty discount. All burnt to a crisp and oh, wham. So I praised the landmark design in game number 1 of like, yeah, it's great, you know, like you have a clear way of ending the game. There is an exception, and that is, of course, Shushi and Chinese. Shushi and Chinese, because they can build double the landmarks, are very frustrating to try and end against sometimes. I think we've all had that experience in free falls where like, well, dude, like, I mean, you should just be dead right now. Why are you not dead? And then you discover they've got a landmark in every corner. Of course. Tating, true. Nice Templar has that now as well. We've never had an example of it. I haven't like played many free-for-alls in more recent times, so I wonder if that is happening a lot. It wouldn't surprise me if that is actually happening a lot now. The rebuild in the corner. Louis just restructuring from scratch. Oh, this is brilliant. But what can you really do? Because the thing is, your farms aren't coming back. I'm sorry, they're like that goldfish your parents told you went swimming. It's dead. They flushed it down the toilet. Just like he's about to be less than flush with food, right? Like there's not much left here. He's got the deer and the boar, and that's it. So he's probably got like 2,000 food-ish. Sounds like a lot, but isn't when you are down by this much military. And I like this from Wham. Don't waste your time in the castle. That's going to kill you. Just get past it. Louis, another castle drop on the north side. And dive into the economy. Time to get the hell out. Woo! Burn on the stables. Louis, he's just trying to mass knights again. Which is getting a little bit weird at this stage. That's just a quicker way of burning through your resources. I get the logic though, right? It's like, you know, he has a lot of gold and it uses a lot of gold. I swear, Louis is so frustrating to play against sometimes. How is this not just annoying? Finally, he's like, okay. I think he was like, okay, is there another landmark maybe? And then he thought about it. He's like, oh, that's right. No, you've done them all now. This is the... You aren't in Imperial Age. This is it. This is over. There's no rebuild at home. Louis did not sneak back to try and get them back up. He dies here and now. Mount Louis Academy down and Louis MT 2-0 down. And so far, despite the direction it's going in, this series has been pure absurdity. Sheesh. And also, a little bit drunk. I slightly bonked it, and then all of a sudden it just started going all the way down. Ugh. All right, there we go. Ugh. Okay. God damn. Next up, we're going to Pigeon's View. And that was Biz versus Shushi. So Pigeon's View for the next game. Wait, what? What's so disrespectful? I'm confused. Huh? Is there a website to bet on these things? Not that I know of. I wouldn't be endorsing them anyway. For a start, I mean, I'm accepting if like esports needs gambling money a lot of the time, but like legally, I can't accept gambling money. When you are sponsored by Microsoft, you're not allowed. So we wouldn't do it anyway. All right, let's get ready though. It's time for the next game. What's that? Are we? Yes, we're the right way around. This series has been absurdity. It's just been landmark rush after landmark rush. Can we actually get a game that doesn't have to end with every single landmark dying? Or is Louis MT just looking to go maximum cockroach mode in this best of 5? Let's find out as we hop in to High View, aka the Pigeon's View, the better version. And let me flip that around because actually Louis MT is at death's door. He's been screaming mercy, mercy, mercy. And Wham can't hear him because he's got his headset on and he's got Rise Against turned up to maximum volume as he looks to plow his way through to a grand final showdown where he'll face off against either Vortex or B. And the only thing that stands in his way now is Louis MT's Japan. A good pick for Louis. Has historically served him very well. But Roos on this map, I'm trying to think if I've seen Wham lose. He very rarely takes an L when he picks Roos here. He's one of the best players at utilizing on this map. The hunting cabin placements is just so great here. It gets you a lot of extra gold. And also, we are seeing a double deer spawn, which he's moved out to. It's no pro scouts. But what I'm curious about is if it's going to be 2TC. Because we saw Wham against Delhi in his quarterfinals matchup versus Numidan on this map go 2TC Roos. And it looked so effective, it made us wonder if it's time for 2TC Roos to come back. How can I enjoy this casual weekly esports tournament without the threat of financial ruin? That's true. You know what? What you should do with that is you should make yourself a bet, and then every time you're right, you subscribe once to my channel. Every time you're wrong, you subscribe 5 times to my channel. And that's how you edge towards financial ruin. But it all goes to a good place. As why I'm not scared of the Japanese opening. I think he's just gambling that it won't happen. You know, I like that you bring that up, Mahodo, because it is kind of crazy, considering that on this map, you often build the hunting cabins away from the TC to get the stealth forest. Like, this actually might be the most greedy opening a Roost player has ever done against the Dark Age rushing Civ. And I don't get why he isn't doing it. What? I mean, because Japan, they're still a good Civ for this. And the weird part, like, has Louis been doing something recently on ladder with Japan and Wham's read into it? Because most players, even when they're against Roost with Japan, will open with some spearmen. We've seen it. Like, you just do it because you can burn the hunting cabin and then you intercept pro scouts. This is ridiculous. Louis, he doesn't even scout the base, doesn't even know yet. Wham. A-Job's ready. Is it going to be a Kremlin? No, just a Golden Gate. Dude, are you serious right now? At first, he was like, this is slightly risky, but maybe. And now he's just in a, okay, he's not coming. No pro scouts, double deer stack against a Dark Age rushing Civ that just decides that they're not going to Dark Age rush for once. And now Louis is going to look back and regret this immensely. That is insane. Wow. One on Curate also. He's fast castling. This is just this is just greed after greed after greed. I can't believe this. And the thing is, Wham's greed just wins, right? Because it's deer gathering rate. Louis sees it now, but what are you going to do? Push the deer back slightly? Even if he only gets half the deer here, remember this hunting cabin is great value because of the stealth forest. Like right here, he's generating 18 gold. This one right here generates 29. And this one will probably be about another 20? Yeah, 2021. Does Louis even have the food for this? He's got 14 sheep. He's already gathering berries. He hasn't got that much sheep. Wham has got 15. I remember Wham, like, he's just saving that for later. So what Wham can do here, they can both rush castle, but then he can pull back off the deer, and he's still going to have all this food here. Whereas Someone wants to say Louis is going to have farms. That's true. But he's not going to have many, is he? Because this is a very slow age up. And he spawns farms every like 50 seconds, I think it is. Yeah, 50 seconds. So he's not going to have that transition where he just has 12 farms active before he runs out of sheep. He'll run out of sheep first. This is tough, man. What can he do? Opening wise, like it's probably just going to be Mounted Samurai, right? But if it's Mounted Samurai, does Wham not just go... You just go Horse Archers with a few spears at home, right? Because like Horse Archers, here's the thought. We just highlighted that Lou's going to run out of food. When he does, what does he do? Does he starve? Does he chop wood and build farms? Or does he move for the deer? And the berries? And the boar? Right? I think that last option, although risky, sounds most optimal, no? And that will be why Roos is a god tier pick on High View and Pigeon's View. Is because the Horse Archers are so good at raiding on this map due to Stealth Forest. High trade. What? Dude, this is just getting weirder and weirder. Why are we building a high trade house here? He has an entire tree line that hasn't been touched. He could have moved it down here. He just, what, doesn't want it to be known and wants to get back to gathering food? Get your numbers in, guys. Let's see who's shocked by Stealth Forest and what it can provide. This game is pure weirdness, man. I feel like every single choice being made by both of the players has left you questioning why. Every single, like, why would you go lose food against Dark Age rushing Civ? Why would you not Dark Age rush with that Civ? Why would you then go one villager fast castle? Why would you place a high trade house in the middle of no man's land? It's ridiculous. Wham's already getting the archer ranges ready, so it is going to be Horse Archers. You know what these two are? These two are mad scientists. I don't even live in the same country, let alone continent. I'm pretty sure I can hear their cackling at this stage. Anti-meta issues? Dude, you got to find out what's next, right? Evolve. Become the meta. The new meta. And it's 71 gold on the... Wait, is that the first tick? Dude, this is what I mean about Stealth Forest. Are you... That's the first tick, guys. Right? He's got 53 trees, so I think there's another tick to come, if I'm not mistaken. 71 gold, and he's only tier 1 bounty. Am I right on that? Nah, dude. Yeah, 142 gold from that. You didn't believe it. But this is the thing, like, if you take all these group trees, there's really not as many as you think. It just looks saturated because of the nature of things. It's also the fact that it's surrounding on all sides. And now we get Wham's walls. I was wondering when that was going to happen. Wham loves wall in this map because he hates the nature of its raiding. Meanwhile, Louis is not walling at all. Wham. So we've got the first few Horse Archers coming out. Great denial if we can get rid of that scout. Not quite. Yeah, that's important. You want to keep the scout alive here. Yes, you can rebuild it, but you'll be forced to is the idea. It's a vital investment. I love that Wham's going for a second. You just want to have eyeballs on for when your opponent moves out of that base, right? Louis, he's only got 10 sheep. It's not going to last long. He's trying to make it, though, mind you, with, what, 9 on berry? Oh, 9 on the sheep, rather? I guess that's at least the nice thing about playing Mounted Samurai is it balances your gold and food, so you can make it go further. Hunting cabins in the Stealth Forest? Wham's done that a lot in the past. Like, we've had games on this map where he'll be building them here and here and here and here. We had a map called Alopecia where he loved picking roosts, and what he'd do is he'd go around the outskirts and hug the tree lines building hunting cabins. The number one priority in a raid-on-raid game, get your economy safe. Wham. Oh, might be a little bit late on that idea, though. And he pulls the scout away? Okay, this is big. No! Louis, what? He goes back. Does he think that, what, his opponent's going to come for the food? Is that what Louis is doing? He's guarding both the berries? Like, dog, you're the one playing Japan. Your opponent's playing Rus. It's not as important for him. Nobody's got double deer berries in this corner anyway, and a high trade house to boot. I can't believe that, man. Wham just dodged death. That would have been -3 villagers, and then entry into the back economy, which would have forced all of his horse archers home. Or at least half of them, right? Which then alleviates pressure for Louis. At a point in the game where he really needs no pressure coming into him. The relic game. Louis is off to a good start here, folks. Yeah, has got a second relic coming back to his base. The other one's already sitting there waiting to be garrisoned. Now, Wham biting back as well. I think Wham's probably getting 3 of the 5 relics. 3 of the 5 relics, and on top of that, remember, he's got 162 gold now out of this high trade house. So he's essentially a 5 relic gamer. Norishiro drop for Louis is what? Farmhouse? It's a farmhouse build. Yeah, he's trying to resist that move out onto the deer and the berries we talked about. Smart idea, but it means he's missing out in other areas. He's not building an economy lead off of TC. He's not getting extra transitions in, right? It's not like he's going Yumi plus the samurai here. Can Louis go Onimusha? No, Onimusha are terrible trading against horse archers. So horse archers can eventually get more health with boy's fortitude, and horse archers cost less than Onimusha anyway, while having higher base damage, right? So Ona have 2 less base damage, but they cost 20 resources more. It's just a bad deal. Yeah, it's like, I think we've seen Rus kind of struggle a lot to get beaten in this matchup in the past because of that. Like, what do you transition? You just go Mount Samurai, makes sense. The horse archers can kite that down unless you've got overwhelming pressure. We've seen a lot of Japanese players try Mass Horseman, but that can just get mirrored, right? Rus can do Horseman too, and it always comes back to the boy's fortitude. Like, Yumi's your best bet, but scaling Yumi quick enough is tricky, especially on a map like this, because your opponent's not going to fight you directly. He's going to raid you. And you also now have walls to get past. Horse archers now with a dive in. Ay, ay, ay. Louis, we're about to get out of his base just to stay safe, but we've got weak points here. Garrison on the deer. It's going to be a steer towards the back walling area where Louis actually has not gotten it up yet. So horse archers should be able to find a kill here. In fact, they might get the double. Mounted Samurai plus the worker. Louis walls him in. Yeah, but that's just a death. He could have actually just shot the wall to get out. He's actually baiting himself. Doesn't realize it. Gets the kill. Pays the price. Nicely done by Louis. Elsewhere, Wham. Now marching out that second wave, but he's also transitioning, guys. Knights added in. Now, this is where Onimusha would be nice to do. But he doesn't know it's Night Switch yet. He doesn't have any free info. And also, your opponent hasn't actually revealed the first one. So for now, Louis is riding pretty blind against this. Horse archers. And they could still actually get the kills here. There's no textiles. He's going for it. Wham says, hell yeah. Goes to the snipes. Waited a little bit long there. So actually, well played, Louis. Able to minimize it down to just 1 worker kill. Okay, so most of the front horse archers have been taken out. Before that, Wham has built a slight worker lead. He's definitely economically ahead, right? He's competing on food. Gold is better. Wood is a mile better. And the Kura has given its full value, right? It's got 1 farm left to plop, and then 1 more he'll get down the line. So he's got his farm transition somewhat done. But the beautiful thing about being Rus is the 20% wood extra does go a long way towards your own farm transitions. But he's... Wow. Okay, so he's not going for that. No, I think... There you go. Instead, he's playing ball. Is he going to do double ball? That would be pretty sick. Because this is what? Mass Spearman now? Spears have been taking over, by the way. If you've been watching a lot of competitive AoE4 at the moment, you may have noticed that. There's been a lot of these disgustingly aggressive spear timings. Yeah, the plague in pro games at the moment. Ridiculous just how effective it's been, actually. It's our boy T West. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Some AoE2 lads coming through. Sipping their fine wines, watching some quality AoE4 games. And it is going to be a spear and crossbow switch. Yeah, so no longer interested in raiding. So what does this tell us about Wham? This tells us that he's done with poking. He feels confident that he's strong enough to win a direct engagement now. For Louis MT, it's a bit more deceptive. You're like, well, he clearly still wants to raid, right? Not really. Mount Samurai are great brawlers as well as raiders. This is the thing that has made Japan, in some people's eyes, OP. Is they just do both things so well with one unit, right? And it's been allowed for a very long time because Japan didn't have anything else going their way. They kind of needed this advantage. In more recent times is a bit different, right? Like, I think nowadays we're kind of in a realm where you might be able to alter it a bit, give Japan some extra perks elsewhere, and then maybe devalue the Mount Samurai slightly. Knight's just going. Is he thinking about it? He hasn't got Boy's Fortitude, which would make this a pretty rough fight. And that's why Louis is trying to force it. Yep, wedges himself around the back. Wham, gets in the way with the Knights. Allows the Horse Archers to break away. And he's just going to get out of there. But damn, the damage that Wham took. Okay, but overconfidence is an insidious killer here. Louis taking a fight like that probably feels like he's miles ahead now. But you don't know what you don't know. And what he doesn't know about is the spears and crossbows. They've been sitting back. They've been waiting. They've only just started to arrive on the west side. That's going to complicate the matter now for Louis. Louis, who is trying to get those 8 worker kills. I'm just going to force the dive. Drags him back a little. More Mount Samurai coming over. Louis, he wants this. Refuses to leave without the kills to budge. But now the crossbow spears are here. Villagers go for the repair. That forced the redive. It's not working. Louis, he can't get the break. Gets a singular worker kill for all that effort. Now hard hamstrung. Spear still being a nuisance on the flank. But with the arrival of the infantry, Louis MT, now outmatched, looks for an Onibugeisha switch on merely 600 food income a minute. That is pitiful. It's not the type of income you need to quickly get Bugeisha online. It's going to take him several minutes at that pace. Minutes that he just does not have. Especially when his only reliable infinite food is getting shut down. Yeah, outside that, he's got what? Deer, which is... God, good lord. And then he's got the berries. So he's got about 3,000 food to work with. Which is going to get him up to probably about 30 on a Bugeisha. But did Wham see? I think Wham maybe saw because he's adding in Knights again. Yeah, if he only meant spears, Bugeisha actually have a shot. But Knights, Louis not going to like that fight. He's already finding the racks super early. Sprint on placement's going to get burnt down. Look at that line. Do you guys see that on the minimap? That's ridiculous. There's so many troopers moving across right now that even if you tried to raid into it, dude, it'd be like being one knight and discovering 10 pilgrims. Like, I mean, this is great, but I don't think I can kill all these, you know? Like, can I get some of these wrapped up to go? I'm a bit stuffed right now. We'll try to cut some reinforcements. Honestly, most of them make it through. The High Trade House, 181 gold with tier 3. Pretty nuts. Poking the base. Just keeps idling him. He's been burning down the infrastructure back here. Double Sacred Site also now unlocked. It's going to be a dive back onto the workers, though. This time, he will find his strike in, but it's already too late. The comparative damage done here. Right? Like, Wham is just far ahead. The eco worker kills already adding up for him. At least Louis is able to draw it back to even. But what's definitely not feeling even is the army. And the Bugeisha, they're barely getting out, guys. Yeah, he left the horse archers here, so every time something spawns, he just gets a low. What racks is... I'll tell you what, if Louis can get up to 50 Bugeisha, there's a way. There's hope. I think 50 is the count. But Wham, he just saw the Raxes again. Like, this is the frustrating part for Louis. He has the right idea, but he doesn't have the secrecy of it. Even on a map like Highview, like, I've got to give it to him. That's pretty impressive from Wham that he keeps sniffing this out, because a map like Pigeon's View and Highview, you know, the map of Stealth Forest is meant to make it very easy to catch your opponent off guard from transitions. Not been the case in this game. More Sarchers will finally get cleared out of here. Wham, has he actually added in farms yet? I think Wham still hasn't added in farms, which is a problem. Oh my god, no. Yeah, he has 0 farms. Sorry, no, that's not a lie. He has 9. Where? Oh, he built them out on the ball. Okay, so a little bit dangerous, actually. Because my concern here is, like, he wants to get Mass Knights, but Mass Knights is still pretty pricey. The good news is he can utilize all that gold he's got for half the cost, right? And also, once again, cuts reinforcements loot. Oh, come on, man. He's got to be feeling very frustrated about this. Like, he knows the count and what he needs. Like, you know, probably 40, 45 on Navigation. You start to feel scary here. But every time he starts to get close to that number, takes a hit and then loses the production. Went down the outpost. Bigatia are going to look for the fight. Crossbows currently standing their ground. A little bit weird. Not Samurai. He doesn't know. He has no clue, but he sees the first few early. Louis may have jumped the gun there. It gave time. The Spearman turn around. The Samurai now look for the dive in. It's key to try and keep the crossbows alive as long as possible. Everything else is cannon fodder. You live or die by the Expo. Right now, they're looking pretty exposed. We'll just look to optimize his kills as he exits. Knights now arriving. Louis MT. He's drained the bulk of it. All Spearmen gone. And Wham turfed out of the base. There may yet be hope for the Chinese Wonder Kid. Only 11 farms. The deer probably has about 1.5k left in it. The berries, not looking great either. He's going to have to sneak wider soon. He has also got these forward resources as an access point. There's also 1,400 left on the ball. So there is actually a lot of finite food that Louis could access here. I think his big concern is please don't wall, please don't wall, please don't wall. Right, because if Wham walls, Louis can't fight. Louis has no range comp at all. It's actually Wham's best friend is his favorite thing to build, walls. It actually, come to think of it, is that not kind of weird in this series? Do you guys realize that? These two are the most prolific walls we've had in KPMM, and they are ridiculous when they get into it. But we've not been able to reach that point at all, full stop. We've never been able to get that deep that we see what I always refer to as Takeshi Castle's maze walls. Wow. Okay, he moves away. Louis, he knew what's up. Man, things have slowed down a lot, but wow, just so many knights all of a sudden. Let's find one work. That guy didn't get the memo. No boys fortitude, so he hasn't got extra effective HP. The farm count has to be going up now for Wham, right? Yeah, he's up to 23. So the clusters are starting to be built out. Some of these are kind of ugly. Normally, you want to build hunting cabins in the stealth forest and then surround them with farms. That way, they generate a healthy amount of gold. Yeah, which actually Wham would use. The way he's designing his comp, he's just burning through all gold he has. Wham once again on the offensive. Reminder, guys. Wham, the one time that he bled this week was when he let a game drag out into the late. He is against one of the best players at dragging games to late and winning them. He understands where he's strong. He understands where his opponent becomes strong. He does not want to be there. And Samurai, if you're thinking about a flank attack here, would be a good time considering the berries actually turns towards the boar, though. That's kind of crazy, actually. The fact that he's got berries and boar at the same time can be very distracting, but Louis reads past it. Oh, yes, he's going to find the workers. Those are exposed. Wham makes a run for it into the naked trees. And the scout... What? Louis, come on. He sees him. The crossbows are close now, though. I don't think Louis can go for this. No. He has to back away. On the other side, though, he's going to get caught and clipped. The villagers... The Seek Shelter is not going to help them. It's going to grief them. Catches all of them running out here. Running out for safety, guys. That was the only thing. It was a Seek Shelter from this location. They ran all the way south for whatever reason, and that ridiculous interaction now puts Louis miles behind. A 17 worker lead for Wham. Clash commences. Bugatia will beat the Spearmen. They will not easily beat Knights, though. But the Knights aren't here. They're in the base. Crossbows have to start a step away. Villagers are about to be on the front line. This could get dangerous. Wham does pull them back. Has got a wall, but has not walled it fully. So Bugatia could break in here. Wham, this is quite a big blunder, actually, this gap. But the Bugatia line is not big. No, it looks like he got split. The Knights cut the reinforcements, so Louis does not have the firepower to keep the push going. Has to back away. Food gathering throughout all that was still going, guys. Now he adds in the berries as well. And this is where Louis has to start adding in farms. 2 TC. Whoa. I mean, he took heavy hits, right? I can't blame him for this. This is normally why most people go Eurosure in the TC, by the way, is it can pad for these type of problems. Now the main clash, because he went 2 TC, because he didn't have farms. He's substantially weaker, and you're going to see in the outcome here. Now, the Uma Bannerman does give him a big, healthy buff. There's nothing similar for Wham, but the crossbows are target firing down quickly. And the Spruan placement helping out a lot. It looks like it's going to be an overwhelm and a break. The outpost spam from Louis is not going to be quick enough to change any outcome here. Army's dead. Louis, Bugatia was so hard to get up to that count. There's no way he has the breathing room to do it again. And now for Wham, it's going to be a run it down mid. All defensive structures cancelled. Louis backs away. And we're heading back into that base. We're heading back into the only food that Louis has. And it's all too much. GG called. Game 3 for Wham as well. But although a 3-0, the pure absurdity of all these games may actually make them all uploadable. Dude, that was crazy. What the hell? What was game 2? What was game 3? There we go. Okay, so that means we have our first player through to grand finals. It is indeed going to be Wham making it there. Up next, though, and the draft is now underway, we are going to be having B versus Vortex. A rematch from last week where B found himself in pain from a 3-0 defeat. You heard me correctly. So this is vengeance opportunity for him. Draft currently underway. Vortex on the left side. And B will be on the right. Let me just also update the bracket so it has the full accurate details. Vortex is going to eat B alive. Vortex is top 5 material right now. Dude, I mean, you'd hope that B is able to learn and adjust from last week. And also, like, Vortex looking a bit more vulnerable compared to last week. He did drop that game to kill Yardi. So, you know, playing very well, but definitely not invulnerable, I think is how I would describe it. 1 second. Double check some in the background. Historic top 3 is for Vortex with results. Yep. I think he has... Is it the third most S tier wins? Marine Lord's 1. I think Beastie's now 2. Then 4th, I think, is Lucifron. Then 5th... Who's 5th? I don't think it's Puppy Paw. Depends. Like S tier, A tier would make it different. I think Puppy Paw if you include A tiers. But draft completing now. Vortex. He got China, dude. China? How? Like, how? I'm a little bit baffled by that. China getting through is pretty crazy. Like, are we not learning? I know it's lost occasion, but like, come on, it shouldn't. Like, it's a ridiculous pick. It's ridiculously powerful. All right, let me just update stream title as well. Then, what do I need to do here? So I just double check my DMs because I've had some stuff coming through. All right, wunderbar. Oh, yeah, sorry. We still got the EWC bracket thing, which we'll probably keep up because tomorrow we've got some of those games. I don't know if I'll be able to do them all, but tomorrow, guys, let me just double check. What do we have tomorrow? So tomorrow, we'll go live with our third place matchup, which is going to be between Louis MT and either B or Vortex. And then, after that, what we have is... We have got Lucifron versus Voldemar for the EWC. And then Anatan versus Core after that. But that starts at 4 p.m. my time. So due to their scheduling, I might not be able to do both. But I'll definitely be able to do the Lucifron versus Voldemar. Should be a hype one as well, considering Voldemar almost beat Marine Lord. You know, almost crushed his soul. That's a crazy series. Oh. I'd rather be a baby horse or a matter baby. What the hell's a matter baby? So is that something I should know? What is a matter baby? I've never heard that statement before. Oh, for God's sake. I hate you so much. You're lucky you subscribe here. Or I'd have your ass flambéed and thrown out back. I thought it was going to be one of those stupid, like, would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 10 duck-sized horses or whatever? And yes, I said flambéed. It's a good word. It's a powerful word. All right. Altai opener and a Mongol pick? All right. Like, that's a little bit different. I don't think... Have we had any Mongol picks so far? I don't think so, right? This should be the first one. Oh my God. And then we have Shot on the other side. I'm telling you guys. I swear. I'm telling you. In the previous series with B, 100%... That game against Lucifron where he picked Knights Templar on this map, he thought he could build trade. I'm certain of it now, man. Dude, like we get back to Altai, he picks a French pick again. It's like for those who didn't see, in the Lucifron B series, he picked Knights Templar and walked to the corner and built a marketplace that done nothing. And then the series before that against against Core rather, B done a Chamber of Commerce build, right? And now he's picked John. 100% he thought that he could build trade with Knights Templar. Without a doubt in my mind. This time he'll actually trade. Technically, he could trade in that game. It's just you use the Pilgrims instead, you know? What's the difference to the EDC version of the map? So I believe it's the reliance of the spawn points a little. So the trade posts are a bit nicer placed. I think the relic dispersion and the most... Oh, God, I need to get a Red Bull on me. The most important one is the mountains. Sometimes on standard Altai, you get these really weird mountains that have stupid little routes through them, which I don't mind, but the problem is they're inconsistent. One side has it, the other doesn't. Whereas EGC Altai doesn't have that problem. All right. Rad Bull time, baby. Guys, if you were to visit the outskirts of Chernobyl and you found like an old energy drink can, would it be called Rad Bull? I'm telling you, right? Bethesda needs me. They should hire me as a consultant. The fact that they've got Nuka-Cola, but no one ever thought to make Rad Bull, shocks me. I'm disappointed, man. It's just, come on. It's genius. Oh. All right, so we've got predictions up already. Fantastic. Oh, nice. I think my code is ready for Borderlands. No? Yes. Don't know if we'll stream it today, though. It's tempting. Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. Can I install that with a bandwidth limit? Yeah, we'll wait. Anyone else excited for the new Borderlands? I haven't played I didn't play 3. I didn't bother. I didn't bother the prequel either. The prequel looked probably the worst one of the bunch. Like, they sent me a key. I'm like, maybe we play today? I don't know. We'll see. You think it'd be a can of Monster? Oof. You know what you need to do? You need to be drinking Rad Bull, and then just a giant rad scorpion jumps out and, like, tries to eat your ass. Why does everything always want to eat my ass? All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go. This is going to be a fun one. There's no doubt in my mind now. After seeing this pick, the last time B was on this map with Knights Templar, he 150% thought he could trade. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's B versus Vortex, our second semifinals on this fine grand finals Thursday. And I gotta, like, confirm it, right? So round 1, B picked French. Round 2 against Vortex's bro, Lucifron, B picked Knights Templar and then walked to the corner to build a marketplace and then realized the mistake. We're back again. It's going to be Chamber of Commerce. But it's not just going to be Chamber of Commerce. It's a trade war. That's right. Someone called the Trade Federation and just hope that Emperor Sidious ain't in control of it. We've got Mongols versus Jean on Altai. This is a classic for full trade boom. Even with the slightly less optimal placements of the trade posts being curved around the corner, you know the temptation is going to be far too high. I wonder if that changes anything for B, though. Like, you don't really trade better than the Mongols, right? But you do raid very well with the Knights. Man, is this going to be a fun one? Because I'm looking at the spawns as well, like deer on the back. Like, everything is quite nicely pushed and condensed close to where the trade line would be, which is ideal. Relic spawn, very nicely balanced. If you guys didn't know, this is a new improved version of Altai, the EGC Altai. Shout out to Cavalli for making it. It's just a bit more consistent with things like the cliff spawns. That bums me out a little. I actually like when the cliffs have character, but also it was getting a bit silly when one player would have essentially half a cliff missing and the other didn't. Because although it looks cool and it's like, oh yeah, that's very thematic or whatever, what it actually was doing, it was just making map spawns really imbalanced one way or the other. Because one player was more exposed. Like, imagine you're a Mongol player and you're missing half a mountain. You can't even wall that. You're just exposed. We are going to be getting a spear opening, by the way. So Vortex does indulge. But B, he already got rid of the mining camp. Is this is School of Cavalry? Okay, no trade. Wow. I think this is a reaction to Mongols. I think if he could, he would. But because of the Mongol trade just being better, it's too risky in his eyes. Oh, interesting. I wonder, does Vortex seeing this maybe not go trade? I mean, on a map like this, the temptation's way too high. Need a pigeon tie where we go full chaos with the cliffs? Yeah, and we get rid of the trade posts. Or rather, we put the trade... So pigeon tie, you put the trade posts here, and then you have little routes for all the cliffs. Like, honestly, I don't know why no one's made a map that is just a series of, like, small tree line splodges and cliffs that you can weave between. Because my thought there is the amount of juke spots and ambush spots. It sounds really cool. It is live, but I'm going to be the one to just call you out on your BS there. Why would it even matter? If you haven't seen this series, come watch it anyway. Okay, reminder, guys, you can always catch us casting these games Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And so far, Season 2 of our $20,000 esports circuit has most definitely delivered. And we are going to be getting that capture in the corner. This is the thing that makes the Spearman worth investing in for Mongols. So it's going to be getting Stone Generation, which can allow for a pump, and it is going to lead to aggression. Trade Federation called off. Naboo is safe. Look at that, man. No trade because both can trade. It's like mutually assured destruction. It's like, you know when you see an Abbasid mirror, and then neither player wants to go 2TC because the other one's going to attack them? It's that type of vibe. I think it's good for Vortex that he didn't just rush trade, because the problem is French Knights would be really good at intercepting. Also, I think in fairness to him, he can only go trade if Jean goes trade, right? Because this isn't just French, this is Jean. And the problem with going trade is that the traders can be sniped easy peasy. Vortex. I think just checking the backside. Yeah, because he's blocked the gold. He wants to know. This is a weird start for B. So he goes raiding with a horseman. Wait, did he not scout for the silver tree slash deerstone? It looks like it the way he's playing, kind of. We have got archery, though. Double archery. In fact, wait, B. Wait, did he not know that whole time? Oh my god, he didn't. That's ridiculous. He didn't realize. He thought it was just a spearman playing a back off, so now he went double archery range. Pretty damn wasteful. Yes, Trump's tariffs seem to be a bit too effective. They're all wide-reaching. As we have no trade, no gold. Everyone's just going to be poor. Apart from Vortex. He can touch it as much as he wants, but for him... I don't know if you want to rush Keshiks here. Probably because you're up against Jean, right? Like, Keshiks feels pretty damn good, even though your opponent can access spears, and we are going to have Jean moving out now. So sneak over to the gold. Probably wants to think about setting up some walls here to feel safe. Nice thing about doing that is you've got Jean nearby, so you would build them quicker. But this is painful, right? Like, the amount of walk distance without wheelbarrow. Good news is Vortex just doesn't really have tempo troops yet. He hasn't moved into things like Keshiks. He hasn't got Archer Spam, no Magadai. So you are at least safe. Do people still do double production Silvertree? Sometimes. It kind of fell off in popularity. The reason why double production Silvertree was so broken is that you produce the two, and then after they came out, you'd move to the corner, and it would increase your gold. If you remember, that old trade system was really broken. But then they changed it to trade at both ends, and ever since that, it hasn't been as gigabusted. It can still be good, but it isn't go-to, this breaks the game like it used to. This is awkward though, right? Like, you're just camping with Jean. He can't like this. You know, the problem is the longer you camp like this, the more map control you forfeit over. And also, that means that you're kind of heading towards a point where when Jean does fight, you could just be swarmed by Keshiks. You know, Vortex understands that because of the gold starvation, he has advantage on Cav. So what does he do? He leans into it hard. And reminder, guys, this isn't just his ability to pump out Keshiks quicker because he has gold access. He gets more Keshiks quicker because he has got the stone access. Yeah, he can afford another double pump. In fact, it might be... I think he actually might be able to get back-to-back double pump. Yeah, keeps it up. Actually cancelled it at first. Like, oh, wait a second. I've got loads. He'll be just shy of what he needs for back-to-back double Keshik. But still, the inflation's getting real here. Night Gathering begins for B. Now remember, you do get them out quicker with School of Cavalry. It takes 29 seconds for your Knights instead of 35. The walls are now coming up. Yeah, I wonder if there's any value in just actually prioritizing Steeled Arrow and bulking more archers. Like, the idea is you're going to be defensive anyway, right? So if you have walls and you hold choke points, the range mass can be more worth than the heavy cav. Because then you don't need full heavy cav, you just need enough to hold your base and your choke points. Vortex. Is he maybe thinking about next stage? I mean, he's holding some food, but I doubt it here. Like, you do kind of want to find your way out of Feudal Age whenever you play against Jean, but Mongols is a bit different, especially when they have the Forgotten Runes for the Stone Gen. You should be able to be a bit more aggressive. Typically, civs that do not have heavy cav don't want to be in H2 long against Jean, because you can't kill her easily. But civs that do have the Feudal cav, such as French, Rus, Mongols, they fare quite well. Because it's her biggest vulnerability, no matter the form she chooses. Still being a pain in the ass over here. Is he just going to steer away from the corner? Because, like, this is the thing. B, he's guarding in the corner of everything, which means he's leaving a small group of villagers unguarded in his base. Like, he's moved most of his economy down here, right? What have we got in the base? We've got 21 still. So 1/3 of his economy is in the corner. That also means that he's got abundancy of workers here, i.e. the TC won't protect all of them. That's cheeky B. Actually creeping up towards the back of the Mongol base. Keshiks, remember, they move fast here with the Yam. Also aggro with the Knights. We'll get the blocker though. Alright, how did you guys gamble? Give me the deets. Need that download. 75% Vortex. I mean, not to be surprised here, you know, like, I think this is a bit more of an annoying matchup for Jean. Mongols is one of the signatures of Vortex. And, you know, we're also talking about a guy that last time they met, 3-0'd B. He looking for some vengeance in a good way here. Love this raid. Yam is going to allow Vortex to get away with one extra villager, but I mean, -2 to the -2. So neck and neck so far. Also neck and neck when it comes to cavalry. But I think that's because Vortex is looking out at the age now. Look at this. You can tell he's aging up because why else would you hold this much stone? There's no reason. So yeah, Castle Age play. To B, just trying to now re-secure the area. He's going for that little backwall to stop the rotations. Does he know what's happening right now? It might be a little bit difficult because although B did creep in there for a raid, he still saw units reacting to him. So it's not like he hasn't seen any army. Like, he could believe that Vortex has this here and a huge army waiting near his base. And a great read on the timing as well by Vortex. Like, after the first 1 or 2 fights of the Knights, they're going to get dented to the point that Chivalry becomes good. So he's just optimized around taking fights before Chivalry and then getting the hell away from it afterwards. Step readout. Yeah, so huge golden flux going to be coming his way. You don't normally see Kurotai with cavalry. It's just way too unwieldy. You can't really stick with it. You can't really move with it. And the other thing to keep in mind here as well, actually, is that when you play on a map like this, although Kurotai gains some value because you're on a linear map, the nature of the build right now dictates step readout feels better. Like, you're pretty hard into Keshik, right? You've got so much stone in reserve, you want to probably pump more Keshiks or crossbowmen. Either one's going to be pretty gold heavy. On being able to wall the back as Mongols is tough. That's why you have the ridiculous Yam. Remember, Yam plus Wheelbarrow means that villagers almost move as quick as Knights. They are ridiculous. It is tilting, actually, to play against. Like, I remember when we watched B versus, I think it might have been Anatand, and he got dove by about 10 plus knights and lost no workers because he just kept moving them around the TC. In and out of it, shaking it all about. B shakes his fist at the gold, resecures it, and now looks to move upfield, but needs to be quick. Vortex has upgrades coming through. Veterancy in 10 seconds for his Keshiks. Vortex. He's going to get in position for a raid. Might be forced to circle back around here. He did just get the veterancy for the Knights that should make them feel quite good for a direct engagement. He has got a mirrored count compared to the French Knights. Yeah, now you are actually competitive as well. Like, you see the damage. You actually mirror it. But the difference is you take the lead on health, right? Effective HP, rather. Because you've got more armor and you've got the healing. Just going to skirt by him. Vortex also getting veterancy for spears now. B. Is this his moment or his overextension? He's got Guildhall coming in behind. The Keshiks keep getting blocked. Can't seem to actually access it. Yeah, B's doing a phenomenal job of just carving the fight in two. You can see the hesitation. He knows they can't afford to just inject XP to Jean or willy-nilly about it. Guildhall almost complete, and B now starting to look pretty solid here. Yeah, I think the big vulnerability was the tech advantage that Vortex had. Now you kind of got this awkward issue of, like, you know, where's your additional upside if you're Vortex? You did get step readout, yes, but now your opponent has got Guildhall. I think the next step for Vortex he's targeting is that B should run out of food. While Vortex, with the Pashes already being built, won't have that same problem. A lot of veterancy skewed for B. I'm a little bit surprised Vortex didn't move towards crossbows. I think he wanted to try and keep this game dynamic, but it now just means that the French Knights can actually, in theory, beat you in a fight. Especially with the Divine Restoration. And remember, Divine Restoration is based on the percentage of missing HP. So, high health units, Divine Restoration more effective. You know, and if you got high health units, they're all getting lower. They're down to like 10 health. You're going to see a huge inflation there. I think that's the interesting thing about Divine Restoration. It doesn't get recognized as much in Imperial Age because you're just pumping out so many units. But it is incredibly valuable because A, you're building a bigger army to that size at that point in the game. But B, every single one of those units in the army will have much more health than the feudal army. But who cares? Beat grinder late game for now. Vortex. We do have the crossbows now. He's also winning the relic race, actually. Wait, did he forget? No monastery at all. Maybe he doesn't feel safe. Even though he's got 13 knights, it's kind of crazy he doesn't feel like he can compete in the mid-map. So yeah, Vortex. An incredible opportunity here. He did expire the stone in the corner. So we could be looking at a 5 relic game considering there's only one that's walled in by B right now. Jean is such a liability when she lags behind like this. Like, dude, I just need a level. Soon. Please. Yeah, if you were feeling more confident about your map control, you'd probably just move around with Jean capturing. But the problem is, like, we've noticed that people... Partly it was they forgot that Jean could capture sites, but more recently it's been too dangerous. Because if you go to capture the site, you either A, have left her unguarded, or B, have left your base unguarded. And high-level players will read that. Arbitrate? That's a weird sacking B. He's awkward, right? Because they're slow moving, so they get bailed on. Slows down his escalation point. Gets denied off the berries temporarily. Vortex. 3rd relic. Soon going to be 4 coming home. 5th one attainable. This is looking so good for him. He hasn't scouted the east side yet, though, so he doesn't know exactly where that relic is. Still, I don't think B realizes that Vortex is doing relics. Because normally the way it works is one player will begin relics and the other one will transition when they see their opponent's transition. Idea being, A, to try and take advantage of that, but it also can actually just be a case of, like, sometimes you kind of forget in the moment. So it just becomes a big reminder for you, you know? We are now getting the Gambison, so B is planning to go full arbitrary bulk. And that makes sense because this is turning into a stalemate now, and he has got Guildhall. But I think Vortex maybe understands what has to happen now. Imperial. I was wondering how long he'd wait, because we're kind of just reaching the stage where it's a stalemate stare off, and anytime you do that, French is more advantaged because of the Guildhall. It turns into a ticking time bomb. The other thing is, you know, it's not good enough to grind out the army against Jean. You need an emphatic win, because otherwise she wins with the XP. It's always an extra variable to consider when you fight Jean. I think that's why, like, it's quite often a noob trap. Like, low-ranking players probably, on average, just hate Jean, because it's an extra thing you have to panic about. Right? Like, it's not enough that you killed 2 more knights than they killed. It's like, oh crap, I lost 1,000 resources worth of units. That's 100 XP for Jean. Dive in. Just 40 XP off now. Bit of a boring game. It's Altai and Jean. Like, that's all I can really tell you about it. There's several variables that make this seem like a boring game, because it's just one mistake loses you the game, right? So you've got the fact that Mongols can't wall, so they can't feel safe. They have to stay close to their economy. You've got the fact that Jean, you can't feed her XP. That's just a game loser. And then you've got the fact that, like, Jean also has the backup of Guildhall, so she doesn't feel an urgency to dive, unless she's damn well sure that Vortex is playing for Imperial. Which one's better on Imperial Age? Straight away, Mongols are pretty impactful with the right RNG. Maybe less so against this comp, though. Like, this is Mass Knights, right? Like, I don't like the look of his comp for Vortex, because the Kargonet, the things you get, like Palace Guard, is kind of redundant here. The Roost Knight's going to be outnumbered. The Magadais, they're not really going to clear fast. Nest of Bees is pointless. Weehu Power, of course, is pointless. Warrior Monks is... I think Mass Knights is an overall decent answer into Kargonet timings. You just aren't counterplayed. Like, if this was 40 Arbitrary, double Nest of Bees kills your timing, right? But with this, Bee can still be threatening. Deck up Herd. Guildhall's only at 1,200 food. And he's going for quite the sneak. Vortex did find that extra relic, by the way. Yeah, so bring it home now. This is dangerous if B misreads his position at all. If Vortex predicts it ahead of time, the wallop would be big. And the worrisome part I have is this gold is just so far away from you. How do you get in unseen? He just has to back away. I see that as a big win for Vortex. He techs up, doesn't pay a price, other than the age up cost. No blood has to be spilled. Instead, he's now going to have elite Keshik upgrades queued. Ranged armor free as well. He saw the Knight army out of position, so he does move forward. Should just be a decap. I'd be surprised if he dives in a rush here. I think what Vortex is worried about is B just trying to stake a claim with the Red Palace, because that should be coming soon. Up to 1,680 food now. What would Crackdy make here? 5 more TCs. Now, come on, 1 TC? What the hell is this pussyfoot? Mass TC Crackdy is best Crackdy. We missed that Crackdy. D now with the wall up. This is a very slow game. Has locked in the 8k, so you want to red palace the gold, but if you red past the gold, you're going to get dove. I think he has to build it at home, or in the central area at least. Should be ready soonish, right? Yeah, 2,000 food. There's no rush to pull it out because his gold just isn't there. You might as well keep waiting. It's not the worst thing in the world either. Like Mass Arbitrary, Mass Knights, waiting to hit Imperial Age and then upgrading them all. It's not a comp that you're going to switch out of. Right? This is a good comp. Is it time? Nesta Bees has been queued up. Now, the Nesta Bees is getting more value the longer this is going, actually, because B is moving full crossbow now. Earlier, at the start of the age up, it was kind of worthless, so it's good for him that he didn't get it. Just get more meat instead. He's bulking crossbows too. Yeah, because the cool thing about crossbows here is the range. You guys seeing that? With Imperial, he has the same range as Arbitrary if they use Pavis. This is a smart read. I think some of this has been kind of hard to gauge just how good Mongol crossbows become now with the new Deerstone build as the game goes deeper. Army value is ridiculous here. 17,500 to 10. Vortex. He's fishing for a commitment point. I think what he's waiting for is the moment where B just goes for the age up. But B is playing this correctly. He's just, although uncomfortable about needing to, going towards max pop before he goes towards age 4. Because if he rushes age 4 now, he'll lose the fight. Like, it's... At this point, the Imperial's been going on long enough that Vortex has upgrades. It sucks that you have to wait like this, because you know when you tech up, you'll need your upgrades too, but what's the value of rushing now? There isn't any. Guildhall, 3,100 food now. He's almost got the gold necessary. Sacred Sites are locked in, but we should be getting the resource pull momentarily from B. There it is. He pulls it. It's going to be on the flank, though. Okay, so is this something to be worried about? I mean, the Red Palace is going to secure the gold, even the boar actually quite nicely. But my concern is that Vortex can now just send it down mid. He has direct access to your base. B hides behind the wall. That makes it obvious. Went to download moreknights.com, came back with 51. My wife is mad. I emptied the child's college funds, but I do have 53 knights. The question is, how well can they fight? The amount of XP that's going to be going over in this fight. B starts to back up. Recommits to the charge. Definitely defense arrow though. Vortex starts to spread out. Crossbowman upgrade. Everything upgraded. Nesta Beast dives in towards the Arbitrier to scare them off, but the knights are reaching around. They're encroaching. B, he's breaking him. He's pushing him away. Loses only 10 Castle Age knights to push away an Imperial army. My, oh my, and now the elite upgrade queued. He continues to charge forward. Crossbow numbers just not there for Vortex. He's not going to be able to hold here either. The outpost creates some weird choke points, but not good enough. It's a continuous dive. Sprint replacement starting to come through. Are going to slow B down momentarily, but I doubt for long. No, he just wants more and more. He's the greedy guy, the all-you-can-eat buffet looking for caviar. I don't know why he thinks they sell it there, but sure. But all of a sudden, what the hell just happened? He went from 53 knights to 27. He lost so many in the tail end of that fight. Yeah, I think maybe B just overconfident was like, nice, this is a win. And he pushed forward, but if you look at the health bars, a lot of them were just crippled at that stage. So ends up losing more than you would have expected for that second commitment. Now it's a little bit worrisome, right? Vortex now has the clock down to 7.5 minutes. There's going to be some raids on the flank. That's not going to work against Red Palace. And credit to B, we talked about it being the boar and the gold, but he also gets a lot of wood here. So this Red Palace is deceptively high value. Probably would have been nice to have had it a bit more upfield, but then you don't protect the gold. Like, your opponent might be able to sneak past that. B. Now just getting the additional upgrades. Elite Arbitrier is on the way. What do you do with this? How do you stop him? Because the problem you have with Mongols is the moment you have to defend is the moment you wish you picked another Civ. And we are heading to that moment quite quickly. Knights have broken out the base. And they're marching down the sides. Vortex will at least get an early warning of it. Arbitrier are just going to creep back behind the walls. Don't want to have them up and exposed. You saw your opponent had horsemen last fight. Why risk it? Just going to burn the outpost and leave. Realizes, oh, crap. I've been seen. This is like the annoying thing of playing Cav Civs on this map. It just feels so easy to cover all angles of approach. Normally it's with walls, but if not, with outposts. You can see by Vortex's vision, like, how do you creep up on him? Before then, he had the vision all the way around here. Over here, he even sees you early. He saw him earlier on, if you remember, when B tried to go all the way around with all the knights. Which did not work out. Bit of a trench warfare map. Which is why it's always funny just how many French picks you get. It's like, technically, with being more trenchy, you'd think that the best civs would be the ones that... French knights are a different breed, guys. Finest breed. XP charter. About 600 XP remaining to get that level 4 Mecha Jean. We do have Royal Bloodlines coming in. That's going to make her tanky. That's also going to make these guys bulked up, stacked. Beyond belief. And I win. I win. I win. No, I win. No, I win. No, I'm number one. No, I'm number one. Sorry, I just need... Actually, I need ballet music to that one. Dun, 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 dun. I'm disappointed they got interrupted, actually. Are we sure that they don't actually secretly ride rams instead of horses? Well, the horse is going to be used for this charge in. It looks like he's trying to deny wood, but reminder, B has got so much backup wood over here. He doesn't need to fight over this tree line. Not now. And Royal Bloodlines gives you an extra 30... Was it 35%? 30%. I think it's 35. Which is crazy. Because most get 30. Sorry, 25. Because biology is 25, and then Royal Bloodlines is 35. I think it used to be slightly different. It might have been 30%. So you have the best French knights in the game, and they get even more health than all the other knights. Pretty good deal. Broadening begins. Asteraris has been queued, but there's going to be time for that. There's some urgency to this. The charge comes in. Jean delayed to arrive in the fight. Cleave's coming out. She's not being target fired down, though. The crossbows seem to be out of position, and she's farming up the XP. Finally starts to get hit. Backs away, but she's going to get sniped. She's down. No goal for the buyback. It's going to be all on the main army just to take this one home. B, able to brute force him out of this. Arbitrary give chase. The knights are still alive, but down to just 14. But the Arbor Wave is the real problem here. 50 plus Arbitrary. The buyback comes in on John. She missed her level 4 window of that. But it's only 200 XP off. Yeah, just a small skirmish is all it would take. Vortex lost a lot of his insta-kill firepower there. Several of the crossbowmen going down. Not much front line. But he doesn't really need to hard commit. I think that was his big mistake there. Is he wanted to use the cleaves, but by doing so, he actually guaranteed that Jean was going to get killed. Had he kept her a little bit further back and just farmed the front line, we'd already be looking at it, and it doesn't matter. We're looking at a win anyway. Vortex cannot figure it out. He calls the GG without even taking one more fight. He knew what was coming around the corner. And he did not like the look of JD. A little bit of an underwhelming end. We didn't get one more big fight. Oh, but that is going to be an opening game win for B. Yes, no repeat of last week. There will not be a 3-0 here. At least not one that involves Vortex winning. One sec, send a message. Saw the Unitex didn't know what they did, so he quit. He's like, wait a second. Why does his knights have more health than my knights? That's OP! He activated Redditor mode. All right, next up, we are heading into Dry Arabia. It's going to be Delhi coming out. Good for him, right? He's up against Malians. I think you're quite happy with this matchup with Delhi. One set. Let me just double check something. Did I get pinged in the background while I was live? Could have sworn I saw something message me, but I can't find it now. Hee. Guess who has Borderlands 4? What happened is not like Red completely lost their armies. He just didn't have, like, so Cognate is kind of a tempo type thing, and you're up against level 4. He just didn't see the way. If we guess correctly, did we win a key? No. The Borderlands 4 key is mine. You can't have it. Why would I give you my Borderlands 4 key? That makes no sense. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to go. What happens when one of the most creative Malian players meets one of the most aggressive Delhi players? You get a best of 5 in the semifinals of the best way to spend your weekdays if you're an Age of Empires fan. You knew that was coming. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's game number 2 between B and Vortex, and the score is indeed correct. Vortex lost the first. B was able to demolish the army with the quality of JD in the late game. But this time around, things different. We head to Dry Arabia, where Delhi historically have felt quite favored here against Malians. Except for a brief moment. Malians actually quite enjoyed the Pro Scouts meta up against Delhi. In more recent times, I wouldn't say looking as good. But we have some diversification of builds. So for one thing, there's a lot more Sofa play these days with Mali. The issue is against Delhi, I don't think you necessarily do that in the Feudal Age. Just because your Sofa are weaker and Delhi have the ridiculous Ghazi. Like, the Ghazi really is the king of king units, you know? I think a lot of us focus a lot on War Elephants because they do seem very broken. But really, it's the Ghazi that get you everywhere you're trying to go. So, looking at the spawn, by the way, another nice thing about Malians, at least for the opening, is you're not threatened on your pit mines like you are against other civs. So you do get your efficient timing into feudal. There's not many civs they can brag that against, considering most civs want to try and outpost rush you. But in fairness, even if you did have a civ like H or E, we have to remember the outpost meta that Malians have been indulging in has protected their gold. But looking at the spawn as a wider angle type thing is a little bit rough. B, he got 4 tree lines, but they don't really protect anything. The gold's out on the flanks, the deer as well. He's got deer behind his base, which is kind of nice, but it's so open, I don't see a world in which you walk out here and gather this against Ghazi. So yeah, pretty rough spawn for him. Vortex, on the other hand, berries, deer, really tight together up here. Tree lines behind. I don't mind that, though, because you'll eventually get Pro Scouts anyway, so your deer being forward isn't a bad thing. And your berries aren't too far out there either. Like, overall, I'd say Vortex won the spawn. And then the Sacred Side's nothing too crazy, right? I wouldn't say broken spawn. I wouldn't say difficult spawn. Just kind of average. Like, this is probably the slightly better piece for him, actually, is that they are pushed a bit closer to his base and closer to each other. Because the third one should have been, like, here and didn't spawn there. Sheeple. Hold on a second. That's pretty good. B, he got 14 sheep. Vortex got 13. But Vortex starts on the berries, right? So that's actually really impressive out of B. Great scout rotation. And what are my predictions looking like? How giga-busted one side is it? 62%. Okay, like that's not too bad. Considering it's Delhi versus Mali and how much in the past Mali have struggled here, that's pretty tame. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was more like 75 towards 80%. Just because they really do look that good. I wonder, is it just going to be standard Ghazi opening? Sometimes players like to just anchor on the Sacred Sites instead, but I don't think you want to do that here. Mali just benefit too much from that. It's going to be early ranches. All right, guys. How do you be honest? How do you feel about Mali? So we had like conversations on this channel before about how I would preferably like to see manors not be built near each other, be a requirement, right? So they're like, you know, country and like hunting cabin instances. Should we maybe have something like ranches? Do we make them even bigger? Make them TC sized, maybe? That would be an interesting change. So then you couldn't just Fulani so easily. It would be a bit more risky, right? I like that. So here's the thing. I think passive income is fine in an RTS. Some people are gonna mold about me saying that. They're like, so stupid, KP. You can't have passive income. It breaks the game. I think it's fine. What matters is the way that it's designed. You can have passive income, but it needs to have upside downsides, right? Like the problem with passive income is quite often the beneficial thing to do. There's not a negative really with a lot of these ridiculous sources. Like, you know, ranch spam doesn't feel that risky. Manors don't feel this risky. That risky rather. You can have passive income. They just need to make sense. Like risk reward is the way you design an RTS. TC size, but put 4 in 1? No, you'd be free still. It's just the logic of it takes more space because it's cows that want to eat a lot of grass, you know? So Ghazi beginning plus racks. And B is just ham-fisting it towards pro scouts? I mean, that's at least the look he's trying to give, but he isn't pro scouting at all. I actually like this. Yeah, because if you start showing scouts like this, your opponent's going to react and maybe panic a bit that you are pro scouting on a delay. So you can kind of catch him off guard, right? It's like you can now just go Donzos. Donzos solves everything. Ranches need to be garrisoned by villages. We've already got that coming, though. Golden Horde has that, essentially. It's pastures, though, but, you know, the same concept. Anyone else play Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds and remembers the nerfs? Not like nerfing a unit. It was like they were called nerfs. And you could gather them. They were sheep at the start of the game. But then what you could do is you could build a mill that you could garrison them aside to get passive food income. It was by far the most optimal thing to do every single time. Elevation changes, making systems only work if they build on the higher ground. I think that would be a terrible change. So, like, whenever you think of these changes, you've got to think of, like, what is the positive negative impact? Because if your goal is systems are too strong, there's better ways of balancing systems than giving arbitrary mechanics. Remember, like, the biggest problem of RTS is the gateway to entry is, like, very annoying. Because they're very hard to get into. So if you introduce more stuff that is hard to understand, you're just going to annoy more people and drive them away. Like, you know, imagine if instead now to build villages, we had to have villagers walk over to a mill and then pick up food and walk them back over to TC. Is it more realistic? Sure. Like, why are we doing that, though? Oh, you know, like, it increases the complexity, therefore, like, the expression of skill. No, that's bad. Sorry, I'm not being like, Fab Lab, your ideas are bad. I mean, in general, like, when people are thinking of what would you do to make RTSs better, there's this very big thing about iterative development. So if you guys aren't familiar with iterative development, it's exactly what it sounds like. We change something, and then we try it. And then we say, was this good or bad? We change something, we try it. The biggest mistake that, as a new trap for new developers, actually, the biggest mistake that people make when they're doing iterative development is they keep adding things. And they keep adding things. Keep adding things. Until someone who has a lot more wisdom on the team and has been developing for a lot longer says, what if we remove this thing? And And all of a sudden, that round of iterative development was good. So the biggest mistake that people make with iterative development is assuming that it's always adding. It's not. It's changing. And changing can be taking things away. So, we did get a few Sofa coming through. Vortex's comp is pretty healthy, though. 1-1-1. Interesting from B that he goes into archers. Not your normal, but really good for what he's planning. Gradual Fulani. Reminder, Malians nowadays try to avoid javelins where possible. Javelins is a liability, especially if you're playing out into the field against Delhi. Javelins, whenever you watch a Malian player play Javs, they don't come out of their base because it's too expensive to lose and they're better defending anyway. But when you play archers instead, you can play a bit more loose because there's less risk of loss per unit. You counter something more organically. In this situation, the spear and the archers cover each other nicely. And then finally, if you do find your way into Castle Age, you want archers, not javelins. So you're already setting up for the composition you want to be on. The only problem here for Mali is normally you'd want Sofa instead of Donzo Mass, but you can't do that against Ghazi. Reminder, Ghazi do get bonus damage against heavy, so they trade quite well into these expensive Sofa. A unique carry unit that when it dies, it spawns an infantry unit. I think I talked about that before. Like, I really like that idea. Because... So, I think the game that I saw that first done that was Dragon Throne Battle for Redcliffe, which I think might actually even be older than AoE 2. Flash coming in over the sacred site, by the way. He's just trying to keep things blocked here. And I'm checking, yeah, okay, so, wait. Actually, Age of Empires 2 might have done it first. Let me check. Because Dragon Throne was 2002. Yeah, so AoE 2, I think, done it first. I don't know if that Civ was in there, but there's a game called Dragon Throne where you'd spawn your guys and then you'd walk them over to a stables and put them on like a horse. Then in a fight, sometimes they die first, but sometimes the horse would die first and they'd be on foot. So who's winning this clash? I think B is actually ahead by quite a bit. I mean, it doesn't show an army value, but the cows are inflating behind this, and it's also just the state of the sacred sites that has me a bit worried with Vortex. Also, his army value is a big fat lie. Like, it's the Scholar situation, right? And wait, did Vortex miss villages again? Nah, dude, this can't keep happening. Okay, so Textiles explains part of it, but legitimately, he's just missing villages. This ain't the first time this has happened. They had it against Wham the other week, and it did cost him dearly. I mean, that time around, I think that was the way he was able to come back and win 4-3, but scary to think how easily that could have been a loss from him based off of idle TC. Because reminder, guys, Vortex for quite a while played Age of Mythology, and that game had auto queue. Vortex yesterday said he hardly loses with Delhi. Yeah, but I think like this might be the different time. Right, he's behind on Archer Mass. He doesn't have many Ghazi to threaten. You've got Sofa starting to build up for B, and here's the other thing. Look at the difference in economy. This is what we talked about, is like Malians are just so safe. But for Delhi, you start to spread out a bit. Was he housed again? Is that what it was for a long time? Damn. I mean, that's just as rough, though. Like, that's just as kind of... You don't forgive yourself for that. You at least identify it, but... The point is, either way, whether it's housed or like, village, you know, forgetting to queue villages, either way, it's like quite the blunder to be making as a guy who's kind of registered in the top 5, top 6, whatever. And he'll feel it as well, right? Because like, at this level, you do start nitpicking the small details because the small details make the mile, right? Like, 3 villages difference here is huge at this stage in the game. With no raid kills either side, that's huge. I think what probably happened was he was bulking too many archers and didn't have enough wood, which you can see how that would happen with the numbers, right? So for raid. Has got the pro scouts coming home now, so even though he's idled off the berries, he should have food back there. Surface. We'll try to extract a kill, but difficult against the textiles. We'll find the one. 4 worker deficit now. B maybe considers adding in more cow soon. Or apparently just ham-fist sending it. He has so many archers. This is so cool to see. Dude, a Civ that always feels like they need javelins, and this shows you how good they can be when they can avoid that. You'd think against this many archers you want jabs, but I mean, sure, it's an easier win in some ways, but your archers can dictate flow as well. Gonzo count is, however, low. Might be getting cleared a bit too fast, actually. Archers start to step away. Vortex's backline isn't really assisting anymore. The Ghazi count, not looking great here. No, Archer's just going to stand their ground. He's able to push this away. It's a 10-archer lead in the fight for B. And the Sofa Wave just arrived, which means that Vortex and Wave, goodbye to any semblance of a good fight. He doesn't have any Ghazi. He has barely any spears. He's being found on the flanks. This is happening. B against our back-to-back champion, the guy who last week demolished everyone his way, including this 3D Clan member, is now on the verge of being 2-0 down against him on the rematch. Quite the turn of events. And it really looks that way. I mean, B at this stage, if he has to run away, this is the perfect army to vet. It's what he wants when castle's required, but for now, what he wants is a win in the feudal. Commits him with the Sofa, breaks through to the archer line. No Spimman left to contest that anymore, and nowhere left to run and hide. Vortex, he's already retreated to his base. There's nowhere else he can go. But map number 3. Even that one score just getting started like, nope, not even a semblance of healing, sir. It is not allowed. Get off my dry Arabia. I say good day, sir. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Damn. Winning in feudal against Delhi is indeed crazy. I couldn't have said it better myself. Mali feudal pressure. What? When, how, why, where? When did that become a thing? Good lord. Now what do you do? So if you're Vortex, you're 2-0 down. Still got Borderland. You got French HRE, but B has Shushi, which might be cause for concern. He goes to Borderland. He's going to use his Chinese. Okay, so it's Chinese versus Shushi, the most boring matchup that exists in the game. Okay, the most boring matchup for like the first 8 minutes. Can we agree on that? If it's not the same civs, right? Like we don't talk about mirrors, but like probably the most boring matchup for the first 8 minutes where it's like not the same civ. Goodness gracious. Sorry, let me double check in the background. Not if it's Chuga New Rush by B. I just don't. I'd be surprised we get Chuga New. Actually, I mean, maybe. All right, let's find out. This might be the most boring matchup in Age of Empires 4. That's not a great way to get you guys to watch the video, but there's hope because of the players. And also, if this makes it to YouTube, it's probably safe to say it was an epic game in some form or some way as we hop in for Shushi versus Chinese, featuring one of the most creative players up against one of the most aggressive players. Yes, a matchup on Borderland like this, you'd be expecting pro scouts and nothing else. But I do wonder if it's time to just bleed him, because B has recently just been obsessing over the next meta, which fits for him. B is never a guy to sit there on the current meta and say, I'm going to optimize this. He's the hipster of Age of Empires 4. He wants what's next. And no pro scouts could be the direction we're heading in. Just moving out into the food instead. We've seen him do that with Shushi. We've seen it in mirrored pro scout matchups or normal pro scouts matchups. He would just ignore it entirely. And this is a matchup where you expect pro scouts. China versus Shushi. A reminder, winner of this will be going into grand finals up against Wham. who's currently watching and waiting with great anticipation, taking notes. Predictions now up. I wonder how people are going to steer, because last game, Vortex still had the advantage on votes. A Delhi pick into B's Marlians, and yet B was able to destroy him. He even snatches some of the sheep. Well played there by that. But this is crazy, man. The thing that B was able to beat Delhi and Feudal Age Marlians the way he did was incredible. But that's a nice little stopgap. Vortex really needed that as well, because B was winning the sheep game quite a bit. And remember, that's step one. If B wants to not pro scouts, he wants a slight sheep advantage to enable him to move out for that gap. Numbers away from a tech up. I'm looking for the good meditation garden. This one might be... Ooh, you might actually get that. I think you get that, right? B, does he not see it? Dude, no, he doesn't see it. Okay, so he takes the safe meditation garden. But there was an opportunity to get an extra 25 gold and the trees. That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure... Like, let me just... Here, if we zoom in like this, we can get the perfect range. Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. He could have gotten both golds. He could have gotten both golds and the berries, I think. Or it would have been like millimeters difference. That's pretty rough. Imperial Academy on the other side is just the norm. Vortex doing it with 5, though. Is it normally 5? I feel like most players are 3 to 4 on the Imp Academy. At least from what I can recall off the top of my head. It just might be this is an adjustment because of the pressure of Shushi's timing. So Tech Up completes for his first. I think B might just be saying, wait, what the hell? Because usually the Shushi's big advantage is that nobody beats them to Feudal Age. They're just so fast. How are we doing this sheep now? I'm sorry, what is this, Civ? Guys, you see that? 18 to 12. I mean, I feel bad for B. If he didn't lose those 3, they're pretty content and even. Now we get the Imperial Official Surge coming out. Now, I wonder, does he just straight up go for it? 2 on gold suggests we're just heading for Pro Scouts. On the other side, though... Yeah, okay, it's Pro Scout and Pro Scout. We've got 3 on gold. All right, guys. I promised you the most boring matchup, at least for the early game. That's the thing. This matchup is incredibly boring for the first 8 minutes because both sides just go Pro Scouts. But if you fast forward to the 8-minute mark... Sorry, you can't do that if you're watching live. Usually things ramp up really quickly because both these civs are feasible of aggressive castle timings. And then usually it's just a lot of Lancer spam and raiding. Kind of crazy, actually, that Vortex got the sheep advantage and he didn't even check the corners. Like, look at his scouting. He just sent it through the middle. China's better here simply because Imperial Academy is busted. Actually, like, China's better here because I think they don't get roped into Lancer play. So actually, like, so here's your divide. Shushi is better for the rank that probably 98% of the people watching are playing at. Because I'm assuming we have a few pros watching today. I think... For people who are below Conk 3, Shushi is better. And the reason is that the game's a bit more like blunt, straightforward, go Lancers raid. As long as you're focused on Lancers, like Shushi's Lancers are better. They have great timings because they have a mount the Academy to increase production. They get more out quicker with that in regards, and that means they can contest fights better. But when you go a little bit higher, Chinese players are much better at avoiding the bad fights with their Lancers. And then they also find their way into the spear crossbow transition. Spear crossbows is king. Now, the challenge is when you play on maps like this, or I'll play on prairie, maps where you're exposed or it's not easy to wall, the spearman crossbow massing is harder. But we've seen this is not the hardest map in the world to envision walling yourself in. What can China do if Shushi goes Horseman Palace Guard? Okay, but why aren't Shushi going Horseman Palace Guard? Will we get Horseman Palace Guard? I mean, it's not quite the PG, but we have got the spear beginning. China is going to mirror spears now as well. Well, to Crackety's point around Shushi and the Zhug, the value play for Zogzogs is that you can be about 8 Chuganu further into Zhug massing than China if they mirror the build. Because remember, for China to go into Zhugs, they have to go Barbican first, right? And when you consider the cost of 600 resources, and then you add on top of not just that cost of 600 resources, you add on the fact that, like, you know, idle time, etc., Shushi can get a lot of Chug advantage. Which is why China, I think, in this matchup, you usually don't want to be opening archers at all. You want to try and avoid that. But now he sees the Spearman. He's going to react with double archery. Okay, but he doesn't know about the Palace Guard yet, right? Vortex just trying to intercept the Pro Scout play. We'll scare them away. It's just so many scouts, though. Oh, damn. I don't think Vortex realizes. It's Palace Guard. Yeah, they're coming. This was a sick bait and switch. B, he opened with a spear. He forced this weird reaction. Now Vortex is like, oh, crap. He's doing what now? Okay, so good news for Vortex is double archery, so it inflates quick. If you get blacksmith timings here, you can win the tech advantage. You're going to need it as well, because it's very important. Early Palace Guard only have 2 ranged armor. They're quite flimsy. So if you get Steeled Arrow, 2/3 of your damage goes through. It's a big advantage. And I think it's going to be much needed here. And I don't know... Wait, what the... No, B. Wait, what? What is the... But... Wait, what? Did he misclick? I think this was meant to be the scouts or something. It's just... Oh, B, no, the rally points, man. I think he selected the racks and accidentally had the TC as well. Okay, that's pretty suboptimal. Palace Guard now, though. Trying to clash in. 1 by 1, maybe not ideal here. Archers will scare him back. But the flood is underway, guys. We're already close to double-digit Palace Guard. And keep in mind, if they both back off now and age up, one player has an army worth aging up, the other does not. So that's a really important detail to remember here. Palace Guard, when you get 9 or 10 of them, we actually already saw it. If you guys remember, we had the Wham versus Louis game where the Palace Guard looked very threatening. It didn't work out that way because of the genius of the Keshik play, but China doesn't have Keshiks like Byzantines would. No, they're stuck with these Plastic League units by comparison. But 4-6 is apparently a big believer that if you ram enough plastic down someone's throat, they will get poisoning. He's got so many archers and horsemen coming. I mean, horsemen's not a bad idea here against the PG because you can just kind of choose where and how you fight. Could B not just do horsemen as well, though? Because it's a lot of archers. Even the Bloomery. I love this. Bloomery is such high value at this stage. Remember, it's going to be over a 10% increase in his DPS. Horseman's at least going to scare him back. But the more we scale like this, the more I favor B. Like, where is your value point of castle? It doesn't exist, right? So, Vortex is playing for the outplay in Feudal. That he can out-micro. It's just so annoying because Palace Guard, like if this was men-at-arms, sure, you run them down, you kill them over time, but Palace Guard should only really be getting hit when they want you to hit them because they're hitting you. Remember, the movement speed difference. 1.38 versus the 1.25. If you were HRE, you'd be able to do a bit of damage here. Not the case for China. And that's why he went Horseman, by the way. If anyone's like, why? 1, you can micro away the injured more easily, so you can kind of kite your opponent, but 2, it forces him to turn and engage. Otherwise, B would just be running all the way home with no contest. Guys, it's happening. The time's coming for both players. Vortex will strike first. Imperial Palace on the way. But not to be outdone, the Mount Lu Academy response now coming through for B. Vortex, his get out of jail free card is going to be Lancer play. But down the line, you're thinking crossbows. Crossbow spears is the winning army for China with the way this usually plays. It's just been muddied because of the Palace Guard numbers. But your assumption is B should be diversifying, not just full PGing, considering you mirrored his age up. Now, though, Vortex will be the first one to queue up Lancers, and the Palace Guard reaction is moving home. Yeah, Horseman Raiden finds a kill. Only the Taxman, though. I say only the Taxman. It's a Shushi Taxman, right? So that's actually a worthwhile kill. Now the Horseman back in again. What the hell is happening here? B, he's not attacking at all. He's forced to defend another 2 kills. So that's a Taxman, 2 workers. 4-6. This is a huge advantage for him. Can't believe that. B, I mean, without gold access, he couldn't get the initial Lancers out to defend. He hadn't gone Spimmin ahead of time. B now at a disadvantage, despite the fact that he's got 20 Palace Guard. They are just left stuck holding the glaives in their hands, doing nothing with them. Also, the Guandao? It should be Guandao, right? Guandao. I know Chinese. You know what taught me Chinese? Dynasty Warriors, baby. Be honest, how many people mispronounce Cao Cao? In fairness, as a kid, when I first saw that name, I thought it was Cao Cao, then Ko Ko. Chow Chow. I went through the motions, man. And Palace Guard are doing a good job defending. I'm just worried. B, he has got the switch into Lancers now. Now remember, he has got the better supervision. So he produces every 9 seconds. Meanwhile, over here, the best you can muster is going to be, what, 15, 16, something like that? 18, I think it was. Just kiting the army. Looks to slow down the Pro Scouts play. I like that he's finally attacking. His problem so far is he's just been sitting there doing nothing. He's just been reacting to Horseman raids that were putting Vortex further ahead. Now the Palace Guard drawing the main army. Second wave coming through. Lancers on the way. Hits into the gold. It's a big strike back. Vortex, the gold workers get caught. We'll be able to pull some of them back in time, but that's even it up. 3-3 on the kills. Goes to the Taxmen now. Lose a Lancer for it, but worthwhile for the first strike. And Dully Horse's follow-up is going to be there soon. Palace Guard Lancers now contesting the enemy heavy cav, but Vortex unusually outnumbered in this engagement on the flank. We'll have to back away. He's still bulking additional archers, so he thought that his Lancer play would force a transition into spears. But B now has the heavy cav lead. Not just that, he has the worker lead. What? Oh my god! It happened again! B! The deep raid! 14 worker kills! He's not done either. He's fishing for more. Filthy defectors, die, scum, all of them going down. What the hell was that? Oh my god. The villagers! There were so many out here. It's like a freaking clown car. What the hell just happened? The Palace Guard wiggling around the back. More Lancers coming in. At least this time there's going to be heavy cav to mirror them. But this is looking bleak. B, is he actually about to do this? After Vortex just had win into win. Back-to-back victories. And the second one was the most dominant display in Season 2 of the Midweek Muster so far. B is on the verge of turfing the Spaniard out. 3-0. And what a way to do it. What an incredible showing. Palace Guard creeping on the south side. He's thinking about hitting the deer. And the army drags their attention across on the Lancers. Dives into the base. Body blocker's going to be there. B doesn't overcommit. He does sack his knights. Gets reasonable trades. Remember, this is just archers against him. Pull back, but has more Lancers coming. The archer force is split here. B? I mean, I thought he'd be prepping for relics, but the weird part is he still hasn't gone for any. No. It's a bit unusual, actually. I thought the moment he took that hit, that raid, the connected on the tree line, he'd be straight on it. But B, instead, it's killer instinct. He's just trying to go for the double down to get that kill. Down to the berries. Vortex is desperate for food. Meanwhile, B, he's in the same shack here. Berry boys for life. He even sneaks the ball. Okay, that's sick. It's ballsy as well, considering Vortex still has Cavern. He saw it. He actually saw the ball kill. He knows. This would be a huge hit. B, he's still playing it slow, waiting for that moment. Vortex, he doesn't need to exit the base just yet. Other than exiting with lances to find kills, dive in on the ball workers. B, out too far. Textiles to limit the losses. But the Palace Guard response isn't going to be too threatening against 2 full HP Lancers. A dive now onto the gold as well. And we are getting raid mode activated for Vortex. B does not realize he commits in as well. Everyone is culling the worker force. But you know what's going unnoticed? The gold hit B. He still doesn't look at it. This is going to claim the game. Finally pulls away. But Vortex now with an 8-worker lead. Make it more. Those Palace Guard barely register against the Lancers. Can't stop him from going in for his kills. And B, down by 10. Make it more. The Lancers aren't done yet. Vortex is forcing this deeper. It is not over yet. Game 4. Feeling like an inevitability here. After the sickest raid we've seen in the series. So many dead. Hot damn. B, the moment he stopped raiding. That's all it took. And it just shows you how good Vortex is at this type of aggro playstyle, right? Like, you give him breathing room for, what was that, 30 seconds? And look at what he achieved. The ripple effects. After losing so many workers as well. An incredible display out the Spaniard. B, now in shambles, right? The last of his safe food, soon to be gone. He's got 1 berry stack left. Meanwhile, now Vortex with an overwhelming military lead, he can start playing for these 4 berries. He's got lifelines. I mean, surely there's no way back. You have to imagine for B. He has got Lancer advantage, but like now after that raid, where are the Lancers standing? He just calls it. It's another weird end to a game. They just say, okay, that's it. GG. Game 4. Guaranteed. Vortex finally scores. Whew. Took a while, but we did get there. Yeah, I can't believe the relics just went neglected, ignored for that long, actually. It's kind of crazy. So. Oopsie. One thing. Let's pay out the points. Let's switch over. Left side win. You know what we take away from that, guys? China's OP. There you go. We are going to front range next. Which, Cal, it still isn't loaded into your UI system. Well done. Good job, mate. And it's going to be HRE versus Japan. Chemical indicator of life that's found on Mars? I mean, we already knew that there was life on Mars. You guys not watch The Expanse? Let me label these up. I've been thinking about uploading some of these as like a series. I don't know. I'm still hesitant. I think like one game uploads makes more sense. If we start doing series, I think we should just actually trim the fat. Maybe do like trim down videos. Whew. I need a stretch. I don't know why I'm feeling this overall urge to stretch. My climbing person just like, he was like, yo, you want to climb today? I'm like, bro, we're meant to be doing this on Friday. For a second, I was like, maybe we can. But now I'm like, we probably can't. This is going to be a long day, isn't it? But dude, I got given early access to freaking Borderlands and now I can't play. I got given 4-hour early access and now I'm like, well, duck. So much for that crap. Probably no point playing it today. HRE pick here seems like a lost game against Japan? Nah. I think you're fine as long as you mind work. I just don't know if Vortex is going to mind work. Vortex, I don't think I've seen him mind work. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But he doesn't mind work frequently, right? I think this map is really good for mind work play, and Japan struggles against that. Dude, my Twitch browser source, my browser's been so weird recently. Whenever I start a stream, it doesn't automatically like open the stream like it used to with Twitch. Oh, that's what they done. You know, they had that whole bot apocalypse thing they done with Twitch. I think one of their methods they implemented is that you no longer on a stat like if someone's already on the page and a stream starts, it used to auto refresh to start the stream. I don't think it sends a ping out anymore to do that. So I think one of their solutions for like idle bots was to make it so you have to F5 or click on the page for it to start the stream. Maybe. Can't watch Twitch on Microsoft Edge? Why using Edge, bro? Is the thing people are going to ask you. Just wait until we do an Opera campaign and then download that. Oh, I need to talk to them actually. We should do another one of them soon. Some like you know, and when we do it, I need you all to deliver. Some of my creators have put me to shame. We had one of my creators a week into the Opera campaign had like 800 new signups. I'm like, God damn, what was that? Sheesh. All right, here we go. Let me flip score around. The series continues and the wildness never stops. These two have delivered some crazy games. B was on the verge of tasting a grand final showdown against Wham, but Vortex will not go easily into that Dark Knight. No, we head into front range with one hell of a pick. HRE. B's reaction, one that used to be a signature. It's going to be the Japanese. Let's get to it. Game number 4. A Dark Age Rax play on both sides, and I'm a little bit hesitant to say that this is a great idea for Japan. No, because HRE, with the significant buff rate in the early game and the movement speed, love Dark Age spear fights. Yeah, and also HRE just a really good pick on this map. On this map, this actually might be the single best map in competitive for just not going Arkan and going Minework instead. There's very limited wood. There's tiny amounts of gold. Minework gives you an immense value on a map that requires you to be present for food anyway. So why not get that double down? And considering we've got a Spearman opening, it seems even more likely that Minework would be the jackpot. And yes, we do indeed have 2K stream on Twitch. 1440p, baby. I am so looking forward to when Twitch finally pulls finger out of butt and just gives us the better encoding. Once we have AV1 encoding, the quality of 2K on Twitch is going to be ridiculous. So, B sees the Spearman. And now what? Like, I don't think you keep investing, right? My concern now is, like, if I'm Vortex and I see you don't invest spears, I could pull Boar. Like, Boar play is really strong here. You get the Spearman to assist you and you pull the Prelate. No risk of losses at all. Instead, though, it looks like Vortex is going to prioritize the age up, so moves 3 out to gold now. He's just assuming that the B will not play more aggro, and he's dead right. Like, B's just stopping at 2 spears. Shifts out to gold as well. So, other thing about this map, It's a lot of focus on identifying what your opponent is doing because there's not much else for the scout to do. On this map, the gold spawns predictably in the north. You know where the foods are going to be, mainly the deer and the berries. The boar's usually the random element sometimes, but you don't have to find many sheep, actually, guys. The sheep only spawn in the lowlands here, and in total, there's only 18 sheep on the map. So usually you split the sheep 9 apiece. Looks like Vortex got a jackpot, though. What? 8 sheep to 3. B lost the scouting game entirely. Yeah, that's kind of wild. He prioritized this instead, and I'm not sure why. What was the idea there? What was he worried that his opponent was going to do? Because people don't tend to move north this early. This feels weird. I mean, there's definitely a fort behind it, but I'm not sure what the fort is. Did he think he was going to go for the deer? Because we never really see that either. Started for age 3 Ashigarus with what, the Sengoku dynasty? Hell yeah. Dude, I'm looking forward to the bow samurai. That looks fun. I mean, after all the fun that English mains have been having with Earlsguard, is it not time that Japanese mains got some fun too? Bow on the forge. Just trying to force B's attention here because he knows he has spam and device, so he wants to force a bigger investment, and it's worked. And this is a micro battle, right? Like, B, he's already losing it. His spinmen are a little bit too low. I don't know if he'll be able to protect the forge. He might have to pull a worker. Yeah, this is worse. Attacking north side is much worse because that's the full HPO. Rush comes in again. You see it, Vortex, he gets the charge and then he immediately targets the injured. And both of them, they don't have a charge anymore because they're too close. It's so annoying, man. Like, trying to beat H3 Spimmin on equal count just feels like an uphill battle if you're equally skilled. You just can't because they can intercept more easily. They've got better movement speed. And the scary part is that they get even more movement speed the moment Feudal arrives. Oh, he baited him. The auto attack. Villager's repairing, though. You're happy this is your Vortex. You already forced an equal investment, but you're idling your opponent's villager to repair a building. So he's spending wood, and he's not getting resources. And he gets the spinman kill. Great. Like, that's the ridiculous. Like, the fact that he done that without even having the extra movement speed yet. Now, other side, it is an Archon. I'm not the biggest fan of Archon, but we did say that, like, I haven't seen Vortex do many mine works. He seems to make Archon work on this map. We've seen that already this week. Personally, I'm a bigger fan of mine work just because you play out into the resources, you build a few prelates, and it also gives you a great power spike on your attack timing with things like Steeled Arrow and Archer Massing. But that would explain it. Vortex is going pro scouts. We don't actually see this often on this map, but this does justify Archon. I like it now. If he had played just Archon, which I think he's done once before without pro scouts, I'm not crazy about it. I think you're just giving up way too much advantage. But with pro scouts, it makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, just condensing all your food income onto this one building. I wonder if Vortex maybe just tries to fast castle with this. He's going to be forced to do more, though. I like this from B, adding in the Yumi. I like that from Black Socks. What's up, mate? Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Guys, I think what we need to see is a huge influx in subs, hyping up the grand finals that's happening after this between Wham and one of these two. Could be just one game away. Wham, after what he done against Louis, after what I've seen here between these two, it's so hard to tell sometimes. Like, is it Vortex and B both being such a high caliber? Right? Or is it the other fault here that Wham is just going to demolish everyone this week? After what I saw him do to Louis, I think Wham is the big question mark to solve for. And either one of these two is going to have a big challenge ahead of them. To beat. Does pivot into Samurai. Interesting. Samurai is... It has been seen quite a bit on these more linear maps. Like Light Horizon comes to mind. I'm not personally crazy about it into HRE. Especially with this comp. Like Archer Horseman... I love the way Vortex keeps doing this, guys. Like, he just keeps hiding his production against the edge of the map, minimizing the chance that it gets seen. Now the pro scouts. Remember, if he only gets the deer here and the deer here, that's 12 deer. That's pretty good. And the other thought that I really like about this from Vortex is he can creep this deer because people rarely go for this in the first 15 minutes. So it's quite feasible for him to end up getting 19 deer, which is great for pro scouts. And Yumi revealed, so he knows exactly what he's up against. But guys, you don't have to fear Yumi. You've got Arkan buffing 2 tree lines, and yours are just better. Right? So the trade-off here is that Yumi are cheaper, right? You pay 60 instead of 80. Okay, so what you're saying is you pay about 20-25% less. Hear me out. You pay 25% less, but he gets 35% more wood. And then he moves the same speed as your Yumi, while still hitting harder. Doesn't sound like a good deal for B, does it? No, this is the tricky thing. HRE Archer spam into Yumi spam is pretty nice for HRE. And also, with that extra economy from Pro Scouts, it's not just a one-dimensional comp. Vortex is looking really solid here. I'm not seeing anything from B that's a great answer yet. He's looking for it in the next stage, though. Do Yumi have the Bannerman? Yeah, but even if you have the Bannerman, like, the damage increase, so you're at 5 damage. If you add in the Bannerman, you get an extra 0.75 damage. So you're still hitting lighter than archers, while also, by the way, having less HP. So you have 5 less HP, you have 0.25 less damage. And we're talking about a world in which your opponent can easily mirror the count of archers that you have. You see why HRE don't care if you Yumi. Like, they just kind of better Yumi. It's the way I always look at it. It just feels like this is Yumi's final form, you know? You could be a Charmander or a Charizard. The Charmander just feels like he needs someone to look after him. But the Charizard, he's just going to Charizard his way to victory. But B, I like that he doesn't hang around the age. I think playing long feudal here is a death sentence. Especially if he knows about the Pro Scouts. So instead, it's just going to be an age up. Can KT compete in this Archer War? It's tricky because HRE still has better burst because the 35% increased gathering is really strong. And they have better movement speed. But like usually if you're playing KT into HRE, you're adding in Chevalier as well, so it changes it a bit. Yeah, Floating Gate coming through. And here's gonna be the stables. KT seems bad in feudal. Not really. Like KT winning feudal is kind of the only play through to the later phase of the game in most cases. The problem with Knights Templar is all their biggest advantages lies in these food gold heavy units. They just don't have the economy in the early mid game to get. So that leaves them gravitating towards archers because they get more wood and food there so they can justify mass archers. The biggest problem with Knights Templar currently is despite all these wing choices, they feel very linear. Horseman. Nice little poke raid here. Vortex ready to age up as well. With this play onto Deer, like you could Burgrave, but considering it's mounted Samurai, I imagine he's just going to go Regnants. Yeah. Age up on the way. His is going to be a little bit slower. Yumi is a priority upgrade, would be interesting here. I think instead B is just going to look to get as many mounted Samurai out as possible as first priority. Reminder, he needs them because this gold about to expire. The next one is forward of his base. It's also now moving out for what? I can't just pick Byzantines. What the? Are you? Huh? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we added 16 stack berry spawns to the game. When did that happen? Yeah, just something about these. They always spawn close, but that's the closest I've ever seen them spawn. They're just touching tips at this stage. Guys, did you know that if you meditation garden this, it would be 98 food, 25 stone meditation garden? The ease of life. But then we'd also have to ban B for picking Shushi twice in a row. Mount Samurai will start to scare Vortex away. He's got his own knights queued up. B, that is going to give the secure. Critically achieved that. Problem, though, is these horseman raids are still a nuisance. He's already steering towards the gold. B can't really afford gaps in his gold gathering right now. He's holding way too much food. So luckily for him, Vortex doesn't realize it. I was a little bit shocked. I thought it would have been quite organic. Maybe he just thought B had some spin in there as well. Either way, dodges the bullet. Now, the relic game underway. An advantage for Vortex afoot. He's got the first relic on the way home already. B does have one home too. But that wasn't that B's safe one? Yeah, so pick this one. Honestly, looks like it's a quite feasible 3-2 split for Vortex. I think B probably wants to get one Mad Samurai to the north soon. But this is where it gets annoying because Vortex did capture the posts. So he should get the heads up on that move. In fact, wait, did Vortex mess up a little here? He only has 2 prelates? Yeah, he didn't add in a third prelate. I'm a little bit surprised by that. He's prioritizing the knights instead. But that does mean that B could win the race. Hold on. Vortex, he still has the vision. Nicely played. So we'll intercept. Yeah, know where the Shinto can go. He'll turn back towards the army, but dead. That is a critical grab. Now B, he has got one more Shinto to try and punt. Good intercept, slows down the decap. And does that by the time. You know what, guys? It actually might. If Vortex starts moving the prelate now, he can arrive on the relic first. But I think right now he's a bit distracted. Veterancy in on the archers. It's a ridiculous lead. 31 standard archers against 18 Yumi. And the night queue. Vortex really just flexing the value of pro scouts now. Weird fight over here. Sacked some of his horsemen. Oh, that was very odd. Yeah, so he sacked the horsemen and sent the knights in. He's looking for the monk, dude. He's guarding it for the prelate. That's towards the berries. Maybe a bit overzealous here from Vortex. He still hasn't moved. I think Vortex has forgotten. I mean, he's guarding it, so he knows, but it's just... With all the things going on, when he's trying to raid, focus on his main army, shift his economy, seems to have completely forgotten the prelate exists. Nice blood draw there, gets 2 worker kills. Look to club the Shinto down. I mean, that's still worthwhile, right? You're denying your opponent's ability to pick up the relics because he doesn't want to have to build a Shinto priest. He gets them for free, but it takes time. You can't really afford to build them when you have so little gold. That's the other reason, by the way, why Vortex only built 1 prelate. It's all about min-maxing the limited gold access you have, because reminder, in your base, you only have 3,200 gold. But for Vortex, he's starting to move north now, so we've got the extra 1,600 locked in. Crossbow switch, also men-at-arms. Yeah, just wants something to bog down the Yumi. Men-at-arms isn't bad as just kind of a jack-of-all-trades frontline. With heavy maces, they trade okay-ish into Mad Samurai, but the most important thing is that they just bog down the Yumi. For Vortex, he's aiming to win these fights based on crossbows. Alright, ones if you think B is going to win this, twos if you think Vortex is. Because B's army quality is looking a bit questionable. I think he's set up for raiding, but raiding can be quite hard on this map. Yeah, it feels like direct attack is often more rewarded here. That's why you see so many games where people just bloat full feudal archer mass. It's a very clear and honest approach to the game. You can see the path to victory very plainly. Now sneaking out for the gold. Vortex going for the ball pull. Yeah, so a lot of twos. Flank raid. Not going to find anything yet, but B could dive deeper here. That's why Vortex made a wall, though. Well, usually to stop them getting through from this side, but works both ways. And the prelate. Where is the prelate? Wait, did he pull him for the boar? We still don't have a prelate moving for that relic. Oh, he's going to get caught. There's nowhere to run here. Now the main clash, Yumi outclassed. Good initial start there, though. Did get a worker kill, kind of an even trade with the horseman, but now the follow-up is ugly. Yumi standing their ground against more archers. That's never going to work. Expensive engagement for B, especially when you consider he just lost Mounted Samurai at the back of Vortex's base. So many knights, actually. The berries also are about to run out. I mean, B, he has got the deer still. Vortex never took that from him. So he has got some backup food. And reminder, it's Kura. So that pads him on his farm transition. Also does have the Yorishiro dropping TC. That does mean he's getting more workers over time. I don't know, it looks like this should just be a Vortex win, but he's struggling to find that clear entry point. Maybe respecting the enemy army a little bit too strongly, but now that we have crossbow mass, I don't think Vortex cares. You can't kill the buildings with this comp, but what you can do is kill everything else. He's just going to back off again. B has the right idea, by the way. He just keeps trying to raid. Because a direct fight is just a loss right now. So, you know, the idea of raids, you can find these worker kills, but also the concept is that you force the enemy army home. Hasn't worked out that way so far, though. It's only been the Knights mirroring. Vortex has done a really good job of balancing what he needs to defend with what he needs to attack. And it is... At this point, if I was B, it would be annoying the crap out of me. Like, how is he getting away with this, man? Why can't he just go defend? Give me that little bit of breathing room. Let me get those farms complete. Let me get that Daimyo level 2. Let me get that diverse comp. I didn't have anything, though. Men at arms. The Yumi's worst nightmare. Yumi, they hard commit in. A bit of a questionable choice here. And that's going to start to ripple, isn't it? The Knights did pull far away, so Vortex a little bit overextended now, but the boys are on the way. There's nothing really raiding him anymore. He's got additional wolves coming in. It's all eyes on this fight. Crossbows need to target down. The Knights aren't here, though. Remember, B sent them around raiding. Half of his heavy cav won't be here for the defense. Vortex is doing it. He's pushing us to a game 5. This would be a hell of a comeback when you consider how much of a whimper game 1 and game 2 were. Yeah, I mean, you think about game 1 and 2 of this series, you couldn't see a world in which B could lose. He looked 2-3 steps ahead of the Spaniard. But now, what a ton of events. Vortex, a matter of moments away from having that stranglehold complete. I mean, there's gold gathering in the north, but B hasn't shifted his food source up here. Farm count for Vortex is looking sturdy. He's got 17 Arkan farms. Mass men at arms that just aren't looking counterplayed. Reminder, they do have the heavy maces. They trade decently with those knights. Good idea, though. B, he goes for a raid. So dangerous when your opponent's this close to your base, though. But it is getting the correct reaction. Vortex pulls the whole army back. B. Well, he's going to sneak north, but I don't think you're going to get the gold workers. Vortex is just very tactfully negotiating this. It's like, oh yeah, a little piece more, and we're safe. B now just setting up more farms. 19 deep. There's a reason Vortex and B played Vanilla Dry Arabian, not EGC, because they clearly didn't read the maps for this week correctly. This is why I point out is on the players to hold each other to the rule set. Like, for example, we already had, in the round of 16, we had a best of 5 played. I'm like, well, I mean, this just has to proceed as it proceeds now. Don't get me wrong. If they played a BO1 instead of a BO3, we'd call them out on it. But they played more games there. Yes, it's why it's always important to, like, pay attention to what the rulebook says. Because the rulebook does very clearly stay, I think, EGC Dry Arabia? Or did it not? I'm pretty sure we stayed in the Discord. I'll check with Tommy about making it even clearer to stop the whoopsie divide. For those who don't know, there's an EGC Dry Arabia that has more balanced sheep spawns, which is why we tend to use it. Deep. It's going to be forced to rack north side. I don't know, this has gotten like weirdly slow, hasn't it? It's interesting how Vortex is just playing a lot more disciplined, right? Like, you know, this... We always like to bring it back to this. You go back a year or two, Vortex would have probably thrown away this lead just trying to headbutt a difficult-to-breach base. He just has a better understanding of what he can or can't get away with. I would have said he could play a bit more aggressive, but like he doesn't see the full picture the way we do. He doesn't have God vision. But he's playing like a god to recover this series. Dive into the base. Will be, he begged for this fight. He's going to get full attention from the HRE army, but it's a mismatch. The men-at-arms, they're just going to run away with this. Yeah, there's nothing left of him. Farms now get shut down. B won't be able to rematch an army. He has got samurai numbers, but it's 33 crossbowmen. These samurai are only threatening if they're able to find worker kills, which is just not happening. Backstab now comes through. Vortex will look to start a step away from that. And into the choke points is where the samurai just won't be able to get enough done. Game 5 is going to happen. Full distance, baby. Oh. Yeah, let me message Tommy on that, actually. We might want to... How are my arms feeling today? They're still a little bit rough. The pecs aren't so bad, but I need to start doing this because I went to physio the other day and we had to look at my arms. And my arms are like, I don't know if you guys can see this. Trying to keep balance. So when I do this, I don't know if you can really see it. Probably helps if I balance out. So my right, you see how I'm struggling to like keep my fingers straight as I bend back. I actually have a bigger problem with my arm still. I need to go. I need to like start doing exercises daily for that because that was from when I broke my arm back in COVID actually. And when it healed, the scar tissue lost me. Like actually, not even scar tissue. It's just some of the wrists because I broke my arm. I broke it here, so I broke it here. But like the flexion issues there. So yeah, I got problems, dude. I'm a dysfunctional body, baby. All right. Game 5. Where are we going? Dude, we're going Danube? All right. That's a pretty epic way to round this out. And it is going to be Otto versus Lancaster. Vortex has been a brute with this pick, no? Safe to say there are no permaban civs right now. I mean, China should be. I'm shocked it wasn't here. How did Japanese samurai do against H3 men-at-arms? In theory, they're meant to be really good, but in actuality, I feel like H3, because they're better economy and pump rate, can usually just overwhelm you before samurai does anything. I think for samurai to work, you have to find a way of attacking. When I've seen, it's been a while, but when we used to see samurai as an answer to H3 men-at-arms, the problem is that foot samurai got stuck defending. And like you know how it is, right? You ever been in a game where the attacks just don't stop? When you're stuck defending, like you're just basically waiting for a mistake to happen. But like the problem, like what I mean by that is like you're the one that's inevitably going to make a mistake, right? All right, here we go. Dare I say comeback of the week? This is getting spicy. Game number 5 between Vortex and B, and we're heading back to that map, the new map. Danube Divide returns, a map all about aggression, featuring two civs that can deliver that aggression from age 1. Welcome back to the channel, folks. An epic series that this has developed into. A recovery arc for Vortex that could get him through to grand finals, the opportunity to be a back-to-back-to-back winner here in Midweek Master Season 2, our $20,000 esports circuit. We will kick off with that Dark Age aggro. Spear on spear. Two civs that love to do it. Ottomans with the beneficial advantage of getting into some valuable vizier points such as healing. Lancaster with a substantially improved gathering rate on sheep. 20% faster than other people. I should use the arm excuse when people ask me a rank. I don't need to use the injured arm excuse, bro. Like, are you kidding me? I'm technically infinite elo because I don't have an elo. That's how that works. Also, didn't we go over this the other day? So we done like the estimation. I think I could like, if we done a Road to Conk series, I feel like I cracked Diamond fairly easily. Then it slowed down as we need to like warm up the build orders a bit. But I think like Conk would be doable within a series, like Conk 1. Biggest problem with those, the big problem with like RTS challenges, I just don't have time to play RTSs with all the stuff we do. So like, I think I explained to people, like a lot of it is just muscle memory that you need to like learn. Like, if you watch me play an FPS, if anyone watched our Battlefield 6 streams, they would have seen my movement is really good because I've historically played a lot of FPSs and still find a bit of time for it. It's like I can just drop into FPS and be fine. The real issue is getting Conk free. Yeah, that's why we do a Road to Conk series. I'm going to be done in a day. Reminder, if you guys do, for some deluded reason, want to see a Road to Conk series, we did set the requirement being 750 average viewers across a month. Once we hit that size, that goal, I feel good about that idea of trying it. For now, we focus on our KPMMs, baby. B, moving up for the back gold. Yeah, so it is a stalemate. They'll both get their hands on the Forgotten Runes. This is important because both of these civs use these well. Lancaster tends to get more immediate value because of the manas, whereas the passive generation units from a military school is a bit slower, which is why we don't often see Ottoman players immediately drop inside. Usually the Ottoman value is if you can get your opponent's Forgotten Runes, then you can turn it into an outpost rush with quick access to arrow slits in H2. Sorry, are you trying to reverse psychology me? I do want to see it, but I don't think you can. Look, I'm not going to fall for that. I'm going to quit this game right now. I'm going to prove I can make it. No, I'm kidding. Not quitting this game. Quitting's for cowards. We just look to deliver. The biggest problem I have, and I don't know if anyone else has this, is like the perfectionist in me is if I start grinding a game and it's ranked, I don't stop until I'm top percentage. And then it's like, what is the value of being top percentage? You know what I mean? It's like, the thing is, I have to remind myself I don't actually give a crap about rank in Age of Empires 4, because what am I doing with that rank? I'm not going pro. I don't want to get pro. Had the same thing in Dota 2. We got to, I think it was 6.2 or 6.3k MMR, which is top 5,000 Europe. And once I done it, I was like, okay, why? Why did we do this? Having fun is so much better than having high rank. Most of the people who are high rank, they don't necessarily have as much fun as the noobs. Am I still following AOM? Not closely. AOM's kind of, if I'm being honest, I think it's kind of on its deathbed. If they want Age of Mythology to be successful, they make an Age of Mythology 2. Full stop. That's what you do. Making expansions is, it might be easier than making a fresh game, but I think it's a mistake. Beat. Just a little bit of back and forth poke. It'd improve my cost if I played. I think that's sometimes a bit of a fake trap that you just hear from a pro player in the chat saying and believe it. It's not always the case. You can become a better caster by spending more time watching VODs, watching replays, and breaking down builds than playing them yourself. Because the logic that playing just makes you better is actually a fallacy. Because unless you're playing at the caliber of the pros, like it doesn't necessarily make you a better player. It provides more empathy would be the logic you could go for. But in terms of technical casting and understanding the game, that's a fallacy. And like I could easily pull up probably 10 different top-level casters in S-tier games that would agree with that. Just like, for example, we could bring on a bunch of guest pros, and a lot of them would probably suck mega donkey balls at casting. Because just because they know the game well doesn't mean they know how to explain that they know the game well. It doesn't mean that they know how to narrate a story at all, right? It's like different skills, different roles. Like we had this the other day when an Age of Myth Pro, we were helping him dissect some builds and matchups. And he went, thank you, this is really helpful. He's like, I've been talking with some of the high-level pros about this, but they just don't know how to explain it how you do. I was like, damn, thank you. So we are getting the Lords of Lancaster build, by the way, guys, and this gets dirty. Yeah. This is the build that's become quite controversial. We're definitely guilty of spreading it a little bit with the more recent videos. Lords with Hobolars just feels unbreachable and impeachable. But in theory, it should struggle up against Sipahi. Sipahi are just much, much better, right? You're talking about best horseman versus worst horseman in the game. At least by stats, independently. But this is what makes the Lord so good. With 4 Lords, the Hobolars turn into standard horsemen, just discounted. People never respected T90 until he got Conk. Is that true? Is that? Like, I'm pretty sure T90 had a huge following before he got Conk. Saying that people didn't respect him is pretty insulting and I think inaccurate. Imams? Man, I love watching Ottoman feudal fights at the moment. It's so tactical. The placement of the Imams is everything. Remember, both of these civs have got feudal healing. Of course, B's, it's rotational. He takes it with him, but it's also vulnerable. If he loses just one of these guys, just one, it all begins to unravel. For Vortex, as long as he can get them home, they'll always get healed. That can be the challenge. However, the game is getting easier for him. 2 manners online, soon to be a 3rd. You have 0 military scores from B. His only advantage will be the Viziers and the healing. And yeah, I hate smurfing, by the way. I saw a little bit of smurfing. I'll just say about it. I think smurfing ruins games and should be a bannable offense. Full stop. Grind and get good for the love of competition, but you can love the competition without doing it yourself, right? That's like saying that you can't. That's like saying you can't love watching, like you can't love Age of Empires 4 esports because you're not participating, right? Different roles. But yeah, it's to kind of like put the nail on it. Like I said, we've set targets for when we do a Road to Conk series, but you know, it needs to be. The thing you have to keep in mind is we're a full-time content creator, and we need to make enough money to make our bills, and that's already a challenge, right? So why would I then go do something that's probably going to half my viewership when we're not big enough to justify it yet? It's fun to explore, but I only have so many hours a day, and I have to be very smart about where I dedicate those hours. I'm 32 years old. I'm definitely not playing high-level AoE4 to try and become a pro, right? Like, I've already got my Zimmer frame picked out on a medical website. I'm gonna go get it in 2 years' time. And little trick for you guys: the beauty of being a caster over being a pro player. My highs might not be as big as Marine Lord, or you know, a Big Daddy No Tail from Dota 2. All these people when they win tournaments. My lows are also nowhere near as low as them. What I mean by that is when you're a caster, there is such a thing as a boring game, but you can make it fun. But, like, you're always having a good time. It's much harder to have a bad time as a caster. I get, well, except for when you don't get invited. That's pretty much full on Linkin Park playlist. Anyway, archers on both sides. B has got bulk advantage right now, but the Hobbler are problematic here. Yeah, if they can get entry. That backside is what has me worried. You can see that Vortex is creeping. Always the aggressive bull. Looking to Toro, send it in. The Yeoman switch is pretty crafty though. It sets Vortex up for a timing into castle. In a game where B hasn't really been able to bloat Sipahi. And it seems less likely he will the longer it goes, just because you start to run out of food pretty quickly at this stage. So even if he wanted mass Sipahi now, he doesn't have the resources to do it. I'm a conk free about the PTSD. I don't know about that, but yeah, kind of. From the... You know, if you think about it, guys, I'm already always in conk free lobbies. Just in the spectating role. What's our classic one we like to say? I'm not saying that I'm, like, better than, like, Vortex, but we have been in more grand finals than Vortex. Guys, I'm not saying I'm better than B, but I have more Red Bull Warlord banners. Oh, actually, no, my bad, B. That's an unfair one. I'm not saying I'm better than Vortex, but I do have more Red Bull Warlord banners than him. In fairness, we are one of only 4 Age of Empires 4 people that have more than 1 banner. I'm proud of that. Billhook's now coming. Really? I mean, there's a few Sapahis, so it's not the worst idea. It just feels a little bit light to be doing Billman for almost 300 resources with only 5 spears. The spears, I mean, they're not even in position to defend. Sapahi going to poke at the back. You can just feel it. One mistake. I love the fact they're both kind of edging armies to do damage. But dive in here. Does get a second worker kill for the game. Vortex now looking for more. The Imams will be huge here. Great micro. He gets the snipe. There's only 1 healer now. A liability all of a sudden. And now the dive in deeper. The Lords of Lancaster bulking this army up. He just can't stand his ground. B continues to retreat away from it. Villagers migrating the area. And Vortex can now just back off happy with that because there was no raid. B could not get in. No, Vortex just too clean on his reactions. Sapahi will cut some reinforcements now. Fair to say B starting to feel a little bit up against the wall here. He's got double military score, but against triple mana. This cannot feel good. Especially now that Vortex is mass yeoman. B has got 10 Sapahi. I think for him, he just needs to find a way of getting more food. And diving attempt on the raid, not going to connect. Wish we could make some sort of super AoE4 god out of knowledge from 2,000 hours of commentary. I mean, the problem is, between all the great takes we'll have, you'll have to listen to all the incredible monologues about taxations and hunger and random tidbit knowledges that you have no use to AoE4. You don't just get one thing from me. Spinning guard on the backside. Man, this game on a knife's edge right now. He continues to bulk archers. He's gonna need the correct call because Vortex has been forced to invest more into spears now. B. Outpost not up yet, but great reactions. Vizier point so far has been Imam and Anatolian. I would not be surprised to see Military Campus next. Military Campus just giving that inflate of army. Especially important for the Sapahi. Actually, weirdly enough, B still has military scores on Spearmen. I think that might be... Is that a misclick? I can't imagine you want spears over Sapahi. Especially against Mass Yeoman. I think maybe B just forgot. No, archers from military schools kind of make sense. Just because, like, it's a good unit to have. Like, the Spearmen here, you saw Hobbler, sure, right? But Sapahi are generic answers to it all. Like, they can deal with the Hobblars well. They can deal with the Yeoman well. They don't die straight away to Spearmen. And when they aren't fighting, you can see they're great raiders. And no, military school units are produced based on their cost. So Spearmen take about a minute. Sapahi take double. Vortex is going to take no time at all for this. Whoa, big boy. Hold up. Well, we've got quite the flex. B, if he sees this, though, he knows. Are you kidding me right now? Vortex, with the aggressive white tower drop, he goes deeper. He goes unnoticed. B has no idea that this is happening. He's going for a raid, while Vortex is going for kills. What a hell of a white tower. He's not given a glimpse of it. He's just out of range of the Madrissa. Sapahi gets scouted early. Vortex will be able to steer away. B. He's ready for his own age up. I don't think he was expecting this. A white tower on his doorstep. Yeoman now revealing themselves. This is where B has to be feeling suspicious. Sapahi mirrored out by the spears, though. Mehmed has just been queued up, but white tower first for Vortex, and he is going to get the immediate Earl's Guard perfectly positioned for a dive. Starts to march them in. Has got the dagger throws to try and get worker kills. Veterancy's queued up. He'll have an edge there as well. No extra vizier yet. B tries to force the trade, but the white tower has been seen. He now knows. And the villagers give it away. They're just snatching the 1,600 gold. Tech up now complete for B, but that's just going to give confidence to Vortex to go for this push. Hobbler on the choke point. Lords aren't in range yet. They're now giving that tank ability over. Veterancy is just 20 seconds away. Can he find the kill? B, he has got the meta far back, minimizing the ranged armor. Choke point hold is looking good, and the Sipahi refused to give it over. The line slightly thinning, though, and the Yeoman upgrade just about to kick in here. When there's only Archer and Archer left over, Vortex now has the edge. Forces the retreat. B has to get the hell out of dodge. But the workers, not that quick. Textiles plus the formation shuffle gets him out of range. He will not die that easily. But Vortex in a confident position. Tail end of that. Double military firepower. Eco lead. Map control. Relics also seeming viable. There's just so many things that Vortex can do from here. Sipahi yet to be queued up for upgrade here. So actually instead B throws away what little answer he has the Yeoman left. His only hope at this rate is going to be a Mangonel. A Mangonel that is 2 minutes away. You heard that correctly. B, he does not have the Mehmed in range of influence. It's taken ages for the Mango. These Lords. Scourge of any player. They also get auto upgraded, remember. The extra ranged armor, melee armor helps so much here. Vortex, even textiles, just in case. Wait. He went extensive fortifications. That's kind of sick, guys. So you can't drive the TC with the Elsguard, but can we please, can we be careful about this? Like, whoops. I don't think he was expecting that. Tiny gold got him a little bit close. So -2 workers. That helps out a little bit. Yeah, so between the military schools and those 2 kills, the gap isn't huge now between them, right? Like in theory anyway. More food needs to be set up by B though. Vortex. Uh-oh. B. Reaction a little bit slow there. Villagers can get target fired down. Textile to minimize the losses, though. Still too many Yeomen. So he's going to get a few worker kills there. Nicely played. Vortex just eyes on the prize. Slowly just strangling him. And now we do have the monks on the way. So Vortex will be looking for the gold gen. It's looking more and more like a Vortex victory. And this, yeah, that's exactly what you need from this position. White Tower just feels so toxic like this. It gives him a staging point. Let's aim for the throw. Landmarks, landmarks, landmarks. It felt a bit weird, actually, after the Wham Louis series, in which every game felt like it was about landmarks. This one hasn't really had that as a focus point. Seems like that's about to change. Vortex already paranoid about the relic situation. Can just go for all of them now. Yeah, I mean, B hasn't even tried to creep them, despite the fact he has no gold. That's the shocker to me. I don't quite understand what B's win condition is here. I mean, it's tricky because he's behind, so his win condition is kind of defend and expect a mistake, but you have no gold access, right? So you're only passively getting gold-based units. Like you see, he's down to 0 gold income a minute. He got pushed off of this. Yeah, it looks like Knights checked the flank. So this was his one get-out-of-jail-free card. The other gold is so far upfield, I don't see him getting it. Knights now just hitting the farms. Piece by piece, Vortex pulls further ahead. And Trebs now knocking at the door. Should I say knocking on the house? Wait, what? Oh my god. B, you miracle worker. He crept the gold on the enemy side. That's sick. Okay, there might yet be hope. But it's looking bleak. I think the gap in gathering all that time alone puts you in grim hidings here. Vortex now up to 40 Yeoman. Only thing he's missing at this point is synchronized shot. I mean, this is a cool idea from B, but he still needs a direct answer to the White Tower Treb rush. Currently, he doesn't have it. Madrissa now being sieged. I love the fact that Vortex didn't go more manas, by the way. I think it was actually quite smart here. Because going manas is a slowdown. It's pretty expensive to set up initially. Gives B that kind of breathing room to gap close this 40 military difference. Gets him down to like a 20 military difference maybe. Which with Sipahi would be the answer to what Vortex is doing. Yeah, I think going more manas, like, it's not needed. Vortex knows he's already built a big enough lead here. Way to take the White Tower, you'd have to treb. But your opponent has so many Yeomen, he'd probably just move in and snipe you. One landmark down. B. The other problem here is why are we building crossbows? He didn't know, right? The Yeomen were hugging the White Tower the whole time. Now he queues up more Sipahi, but that's just passive production, right? Okay, no, he's actively producing. That's not too bad then. As bad as he's running out of time fast. We're kind of reaching the point where Vortex could eventually just A-click for the landmark victory. Yeah, it's going to have 25 torches, actually almost 30. With the trebs, it's entirely feasible here to just burn the final landmark. And the TC's got military units in it. He's trying to use the extensive fortifications. That's another problem. Is like B right now, he's using trash units, the archers and the spears, to get bonus against heavy shots. That's going to disappear, and then they're going to hit for nothing. New blacksmith being set up. Yeah, I think B just realized this whole time that he hasn't been producing more siege, right? Or was it in range? No, he only just got in range. He was missing the influence the whole time. So probably could have had like an extra mangonel or 2 or 3 springles by now. Well, not that springles are going to feel great here, guys. Springles is pretty rough against yeomen / longbows. They just killed him straight away. Trip Trebuchet should be enough to get the kill here. And with the mini White Tower effect of the town center gone, things are about to look dark for the Ottomans. Sipahi trying for the raid, but the wall just in time by Vortex. Sneak around the back, also get scattered out. The Sipahi, no entry for them. Vortex now on approach. Trebs. They're going for it. You're out of time, B. This is the most you were ever going to get. And I don't see the way. To kill these trebuchets would cost him everything. And he won't have the resources to rebulk afterwards. Right? Like, technically based on income, yes. But you're falling behind on work account. You don't have time to rebuild from scratch. You need a win. Mangoes. They get baited under the hobbler. Terrible first shot. Marketplace creates a choke point to try and help. The Trebs keep on sieging. Villagers repairing. Tick-tock goes that clock. Mango's now being stabbed onto by the Sipahi. Vortu does get activated, but the Yeomen just stand their ground as a buffer zone. And the Knights jump on in. The Mango's clearing up what little remains. Med still at half HP. The backline now struggling. Yeoman left alone to deal with a few of the Sipahi, but it's not enough to break them. B, he just does not have the cavalry line to break on through. So instead, it's going to be Vortex who breaks this series. B just going through the motion now, but he knows it. GG called. It is going to be a reverse sweep for the Spaniard to make it to his 3rd grand finals in a row with an opportunity to set up a hat trick of victories in the opening weeks of the midweek muster. GG's to be a valiant effort, but goodness gracious, a turnaround from Vortex and half there. Able to carry on through, wins it 3 2 in the end. It means that we will have a matchup between Vortex and Wham for our grand finals. In fact, I expect the draft to be underway momentarily. So what I'll do now, let me update the bracket quickly. So we now know our finalists. What's my guy saying? What do you think, guys? 7-game grand finals again? We back to that? Might actually grab a snack quickly. I'm kind of feeling hungry already. Good lord. So, Vortex through. So this is the state of the bracket for those that just tuned in. It is going to be Vortex versus Wham grand finals. If you guys need to get a snack, get a drink, go to the toilet, whatever it may be, now's the time to do it because our boys are going to be getting ready to draft momentarily for a best of 7 grand finals. That honestly, based on what we've seen here, I don't know if we get 7 games. I think it's probably going to be 5 or 6. I do feel like Wham, out of all the players we've seen, has been the cleanest. Like, he had that one game against Numu, but he learned from his mistakes of, like, allowing for the late game, right? And yes, Wham 3-0'd Louis, and he was clean. 30-minute finishes throughout. Pretty wacky games, actually, between the two. You know, it's one of those ones where, like, it was 3-0, but, you know, could have easily been 3-1, maybe 3-2. Probably 3-1. Seemed very feasible. But can't follow him. He played so well. All right. I think, yeah, Vortex is just taking a quick break, and then we'll have the draft set up. What I'll do, can I run ads? No, because of course it auto-ran ads. It always freaking does this. Give me one sec, guys. I'm going to grab a snack while I've got a second. Because I've got a feeling I'm going to need a snack. Grab back. Now you're my sugar daddy. I'm back. How are we doing, guys? All right, sorry about that. I had to get myself a protein cookie. Yo, Deniska, what's up, mate? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome, one and all. It is grand finals time. So we're going to be having Wham versus Vortex in a best of 7. Let me see. I think, do we have draft? Because I know Vortex won't in a minute. So Vortex versus Wham. Let me clear the draft. I did. Watching TI at the moment really is kind of making me miss Dota a bit. Might have to revisit. And I have my reasons for stepping away from that game, but I've been kind of missing it recently. Guys, keep it English. Inglés, please. Inglés. Por favor. I am not Spanish. I don't know what you're saying. You could be saying anything. You could be making comments on my height, and I wouldn't know you're doing it. Okay? And that's not cool. Okay? So, keep it English. Yeah, you could be saying something about my weirdly shaped jaw, and I wouldn't know. Okay? And that's not nice. You're going to insult me to my face. Okay? Risk the perma. Aren't pigeons short? No, dude. We fly in the air, so we look really tall. How tall am I? 6'8". I'm like, on a good day, I'm 6'8". Bad day, 6'4". It's true. What do you mean lie? You know how tall I am. You can't prove. I'm so tall, man. I'm so tall. When I go to pick Frey up from nursery, everyone looks up at me. Do you get that? Do you ever have that? What's my favorite pigeon fact? The fact that we're all secret robots for the government. Between 5'10" and 6'4", depending on alcohol consumption. Yeah, dude. You know, dude. I'm between 6'2" and 7'8", depending on my step ladder. You guys find it weird that, like, you have all these different metric systems, and then for height, everyone accepts foot? Like, don't Americans even just accept foot? It's almost like you guys like, whoa, penis size. Got to compete on that, you know? We had to know on that. Cool. This cookie is going to save me. Oh, I swear. All right. Are my boys ready? They are indeed. Draft now underway. So let me pull that in. It's going to be Vortex on the left. And then Wham on the right. Best of 7. Fight. Dun, 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 dun. Outside game number 1, of course. And let's get some music. I'm shorter than 6 feet? Why? Dude, why are you so obsessed with my height? Dude, I gotta put, ties? Like I have a tie for everything, you know? Every shirt imaginable. You brought it up? No, I didn't. You ain't got proof of that. Bro, I'll lock the VODs to only be viewable by tier 3 subs. Checkmate. You guys seem to forget this is not a democracy. We just pretend it's a democracy. It's an oligocracy. What that means is I'm still in charge, but like if you pay me a lot of money, I let you ban other people. It's like an oligarch, but slightly different, you know? Alright. Doink. Into the doink. Full Windsor, baby. What's this tune? Korra. From Avatar. It is a banger. It is doughy. Oh, dude, I done the length wrong. Pigeon is 5'8"? Nah, dude. Dude, how dare you, I will come across YouTube and ban your ass. How dare you say I'm 5'8"? I'm 5'11". Or is it 12? Like 5'11". Pretty sure it's 5'11". I'm decent. I believe that is what we refer to as height worthy to date your mother. No KT, it's not really that. On this map rotation, not really that great. Is Korra the hot one? No. That was... I'm trying to remember the old man's name now. It's escaping. Dude, if I just like, tied this the wrong length twice, I don't care. Still do. They're making an Avatar series after Korra? Really? Didn't hear about that. I don't like the difference in blue color here. It's a little bit off. But whatevs. Dude, I've done that thing where... Oh, God, that's bad. Like, it's longer. I look like I work at, like, McDonald's and can't be asked to, like, figure out tie length. You ever know... Like, I don't... Is that intentional? I think it's intentional with the ties sometimes. But not always. It's okay. You can always cheat. You just have to loop. And then you're good. As long as you loop, it always works out. Like, you just take this and you just go... loop it through, which I never remember how to do in the neatest way because I never have to. Because usually, KP, we're good at doing ties. We don't dodge it. We don't screw it up. We do it right, don't we? Yeah, every time. All right, there we go. I'm wearing my attire. All right, draft complete though. We got an Ambassador pick. Omega lol? Is that cereal? Is that legal? All right. Let me have a look here. So game 1 for Altai. Well, probably I think you roost. Do you roost English here? Something like roost English, I think. Okay, dude, I hate this tie being wrong. Yeah, guys, you want to learn how? Did you want to learn how to do a tie? So, full Windsor. All you want to do, and make sure. Tie tongue, like around here, below your nipples, usually pretty good. You bring it across, bring it up and through. Then you're gonna wrap around the back, and then you're gonna tuck it over and in again. Then you want to tighten that up a little bit, so you create like the V, a nice little V there. Then rotate over the front, wrap it up and through again, and bring it down. So one more time. In fact, I'd usually say you want to be at nipple height. Bring the tongue like there. That'll usually give you a nice length. And then wrap through. Go across. Through again. Tighten it up. Wait, did I just do that wrong? I did, didn't I? butchered it. I'm a terrible person. Boys are getting a lobby. We should be going in a sec. Right, wrap up. How did I get that wrong? What the hell? True. I don't need a tutorial. I am the tutorial, baby. Doing a double Windsor? Oh, yes. I'm British, mate. Isn't double Windsor basically just in our blood? I feel like if you had to choose a country of people that will do double Windsor, is it not the Brits that should own that? I mean, we literally, it's Windsor. Like, come on. Someone's like Germans? Nah. How to iron your shirt? Hell no, I hate ironing shirts. You know how you iron your shirt? Mom! There you go. I've solved it for you. Oh, and now you have a beautiful tie. You like the tie, guys? Pretty flowers. Look. Don't like the fact that it's like... I had another one that was flowery. It was the perfect color to match the collar, but I can't be able to find it. Last time we tied a full Windsor was at school. I didn't have to wear ties at school. I just like the attire. How many times you use that one, KB? No, seriously though, like, I started getting into kind of like, you know, sprucing up how I dressed after I finished uni. Because, like, I went to uni, it was like, you know, printed t-shirts and jeans. And I was like, this crap is annoying me, man. I was like, I want to, like, have my own look. So it's kind of like partially Barney inspired from How You Met Your Mother. But, like, even he, right, he just does all these very expensive black suits and whatever. I'm like, nah, ain't about that life. So I saw it as like a creative outlet, right? It's like you can get very fanciful and pretty with how you dress. And, like, it compared to what people pay for some of the crap they buy, like the stuff people pay for a t-shirt or like some ripped jeans or whatever nowadays, it's not actually more expensive to be wearing like suits, ties, shirts type stuff, really, if you're smart about how you purchase. Like, you can spend $1,000 on anything, any type of clothing, if you want to be stupid about it. The funniest thing as well is, like, I remember when I first like got out of uni, I was like, oh yeah, dude, like, I looked online and you'd find people who literally had worn a suit once to a wedding and then it never got touched again. So you just buy that bad boy up, dry clean it. It's basically a brand new suit. And you'd spend 10% of what it really costs. It's crazy. Sold €12 per t-shirt, but only if the manufacturer guarantees me that the kid made it was crying while making it. Yeah, because you got to feel like the fibers have been strengthened by their tears, you know? Now, that's how you really know you got the strong mesh. It's also just like, it's fluid cleaning. If they're crying while they're making the shirt, then you know it's not dirty wool, you know? And not dirty cotton. No hole's a big winner for the viewers? What do you mean? You don't want to see another Lords of Lancaster rush? Bro, what's the problem? What do you feel about Vortex's draft being better? Dude, he got China. I'm a broken record on this. I don't like China being given over, especially for Roos. But Wham's a big believer in Roos for Pigeon's View, which is why he picked it. I think Wham like has the winning draft like Pigeon's View. Outside opener being Japan versus Abado. Does he just like military wing rush him? I don't know, this almost feels like a throwaway civ. Maybe trade wing? Could you trade wing here? Trade wing is kind of interesting. Because you have backwards safe trade and camels move really, really fast. Shirts made by political prisoners? Whoa, 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 whoa. We don't have any of those officially. Thin people should not wear a full Windsor with shirt only. The knot looks oversized. Oh, you think I'm thin? No, the problem with full Windsor usually with a shirt like this is it's small collar. So usually your tie width as well as your knot is dictated by the size of your collar. So technically, this should be skinny ties, but I don't have many skinny ties. It's just every time I wear one of these shirts, someone decides they need to reduce the goddamn thing. Annoying. Whereas normally my collars would be an extra third, half, maybe 2/3 the size and depth. And that's when you want to have like full Windsors, etc. It's not even about the person being fat or thin necessarily. Actually, like the bigger important things is the width of the collar and the width of the lapel on your jacket. If you have thin lapels and you go for a fat tie, you're going to look stupid. You ever seen people that, like, the ultra thin lapel on their jacket, and it's like the fattest tie ever? You're like, oh my god. Dude, it's like 1980s dad goes to Vegas for the first time look. It's bad. Do I need to... Are we good? That's my guy. I needed to double check something, actually. I just remembered. Nice. I'll send that over later. Yeah, I dodged a guy on a call I was meant to have today because my calendar didn't ping at all. So I was like, what the hell? I thought I had like a free morning. I was like, I really need to sleep because I'm not feeling very well this week. Oops. Okay. We're good. Let's get ready to go. Predicky's up, guys. Don't go full fat tie. You can go full fat tie if you wear a waistcoat. It doesn't matter. All right. I can never tell if they're baiting with a throwaway pick or if their brains are just so big and we haven't figured it out yet. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for grand final showdown in the midweek muster. And we have an opening Abbasid pick. You heard me correctly. Abba from Vortex, of all people. I'm a bit shocked by this. Map is going to be Altai. Wham's reaction makes a little bit more sense then. Japanese, a powerful pick to open up this grand finals. That's right. Welcome back, folks. Best of 7 time between these two legends. The last two left standing in midweek muster, season 2, week number 5. And I mean, it's interesting. Vortex basically begins the series with his last pick. Could this be a throwaway Civ? I mean, in theory, it's not a bad idea in best of 7s, but I think the value of a throwaway Civ is devalued with the way that we structure our grand finals. For those that don't know, you may have noticed I just said we're doing a best of 7. However, when you look at the draft, it's only 7 picks. I'm not a big fan of reducing someone down to a final predictable pick, as I think it can lead to very underwhelming Game 7 deciders. So, what we actually have is a system where you can use a Civ you've lost with for game number 7. Now, that has a few implications. It really turns into mind games in the last game. Yes, I get that. But the other interesting thing is it means that throwaway picks strategically are a little bit devalued. Because now, if Wham loses with Japan, that's a pretty good Civ to have at the end of a best of 7. And this is a pretty cool opening. We have got Dark Age Samurai. Not even the Spearman. No, he goes for the 1 men at arms on the front side. Vortex has gathered the gold necessary to get the tech up at least. We'll be forced off before we can find anything else. Yeah, I mean, can't really afford anything additional. Fresh food stuff is 75 gold. So we'll have to look to resecure. But I imagine we're looking at Military Wing. Military Wing would make a lot of sense as an opener. Especially now that you've got to deal with this. We thought he might be going Trade Wing because it is Altai. So you have got that trade on the wide at the back that gets pushed to the back. But yeah, Military Wing it has to be. Well, already on Deer, so let's give him a competitive rate compared to the Abbasids. And on top of that, he can always go back for the berries afterwards when he buffs his gathering rate by getting the wheelbarrow attack. So overall, a nice start and also a really good spawn, actually. Why I'm getting double for tree line is the dream here. It means the military wing is going to struggle to connect. Like, actually, technically, if Wham wanted, he could just walk out here by 1 wall and there's no easy rotation into his base. Throwaway in the grand finals? That's not a foreign concept. Throwaway Civ choices have existed in Age of Empires 4, even in Grand Finals, since the very first year competitive. In fact, there's a very infamous example of that from Marine Lord up against Vortex in, I think, the 3rd S-tier tournament ever, in which, when they played on Mongolian Heights, Marine Lord knew and anticipated a Mongol pick, so he used an Abbasid pick, knowing that it was incredibly outclassed compared to Mongols at the time on that map. What it done is it completely unraveled Vortex's draft and led Marine Lord to eventually win the series. So military wing in 30. It's just going to be a walk away. He knows it's coming. He's just going to club down some of the deer to stop a deer shove in. Yeah, I mean, actually, Vortex is spawn in some ways sucks, right? Like, he's at least got a safe tree line and the berries are on the back, so not the end of the world, but Gold Ford is rough. Deer Ford is rough, just your backup options look a bit ugly. I do like this at least. He got the berries, the second spawn spawns inside with him, whereas if you look, Whams is so far out there, right? It's not really an objective to aim for. But I'm just going to keep upping and fluffing Wham spawn. Like, what the hell? Gold, deer, and berries? You can't make this. I mean, it's at least mirrored, right? So not the end of the world. But I think initial spawn, like, Wham wouldn't delude himself into thinking he lost the spawns. Okay, so Vortex Military Wing is a go. And it is going to be trade anyway. Yes! So semi-finals, we had Mongol versus Jean, and we were like, well, trade game, right? Didn't get it. This time around, we most definitely are. Walls are going up already. Vortex is the only reason I could think you'd want to pick a Bassett here. You know, you could talk about 2TC, 3TC builds, but I much prefer the idea of trade being a justifiable reason for picking this on Altai. Wham's reaction is going to be Samurai. Yeah, the way of the Bushido. He's only building Samurai, but Yumi are going to be following this up. Now, that becomes quite interesting because Abbasids went for the military wing here. It means they have boot camp. Meaning not only are you worse Yumi, you're worse Yumi, health-wise. Yeah. We do have the hardened upgrade already in, so Spinman could be scared away. Instead, I don't really know what Wham's trying to do here. Just maybe get the info. I think he's going straight for the worker, right? Yeah, he's just going to dive through. Okay, so you can force the idle time. There's no wheelbarrow either. And if Vortex doesn't immediately react correctly, he could end up losing the worker, but good reactions. Pulls further away. Might even be worth just getting the Shiv out to get the coup de grace here. I guess he's going to ring roses into the forest instead. Yeah, Wham. Oh, he loses sight there. Comes at it again. They're going to be far, far too late to get anything done. They have the same movement speed. So Samurai goes down. Doesn't get anything for it. Wham. Dude, he's hard committed. Yeah, I thought maybe a few Samurai. Oh my god! What? Vortex was so distracted by it. He lost 2 on the gold. Oh, that's humongous. That is almost 10% of your economy at this stage in the game. That is a crazy hit. Right in front of your base. From the slowest unit that Wham is ever going to build in this game. Oh, he has to be so happy with that. And trade for Vortex has already begun, so he needed some kills soon. Double trader. And you're idling the front gold. Like, that's the rough thing, right? Vortex, if the idea here was to bloat traders quick, he only has the gold they're generating to rely upon. Azutsu are slow in the Samurai, but I mean, if you think that you're going to see a Japanese player build Azutsu, you must be going into a stream saying that 100 times and then getting it right twice. We don't often see Japan reach the stage where they'll be thinking about Azutsu. Even if they go Imperial Age, hand cannoneers is just a lot better. Wow, I'm just keeping an eyeball on it. Wants to know how bloated it's going to get. Yumi are really good at shutting down traders, by the way. They don't get debuffed. Traders have less health and they're movement speed oriented, right? The trade-off is, they are faster, but they have less health. So a range unit is the perfect answer. Yumi just outnumbering him. Vortex. Another bad exchange there. Is he at the point where he's confident to rotate? Probably not. Like that he's thinking Spearman here. Did he see the Horseman? Because he should have, right? It's been quite subtle, but yeah, there's the stable reveal and the Horseman. I mean, Samurai can deal with the Horseman okay. It's the exposure, though. Like, you don't have as many units if you have Samurai instead of Spears. So your opponent can get around and just hit the backside instead. Moving over. Goes straight for the traders. Does get the first kill, and he just needs to wedge himself here. Love this. He's camping in the berries. That's a smart read. It's much harder for Horseman to get on top of him. It also means that the Samurai can body block the choke points. Now, he's being choked up by the lack of trade. Vortex. How many traders has he got left? 3. Oh boy. He already just walled this side as well. That's brutal. Another trader. Oh my god, dude. He's losing all of them. Well, somehow they get by. Horsemen rotating around the back now. This would be huge, especially if you can find the scout kill. The Horsemen, they surround him. Samurai will trade well here, but the Yuumi are going to get sacked. So Vortex is able to mount a defense on the trade in the end, but it definitely came at a high price. At least the kills on Yuumi are going to make up for it. The problem is, the Samurai is still a sore sight. No easy direct answer. On the upside at this point is there's no Bloomery. Second wave of Yuumi is going to be coming on through, though. Samurai get ignored. I wonder if Wham could have maybe held them back a bit longer. Also, the scout goes down, so that's now going to be sheep available for Vortex if he builds a new scout. The Horseman just target firing down this Yuumi now. Before he even gets the steeled arrows, a great defense by Vortex. Looked expensive at first, but Wham justified it for him. Problem, though, is still this Samurai count. We're up to 9 now. These camels are just so hard to reach, man. Remember, slow infantry, cavalry, like these things suck at killing the camel traders. It's all about range units. It's the easiest way to get those kills. Another thought, actually. If we get like down the line, you maybe go trade wing and just get +3 armor, because then Yuumi can't actually kill traders at all. Oh god, he probably wouldn't do it. I imagine culture wing would be more of a priority for him. I mean, it's possible, though. Like, you want Trade Wing at some point, and you would get Grand Bazaar in Age 3. Definitely by Age 4, you'd expect Trade Wing on this type of map. We have got the Camel Archer now coming. That's smart. Camel Archers is actually one of the golden answers to things like Samurai. They have high base damage against these slow-moving units. Samurai, nice block there. Does get a kill. Just kind of creeping into the Stealth Forest in a game where neither player has a scout, or at least that he knows of. We do see that Vortex had the foresight to reinvest, so new scout there, can see him. Cam Archers are expensive, take a long time to produce. Yes, but they can get easy trades against Samurai is the idea. So how he wants to split this up now is like Archer Horseman to contest Yuumi, Camel Archers to just contest the Samurai. But that's not ideal placement. Vortex standing his ground right now. I mean, it's still going to be a worthwhile trade, but the Camel does go down. And this is just so obnoxious the way Wham's playing this. Like, all the trades look like they should be good for Vortex. But the Samurai always in the end make it a little bit more even. You see it by the destroyed value. Buried Gathering in the corner. Vortex at least far away from where the Samurai are looking. Feels like these guys are never dying. The big problem now is Vortex hasn't got Steeled Arrow, but that's being fixed. It's on the way. And a Villager pull. So Wham, he's trying to get, what, a wall up? He is. He's trying to perma-block. Villager's going to get found, though, and that's going to be -1 for nothing. Horseman chasing for more. Yuumi just feeling so flimsy. Undermesh at least makes them like a normal archer, but that still doesn't sound great against Horseman. What a weird game. I love that we're getting something different here, though. When was the last time you saw a good old Abbasid trade build? Especially when they don't go trade caravans, right? They don't go the trade wing. Still, Vortex, what worries me is Wham's kind of on the clock against this Camel Archer strat. And you can see Vortex is sacking his Horseman to trade out the Yuumi. He knows exactly what he needs to win this game. Camel Archer's going to pull away now. Maybe not far enough. Whoops. Hangs around. Somehow breaks off in time there. I'm just getting a little bit distracted, but I mean, Vortex, he needs those Yuumi gone. His Camel Archer count will not scale quick enough otherwise. It's 18 Samurai now from Wham. It's getting a bit nuts. Ford berries also being gathered. You can see he's just trying to exhaust the better gathering rate. Reminder, when you play Japan and you get level 2 into the wheelbarrow tech, so that's Takazaiku, you increase your gathering rate by 50%. You gather from berries quicker than the Muslim civs do. It's a hell of an advantage. Camel Archer count now up to 5. There's not many Yuumi here, actually. But one of them probably injured. I mean, he could just get a free kill. And we do have the Katana Bannerman switch, by the way, which is intriguing considering Wham has overlooked melee techs entirely. Yeah, so he prioritized the daimyo effect, right? Because he needed it for the Yumi, but he's definitely got enough to now switch into double melee, which would be worth it now that he's going samurai plus spears. Now I'm a bit worried, right? Because now we're at the stage where your reinforcements get cut by this. Cavalry advantage, right? When you play infantry into cav mass, the idea is that you will eventually get starved off. So at that point, you either need to have done enough damage raiding, or you need to find a way of smushing the enemy between you and then reforming your groups. Wow, that's a hell of an army size. We said he needed some eco kills. This will be the place to look. Starts to march in. Camel archers scared away. Second wave is starting to march out now. The traders are going for Wham's trade side. Yeah, he switched it up, but he didn't actually set up a gate. So he just ran straight through the opening. Wham now knows it's happening, but Wham right now is distracted. Horseman try for the dive in. Not going to work out that well. Camel archers still trying to thread the needle. He's up to 7. And he is going to steer over. So traders about to get blocked. Vortex, he's got 11 traders hungry, thirsty, and looking for gold. Vortex now looking to protect that trade line. Does outmaneuver the army, but wow. Squares up like this, still finds the macro to get Castle Age. And the Spearman just going to buy so much goodwill. I mean, Camel Archers do quickly kill them, but it's the slowdown, it's the distraction. Pushing him away. And reminder, he's got 15 Samurai. He can rush upgrade here. Yeah, this is looking pretty secure for Wham right now. The Camel Archers is a good answer in the Feudal Age, but unless you're playing like a water map where you can bloat a lot of camels quickly, staying an age behind against mass Samurai feels like a dead end of a strategy. He's going to look to snipe some down now. Yumi wave. Our spears recommitting. Vortex. 8 Camel Archers. A lot of them are injured though. Wham. The floating gate placement. I wonder what's he going to go for first. Does he prioritize the Yumi upgrade or just get the Samurai Sword? I think Yumi could make a lot of sense here for Wham. And he doesn't even need to wait. GG gets called. So mass trade into opponent castle GG. I knew there was a new Abbas distract. Wait, no, that's what they always do. Oh, no. All right, so the Abba pick kind of done what we expected. I don't know, though. I think it's pretty rough for Vortex. Those 2 worker kills at the beginning, I think, changed a lot. Had it not been for those 2 kills, you'd probably see a much more stable transition into Camel Archers than what we actually were treated to. But either way, it's going to be an early lead for Wham. 1 game up. Playing with Abba as being on a boat with a hole in it and you're constantly trying to bail out the water. So what you're saying is you get really buff. I mean, that's not a bad deal, you know? Really swole arms, everything. All right, he knows falling 2-0 behind would be a disaster. So we are actually going to see him going China for game 2. But Mongol pick on the other side. I don't really know what Mongols are meant to do here on Boldland against this. Was he expecting... I think he expected Mali. Mali, maybe Jean. I don't think he was necessarily expecting China. Other game doesn't count. I mean, he did pick Abbas's. We should probably invalidate the game, right? It's only reasonable. Oh, by the way, reminder, guys, if you haven't already, be sure to sign up for the new KPMM. Sign-ups, I think, close shortly. So there might still be room, I don't know. But always worth just shooting your shot. I mean, it takes a minute to do, and you might be able to play against one of your favorite pros. So, let's get ready to rumble. You're a game down. You're losing this grand finals. But there's always one surefire way to get back on the board. China pick. It's weird. We just went from Vortex picking arguably the worst Civ he could to now the best that exists in Age of Empires 4. I don't know where the mind games start or finish here, but that worst pick did get him a loss. That's right. Wham leads the set. But game number 2, he's gone for the Mongols. And I'm starting to think that Wham was expecting maybe... Was he expecting a Malian pick? Malians would have maybe made a lot of sense for Borderland. Historically, a good civ here, but smart move by Vortex. You don't want to be 2-0 down like this. Things can get really weird. When you fall 2 games behind in best of 7, best of 9, etc., your opponent can start doing really weird things for the draft because it's the variance play is worth screwing up your draft, right? It's sometimes not talked about enough advantage. It's like when you are 2 games up, you don't need to play logical anymore with your draft. You can try and throw a Hail Mary. It's like when you're 2 games up and then you pick Irobids and go Trade Wing. It might instantly win you the game or it might lose you the game, but something that's almost going to be guaranteed is it's screwed with your opponent's strat. Historically, Mongols rule China? Well, sure, but like, what point in history are we? We're in the Tang Dynasty, mate. Come on. 12 sheep to 9. Vortex currently losing the sheep game is a bit of a surprise. Yeah, you don't often see China behind, but if there's a civ that can do it, 1 scout and 1 scout, it would be the Mongols because the Khan has the maneuver speed arrow, plus the Falcon. So yeah, like, I think this is something that's really changed things is at the absolute highest level. You know, historically, China always won the sheep game because Tang Dynasty lets them see more. The scouts see further. You can see it in the vision here versus here, right? Like, it's a huge difference. But the cool thing that Mongols have, this good variance, they typically get to contested sheep areas quicker with the maneuver arrow, but they can also gamba check directions with Falcon. So if you're not sure if there's sheep on the left or right, you punt the Falcon out one way. If you don't see any sheep, you just go the other way. And high-level players have gotten phenomenal at utilizing this to minimize the frustrating RNG that is sheep spawns. Looks like Vortex will at least make up the difference in the top corner. I imagine we're looking at pro scouts for China. Does Wham go for a Magadai beginning? Magadai is pretty good on this map. Magadai tends to thrive on maps where A, your opponent's being a bit greedy, and B, they don't have safe resources. Mainly the tree line. The tree line is the primary target. And this is the type of map where your Magadai can shoot all the way over the tree line. So it's a very advantaged play for Mongols opening here. Definitely going to be made better by Deerstone. Just gives him access to a Khan Hunter for the extra range down the line. You guys, look at those predictions. Vortex, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. It is, after all, a China pick. I think this is going to be decided by the first, like, 10 minutes of play. If Mongols get an edge, they can try and maybe play to a bit more of a greedy timing. If China gets an edge, it's just fast castle into mass surge. The dream. Vortex. Final haul? Yeah, he grabbed the other one here. He's behind. 12 sheep to 15, actually. Well played by Wham. I wasn't really expecting an edge for Mongols coming into this, but take what little you can get. Now, he does have a lot of gold. Oh, he's pro scouting too. Maybe? No, I think probably Magadai opening, because the thing that's interesting here is he clubbed 2 sheep, so he can recalibrate his eco. And there's the archery range. It might be that we get pro scouts, but bare minimum, we should be seeing a double pump of Magadai. And remember, he's got more than enough stone to enable that. It's also just really frustrating when you play against this. You've got exposed gold, you've got tiny tree lines. You're going to be playing pro scouts, which is going to put your units in the middle of the map where Magadai can intercept. Just a smart play by Wham. In fact, I think when we started seeing Magadai swing back in, when maps like Kalauga came in, if I remember correctly, it was the Canadians that were ahead of the competition. They were some of the first players to jump onto this. Are we back? I believe we're back. Are we back? All right, 1 sec. I need to restart game. Yeah, apologies, guys. My son decided to go and pull the root route. Less than ideal, but yeah. Piece of shit. He's lucky he's that cute, because if he wasn't, he'd be sleeping outside tonight. He might still sleep outside tonight. Son of a bitch. Anyway. Happens. It happens too freaking often with them. The audio is desynced. It's not. It's your end, I think. Like, my stuff shows correct anyway. Audio is good? Okay, nice. All right, sorry, guys. I'm going to start the game. We can get to it. Dude, this makes my job so stressful. It's like, so the problem is basically the stupid freaking Ethernet cable. You know how Ethernet, I don't know why, like, it's so moronic no one's come up with a solution to this. So the Ethernet, like, the plastic breaks, like, it doesn't break, but like it stops having a resistance, so it can pop out easily. So when he slightly thumped the router, it just basically pushed the Ethernet port out, which ducked us pretty hard here. I think we just lost like half the people watching. Super glue the cables in. Emma said that, and it just sounds really dumb to me. Because, like, let's say you, like, the glue gets in the way of everything. You're screwed. Because now you can't get it out. Get a new cable then? Dude, it's like, then I've got to, like, fit the lines. Have you ever fit the lines on those things? They're really annoying. What minute were we at? Do you guys remember? All right, let's go ahead. We'll speed it up. Yeah, but to replace the plastic ends, you have to like install a new one and put the wires back in, which is a nuisance. Hence why it hasn't been done. All right. 454, you said, right? All right, and we are back. Apologies, folks. My son decided that he was going to disconnect the internet, which has created quite the nuisance, but a bigger nuisance is on the way. It is going to be the Maganai opening. We've already got a double pump of Mangu, and he can get a second group. But instead, Wham is steering into Pro Scout stables, already being dropped to enable that. So this is a bait and switch. What he wants is a reaction out of Vortex to slow down his Pro Scouts timing. We'll stick with the 2x speed just so we catch up a little bit. Deerstone coming in. It's hyper aggressive, but the Magadai are already shifting towards the tree line. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. This type of map is just so hard to defend yourself on with this. Just poke harassment into the trees. Oh, bloody frustration. Almost as much of a frustration as my son disconnecting. Still can't believe we've done that. I walked in, I instantly knew, and here's the thing, guys. So, like, I open the door, I walk in the house. Emma looks befuddled because you just left him alone to go make an apple, right? And then he just gives me this goofy look, like he knew he'd done something. He's like, hey, I see you came to visit. Did I break something? Yes, you did, Ezra. And if you watch this when you're older, for one thing, why are you watching this? AoE 4 is going to be so old by the time you understand this. But also, on this particular day... No, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say something about favorites. Anyway, Kershik's coming through. Has the perfect unit. Vortex now, the reaction to the spear is coming. This is hyper pressure, though. Yeah, it feels like this is the type of game that has the potential to be very fast. Which is becoming signature of Wham. He doesn't like these slower games we've seen. We're going to 2x speed because we've got some catching up to do. But Vortex now just going to be forcing the mass spearman. Does Wham look for a pivot into archers, maybe? Yeah, there you go. Archer ranges are now coming. So he's going to try to keep the harassment up. Reminder, his job here isn't to just win the game with one big fight now. His job is to win the game around 15, 20 minutes because Vortex runs out of food and he doesn't. This is, after all, masked pro scouts. I don't think Vortex even knows yet. Now, he might suspect something like semi-fast castle, which makes sense for just the step readout value. Into Imperial wouldn't be the craziest thing for a Mongol player to envision trying to do here, just because of how good the Karganet can be. Vortex now just going to start bulking up, so he'll look to move forward with the army. Archer Spear Mass is looking decent, just not crazy. Wham might be a little bit vulnerable if Vortex is quick enough, because he could just kind of wedge himself between the Pro Scouts play and the base, and just guaranteeing he gets nothing. And what's up, Emoji of Indy? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. And welcome to Swarm. Vortex. What do you go for here? Because obviously we have the Horseman. So it's almost like he's ready for what comes next already. Why am I switched a lot of people into gold though, which has me believing it's just going to be raw Keshik spam from him? Ambitious considering that you haven't addressed the speeds. No, Wham just kind of looks stuck. Does he have anything meritable here? Not really. I mean, he's got a Deerstone nowhere near his base. Keshiks are cutting some reinforcements at least. But this is quite a sick read. Vortex just sends it in to block the stone at a value and also deny Keshik scaling. Wow. Okay, so Wham. Now the Deerstone not there also means you're a little bit vulnerable. I like that he set up the outpost to give the Yamura back here. His first tree line is running out soon, but he can swing towards the golden one. It's not too bad. And Vortex now just going to walk back, so he's going to hunker down. He's looking for attack. Okay, I spoke too soon. He just invested everything again. Good lord. I think he could have snuck Castle Age here. Spear Brace just to slow down everything. He is fighting into Yam, so this does give an advantage to Wham. Vortex is bringing everything home. Wham needs to be careful not to get over baited into a fight here. Clash will begin. This is fine for the moment. No, Vortex, he lost his target. He clicked on a unit there, and then they just backed away. Still, though, despite that, the TC got a little bit involved, but also all the injured units going down. That was a phenomenal fight for Vortex. Wow, I'm losing a lofty amount of the expensive units he produced there. Deerstone is now going to be pretty redundant. At this type of army scale difference, it should be very hard for him to get back across, especially with the way that Vortex is now steering. Does he dare try and contest the gold? Ram has at least got extra deer coming home. Reminder that Vortex is playing Pro Scouts as well, so it's not like we can say Canadian has food advantage, he'll be able to raid soon. No, they're both safe with food, but Vortex, look at this Civ, man. It's actually... So guys, for anyone who tries to tell you China's not ridiculous, I want you to process what's actually happening here. Army value, Vortex has a slight lead. Destroyed value, the difference is only 600, yet he has enough to age up while having more army value, despite the fact it's only a 600 difference, and despite the fact that Wham's economy never really got harassed. No. Just let that sink in and tell me that China isn't insanely strong. And now he just returns home, denies the Deerstone. That's going to be a huge ore advantage lost for Wham. I think for Wham, it needs to be raids or dead. Easier said than done. Yeah, like normally China, if they fast castle, they don't have many units to defend, but they've got plenty in waiting here. What do you do? Are you step redown? You Kurotai here? I mean, it sounds crazy, but like, is he going to be forced to Kurotai because he needs it to fight? I don't think you like that you have to Kurotai here, but it feels like you're going to be stuck standing your ground anyway. So it's either step read out with a lot of emplacements or it's Kurotai. Kurotai it is. Okay. Not the best feeling in the world. He has 11 archers and 13 Keshik. And Vortex. He's already pumping into the Lancers. Range damage too also on the way. The other issue here, guys, is where's the Uvu? Remember, Wham, he never rebuilt the Uvu, so he has no way of getting pack-up tech. And we've... oh, God, I can't even believe I had the flashback to it. We've seen Kurotai before like this. If it can't arrive at a fight. But for now, it's going to be good for the fight. Vortex dives in ambitiously. Pins the two spears. The two Keshiks, rather, with the spearmen. Khan dead as well. Veteran Sleeper Archer's already there. Keshiks are going to recommit. Just trying to defend the gold. A little raid there. We'll find a worker kill. Extras will have to run away with the Yam. Able to do so. Is Vortex overextending or is this perfect? I mean, the Archer count is still good. Veterancy allows him to start 2-hit killing Keshiks. There are also Lancers here, remember. Yeah, so he vets the Keshiks. There's barely any left, though. And this is great for Vortex. He's already killed most of the real threat. Now his Lancers can look to trade out there, but then just clean up the Archers afterwards. Smart organic play, and now moves on to the outpost. Finds extra worker kills. An extensive lead now, as we're talking about a 10 worker count lead for Vortex. There's still more deer left to pick up. Just a few. Now this is looking close to impossible. I mean, Wham, he's got Kurotai, and this is the worst type of feeling. You get Kurotai and you fail to win the first fight. You just feel lost. It truly does look lost here after that play. Recommitment. Gold on the back is at least going to be a saving grace, but reminder, Wham has no outpost set up. Also, his tree line ran out. He's now playing away from the safety of base. That is a fair point. China is bad at losing. Monks queued up. Vortex just consolidating the lead now. Still, without Uvu, you know, without pack-up, I'm just look at this thing. Look at this. 12 years later. Soon, it will arrive where the fight is going to be, right? He at least gets it there preemptively. And he has set up an Uvu in the corner, but no pack-up tech. And, oh god, Kurotai's kind of worthless if he can't stand here. Attack speed arrow gets activated. Lancer line a little bit thin, but you can say the same about the Keshiks. They're still getting 2 hit by the Archers. Yeah, the ranged armor difference, right? Like, he didn't get the Blacksmith too, but the Archers did. And now, my god, the idle time of this. Wham! With 2/3 of his eco just not working. Archer's dead, and this looks over. There's nothing left of him. Vortex, as should rightfully be done, will equalize with China. Yeah, I mean, we talked about game 1 being a powerful pick against an underwhelming pick. You know, powerful pick against a mid-pack pick here, right? Wham, very creative opening with the idea of like Magadai into Pro Scouts, but I think that's become the expected here when Mongols are mismatched against Pro Scout civs. We've seen that in the past, and just a great read-through by Vortex. Didn't really give the wiggle room for Wham to exploit it fully. Alright, it's like, what day is this? So it's like day 524 of asking for a China nerf. We'll get there eventually. Maybe in 2028. Guys, you keep forgetting, as long as China is the most popular region for Age of Empires 4, they will not get nerfed. It's just good business. So until Germany, UK, or America, somewhere else brings in more people, we can't nerf China. It's just bad for business. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just release a third Chinese civ. Archers, I'm just creeping around the back again. I mean, there's only one thing you can really grab, and it's gold. And the berries, I guess. But I mean, wood is a pipe dream, so you can't really afford new production buildings. It's not really capping out the currents. Prototype. It's going to be there for the fight, but that hasn't really changed anything about the last fights, has it? Lancers. Thinking about the dive in. Double outpost being deployed. Sprint placement is going to be there. There's just no staying power. Wham. Has to commit here. Prays for the defense to work. But this is just wave number 1. There's still double the Lancers coming. And it's going to be too much. China. What a reasonable civ. Yeesh. Dude, I'm still so annoyed about that disconnect. God damn it. But we back. I think we're back on all platforms, right? We are. We're good. Matchup feels so bad for Mongols. Glad I never really encountered good China on ladder. That's not really the reason, right? What, you didn't encounter good China? If someone's good at China, they're probably at Conk easily. I feel like most pros just don't bother to practice China that much on ladder because it shouldn't really be getting through drafts. Like, it feels like a huge oversight often when it makes a few drafts. I feel like sometimes people are allowing it here in KPMM almost as like an experimentation, you know? Like, let's see how good or bad it is. It's almost like when you kind of you poke yourself in the eye because you haven't poked yourself in the eye recently. You're like, does this still hurt? You're like, oh crap, yeah, why did I do that? Oh my god, that was a bad idea. I shouldn't be poking myself in the eye. Idiot. And then you remember not to do it until next time when you have to poke yourself in the eye again. I know, the draft isn't messed up. No, it means that your opponent has it banned away from them. So Vortex banned China, Byzantines, and Lancaster away from WAM in that order. That's what it means. You know, when you're like watching Superman, you're like, wow, look, he got shot in the eye and it didn't do anything. I wonder if I like poke myself in the eye. It's like, ow! You know, it's like kind of you have to remind yourself of these things sometimes, guys. Like, how do you know? You don't know until you know. All right. I think everything is stable now. Big praise. You cancelled the Gamba from the last... Oh, no. Where'd my fast classes go? Different prescription. I'm a bit bummed out, though. I talked to my gunner guys like, yeah, we send you, like, 1 new prescription per year. I was like, really? What if we're, like, free? Do you guys not want me to, like, fashion different things? Yeah, so like, I mean, there's no point wearing the old prescription now. I've got the correct one. But I need to figure out which glasses I want to get from Gunner, now that, like, you can only have one. I might, like, bump the higher-up guys, like, and tell them the policy maybe would be better to be 3 pairs. Because I think it's a win for them. Like, sure, you want people wearing your glasses more if they like wearing different styles. Because, like, Gunner releases probably, like, 12 styles a year, I think. At least. All right, anyway, let's get ready to go. Nah, dude, we don't talk about the scams. And yes, I do read YouTube comments, although the fact that you're like, I would like to ask you something, ... is like, you know, when they're like, you know, when someone's like, hey, can I ask you a question? Yes, that was the question. Moving on. And deeper we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's grand final times between Vortex and WAM, and we are splitting the series. 2 underwhelming picks in the face of the dangerous ones responding with. We've had China and Japan getting wins. Surprise, surprise. Well, how about this? HRE versus Ottomans on an aggressively aligned map. Maybe this one will be a bit harder for you guys to judge. And Vortex already going for the Dark Age opening. Gonna be mirrored by Wham in a different way. He actually goes for the military school, so not as invested in Dark Age, but I like that. I think that's actually quite smart. So my thought here, right, is you could play Dark Age aggro, Dark Age aggro. Ottomans are good for that, but Ottomans benefit when they're against civs that really want that stone early on. Why would an HRE player need that stone early on? They don't, right? Unless they're doing like a 2TC build, but even then, yeah, that feels a little bit slow. If this was a Lancaster pick, by comparison, or Mongol pick, you'd worry about them having all that stone because they do things with it quickly. So I actually like the fact that Wham just kind of remained chill about this. It's like, nah, just get the gold now. Much more important than this. Because for Ottomans, you can get military schools, but like you don't need it in a rush. You're a super noob. Can we play together? I don't really play. But I'd say just queue and learn the game. The biggest problem with people when it comes to games like this is they're scared of losing. Just play. Have fun. Learn. Enjoy. Although, like, it's funny, you've just assumed that you'd want to play against me. The thing about using the ranking that makes the most sense is you'll get people around your level quickly so that you just get balanced matchups anyway. Great. Now Twitch is going to run with like, hey, KP. He's like, oh, yeah, gold ranked lob. Oh, you want to play against you? Anyway, Ottomans have the gold they need. Vortex shouldn't be too far behind. This is the benefit of HRE. Just have great gathering. Although, the way he's done this isn't great, no? Oh, he's got 9 workers. It's not bad. Because the Prelate isn't really buffing the gold workers, but because he's got 9 out here, he's at least efficient with the buff still. So housing being set up. Vortex hasn't really proven himself to be a mine work boy so far. I think we'll just be seeing Arkin here. Probably Arkin here, right? Like you Arkin double tree line and the deer. It's really good. That was a beautiful spawn, actually, getting tree lines like this. And you could try to Arkin the tree line and the gold here, but it's so far forward. And yeah, there you go. It's just too good because now, guys, you just wall here. And it stops any rotations into the Arkin area. There's only one exposed point, and that's all the way around the back, which is difficult to achieve in most matchups. And also down the line, you can just quickly wall here to secure the gold, or just outpost. You're not going to see the burn now. So Money Camp's going to be taken out. And what he's doing here is, like, because he's not seeing a repair, it's telling him Wham doesn't need gold. Right, Wham's opening isn't going to involve like some sort of greedy play, like getting Wall Barrow early. He's now looking to secure the Forgotten Ruins. So Spear's going to pull back towards that. It's going to be neck and neck in that regard. Because Vortex is already in on the stone. Now, why would you want stone as HRE? You don't want a 2TC here, right? That's way too slow. But what you can do is go in placements, which is incredibly valuable. Especially when those emplacements are in the enemy base. You've been learning from us. Well, there you go. Like I said, like take those lessons into your like ladder queue games and put them into action. Then see what you take from it. The other thing I'd always recommend is having a look at build orders to get a feel for things early on. But don't be afraid to explore after that. The biggest thing is like if you really want to improve RTSs, more than just repetitive motion, it's actually dissecting and digesting what you do. A lot of people just play and they play and they play, and they're like, I will get better doing this. It's like, it's true. With enough hours, you will get better. But you will not improve anywhere near as quick as someone who actually reviews what they're doing or understands what they're doing, right? Like, the thing I always say to people is, like, after you do something, if you can't highlight something you've done wrong, then you need to go and review what you've done, you know? If I finish an event, I'm like, I could have done that better casting or that better hosting or that better in the interview, then I've got something to improve on. But if I finish an event and I'm like, damn, I was the best caster in the world. Uh-oh. Red alert, red alert, red alert. I gotta go check, because we definitely done something bad there. It's outpost up. I really like this. He's really going to have arrow slits he can deny out. Wham made the right call, just not playing into the Forgotten Runes. It would have griefed him. This is cool, man. He does need to keep... Yeah, he doesn't really need to decap. It would be nice to do so, right? I think the most important thing for him is his opponent can't touch the stone, can't touch the gold. That means he can't really get military schools unless he actively gathers, which Wham doesn't want to do right now. Has at least got the archers out, but that's now being mirrored. And reminder, playing mass archers is great for Vortex. He's got that huge gathering rate buff here. Even creeping a stables play now. Like this, Vortex understands the importance of this back vision, especially against Ottomans, because they want to go Sipahi. Any game where an Ottoman player can justify Sipahi, they're happy with. It's like their #1 prerogative. Why is he putting it right next to the Archon? He's not really. He's left enough room for a farm, not two, admittedly. But part of it is Vortex doesn't want to build a wall, so he's creating a wall of vision. So he sees the raids here early, but also he's masking the play in the process. And by the way, like, nitpicking Archon placement, stuff like this isn't really a thing anymore, because you have now got Cistercian Abbeys. This just doesn't matter. Like, is it suboptimal? Sure. Is it game ending that you can't place 2 farms here later? Not really, because now you just upgrade your Regnants to place farms around it. Vortex. He has dragged the sheep across. He's still got the deer to play with. He's leaving that until last. That's a big word. Plural. My status. What the hell's that? I don't think I even know what that word is. Plural of majesty. How do I... wait, example. How have I done that? I don't think I've been calling myself Lord KP. Emperor KP dictates you shall lose villages. Marching drills, baby. Oh, wait, I forgot. These guys have got fresh sandals. Seriously. I so feel that formation shuffling needs to go. It's like it's the most illogical thing that we still have in the game. Actually, maybe not the most, but it's up there. So formation shuffling is when units further away will drag faster than their movement speed to catch up with other units. At the high level, it's actually very exploitable. We've seen it used by pros to dodge a lot of kills in the past. Archer plot building for Vortex, but I mean, Wham does have some advantages here. The meta is a huge deal. He's already got it. There's also the Imam coming down the line. Imams are nice outside of the main fight. You won't be able to show up against mass archers, but any aftermath of fights, you'll be able to offset all damage done, which is really important against HRE because of how good their economy is. You need some things to make you look a little bit better, a little bit stronger here. Even creeping the blacksmith around the back now. It does start to look weird like this, that he walked back out all this way. Oh, flash in the tree line. Wham just wedges himself there. Sipahi are lurking, but not able to get the entry. And no, Imams cannot heal from inside the tower. In your garrison, you don't get it. Thank God, because that would be completely busted. Oh, let me just have this AoE healing that you cannot remove at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, Abbasses get that, but they get that in Castle Age, and they have to choose a specific landmark choice and commit into attack. So Wham is just looking for the point where he has enough Sipahi to defend and a few to raid. Vortex, for now, doesn't feel a need for more spearmen, but down the line, you can just add in a few to defend the base. It's not the worst of ideas. Still, it's just so hard to make moves against HRE like this. The vision on this tower. Any maneuvering you try to do gets seen very early. Archers. Now chasing in. Horsemen dive onto it. The spearmen get access to the Sipahi. The target fire maybe a little bit slow here, Wham. Gradually clearing out those spears, but the archers are now being ignored. He's bogged down dealing with the horsemen, meaning these remaining horsemen do no damage. Second wave coming through, though. Ah, this is tricky, though. Undermesh wasn't there, right? So still our advantage for Vortex was giving that little bit of ripple damage. Chase is now on, though. Sipahi moving in. Still got the ranged armor. He has to retreat towards the outposts. But Vortex Probably starts to feel overextended. Does try to garrison inside the outpost. Loses 2 in the process. And there's a Sipaahi dive past. Now looking great for Wham. Jumps on top of him. A few more spearmen arrive. And that will be the end of the chase. Wham. Able to reduce that archer count pretty heavily. Now, the Sipaahi is the most key ingredient here, succeeding-wise. And he's still kept that count decent. Vortex maybe just kind of have to recalibrate. I mean, it's weird how long his spearmen lasted in that last big fight. You know, he didn't have many at the beginning. Yeah, it felt like they weren't getting targeted out. If it was for better targeting there, I think Wham just runs straight through the fight a bit quicker. It's always tricky, right? Like with Vortex, the positioning of his archers was intentional because with marching drills, you're able to just pull away a lot quicker, even when Sipaahi are chasing you. And reminder, you know, Sipaahi are incredible when they reach target, but compared to standard horsemen, they're slower to reach their target. Right? They move at 1.75 instead of 1.88. Yeah, very frustrating sometimes when dealing with HRE for that reason. Additional archer rangers coming in. There's the horseman raid. Weird pathing there, but should still be able to get the kill. I love how aggressively aligned this matchup has become. You know, you go back like a year, and Wham probably would have just been defending. Pulling through to that mid game, looking for an advantage. Not 2025 Wham. No, 2025 Wham is just as hot-headed as the Spaniard. And Vortex now even reacting with the walls. And yeah, as you saw listed in the chat, Sipaahi have a lot of advantages. Reminder, they have extra range, extra health, extra damage. They have an attack speed booster, which is double-edged, right? If you use it and there's melee units in range, you take a lot more damage, but otherwise you just kill a lot faster. So he's had enough of this sore spot on the side of his base. This eyesore of an outpost will be brought down. Sipaahi and the Ram moving in. He's stepping up with the imams now. Vortex does have enough archers to insta-kill those imams. So you want to be very careful about where you place them. Just being marched past. He's like, okay, I don't even care that you know I'm coming. Get a welcome rug ready for me, mate. Horseman. Forcing some out of time. Quite a lot of out of time, actually. That's a lot of workers not doing exactly what their namesake suggests. But I'm just going to poke at the forward infrastructure. Nothing too important being lost there for Vortex. He's been chased away. Who's in the better position here? I think Wham. His army is actually quite scary. 15 Sipaahi with meta just erases armies, really. Especially when you're leaning pretty hard archers. So he's recalibrating into spears, but it's not a crazy count. Like against 23 archers, 10 spears is pretty tame. Do we have farms? We do. Vortex starting to layer them in. 6 so far. Obviously for Wham, he's going to avoid doing that as long as possible. He also has the Madrissa to make sure he's always got this constant trickle of food. Sipaahi or Ghazi better? I'd say Sipaahi. Ghazi are better, like, raiding because you get more of them and they move faster. But, you know, for combat purposes, you know, even against men-at-arms, Ghazi kind of don't often feel as good as Sipaahi. The idea with Sipaahi is, like, with good micro, if you're up against men-at-arms, you can actually hit and move away from them before they hit you. With good micros, Sipaahi are the scariest horsemen by far. Even more so than Ghazi. Especially when you bulk the formation. Sipaahi. Ooh, grab straight on top of him, the archers. Okay, reinforcing spearmen are going to arrive in time. Lost what, 1 Sipaahi? Make it 2. A fairly even exchange, actually, because of that. But you can see how Wham is trying to frustrate him. He's playing both wide flanks. Wall's now trying to come up, but great grab there. Denies the full enclosure. Vortex. I'm starting to get a bit worried there's too many raids to deal with. Like, not yet, but the conceptualization of how and where you can raid. And this is a great dive in. He baited him far out on the south side. Moves in. No wheelbarrow. He caught Vortex just before he had it. Will chip a few worker kills and get out. Does cost him, what, 2 Sipahi. Still, Wham, just starting to frustrate Vortex at a key point as he's looking for Castle. Wham, if he just rejuvenates here, Edge's in the center of the map, he's in a perfect position to dive when he hears that Age up. Yeah, this is the type of map where going Castle is actually a lot easier said than done. We've seen plenty of people just lose a game because of that choice. And you can see the way that he could here. Very clearly, actually. You're basically relying mass archers against Sipahi. Regnitz, it just started. To make matters worse, Wham is sending it before you even complete the tech up. This is a disaster right now for Vortex. Cavalry mostly healed up. Once you start to trade. Sipahi just going to front to absorb the shots and now dive towards the tree line. Out of time being forced, Vortex. And a staggered retreat. We'll find a few of the cav kills. Meta really needs to be target fired down here. It's only one meta, so getting rid of the ranged armor a big deal for the TC assistance, but Wham, he moves away from it, out of the town center range, just to shut down the farms. This is actually very crafty. I think he knows. And there's the confirmation. Age up complete. Wham, we'll just start to assault onto the farms. Villagers go back to work. Vortex, what the hell was that? Ends up losing 3 workers for it. Ram still being a nuisance over here. The dive comes in. Sipahi. They don't want to allow those upgrades to come through. And the Spearmen, they get baited too far forward. And now it can be a dive pass. The meta goes down, but it doesn't matter. The Sipahi able to jump the archers. Vortex completely boned in this one. Fortitude activated. He knows exactly how that story ends. GG. A win for the Whamsicle. Showing you the potency of the Ottoman all-in. Nicely played. So Wham, back into the lead. Beats the HRE. An impressive display there. And wait, did I not put the point up? There we go. So Wham now in the lead. Remember, first to 4 for a win. Let's see what they got in mind next. It's going to be front range. We've actually got English versus French. Yeah, we've been seeing a few French picks. It looks intriguing the way they play here. Because like in theory, it's a map that you don't have much safe goal, but if you're playing French, then you're aggro party anyway. So you're usually going to be the guy moving forward, pressing into your opponent, etc. But you know, if there's like one player right now that's going to be scared of English on this map, it's probably going to be Vortex, right? I think he's the one that comes to mind for most people. Oh, stretchy. Oh, goodness. So I'm just taking this second to double check something. Just got an offer through that needs a quick response from one of my creators. Let me just ping him. Bro, why are you making me lose the glasses? Are you discriminatory against people who are short-sighted? I mean, that's just rude. Like, I'm trying to send an important business message. The life of my business, its existence relies on this message being sent accurately. And you make me take my glasses off. That's rude. I'm going to go bankrupt. Sorry, double check that. All right, so now I can't see. Oh, my eyes feel so weird with glasses off, man. No, it's too late, man. The business went under. I was going to be a millionaire from that. Now my only hopes is to become a 5,000 average viewer streamer to become a millionaire again. Otherwise, I'm screwed. I have children, man. Children that will not be able to eat now. They're going to have to eat gifted keyboards from peripheral brands just to survive. You know what? There's way too many E numbers in that one. Sorry, F numbers. Get it? Because the F keys. All right, anyway. Can I do something? Drop your Prime sub. That's the only way. Everyone needs to drop Prime subs right now. All right. Anyway, in we go. Welcome back. It's El Clasico time up in the mountains, folks. Wham on the French up against Vortex's English. This man was the OG boogeyman on this Civ. Let's see if it's going to ooga booga him back into an even game or if it's going to thrust him into the depths of death. As currently, it is a lead for Wham. 2-1 in our grand finals here. Yeah, so Wham already now moving out for the Ford Golden Deer. We aren't seeing any ball pull, but that's to be expected. That's a move of the English, guys. The reason why English actually might be just a god tier pick on this map, despite being a trash tier Civ in general right now, is this ball. Ball plays, if you guys remember Mountain Clearing, when that first came in, English was settled on as one of the most dominant picks because of this ball. You cannot play and contest them. They get it for free, and the gathering rate difference is huge. It's especially important on a map like this, because on this particular map, there's not much in the way of sheep. Each player will get, on average, 9 sheep in total, from start to finish. That's it. If that sounds like a decent deal to you, like, usually a dry Arabia is going to have somewhere around 36, right? So it's half the sheep of what you get on a standard map. I wonder, does Wham maybe go Pro Scouts? Because we've already had some Pro Scout games on this map. It was surprisingly effective. I think it actually was Vortex, if I'm not mistaken, that made that work here. Give them map secrets? What's the secrets? It's all exposed and open. It's very hard to be secretive on this map. You have limited resources at the start of your base. You have gold leaning north side, food leaning south side. Usually aggressive civs are rewarded, which is why these two have picked these two. English just have the advantage on ball. They can also follow up counter hull pressure. Wham with the French. It's pretty obvious here, right? Knights to raid to keep your opponent pinned. I expect Vortex is probably going Abbey of Kings here, though. Don't know if you can be fast enough against French with a counter hull build. So yeah, Abbey of Kings gets dropped. School of Cavalry response. Exactly what we would have expected. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to check in on the Dota 2 TI results. How's TI looking? I was watching some of it this morning. I legit was like, damn, I really kind of missed Dotes. It's looking like a pretty epic year, actually. Falcons leading currently. Ooh. Against Team Tidebound. Wasn't expecting the 2-0 from Extreme Gaming, though. What's TI? TI is the International. It is the biggest Dota 2 event every single year. It's currently happening in Hamburg. Yeah, they've got the playoffs currently happening. Only a $2.5 million prize pool. It's kind of depressing how small the prize pools got. They used to be absolutely huge. Okay, so Scout of Eyeballs on. Has confirmation of all the obvious stuff. Nice move here, by the way. This is pretty smart. I hope Wham realizes it. The importance of this outpost is high. Because French eat a lot of gold fast because they like to go knights. So if you think about the gold access you have, by the time you age up, you know, you're looking at enough gold to build 30 knights, and then you're going to have to go up here. So key that you don't get scouted doing that. Otherwise, it leads to easy rotations, especially with a French or an English king, rather. Chump change. I know, right? 2.5 million, is that all? More than the combined prize pooling for Age of Empires 2 and 4 per year? Amateurs. Bam, he does go bow now. And that's fine. Like, this is the order of things. You don't do it in Dark Age because short bows. English short bows is the reason why they're the most bullish civ on boars in the game. You just can't contest them. I think you could, again, if you're like China or Sushi, probably just rushing up an outpost, but that does feel bad to do at minute 1. Everyone's sitting in yachts and swimming pools. I know, right? Like, dude, like with the average age group in Age of Empires 4, with the money they make, shouldn't everyone just be dropping 5 gifties? Like, come on. This is like, so this is one of the weird, interesting things I've discovered with the demographic. Is like, technically Age of Empire demographic 2 and 4, there's so much money in theory because of the age group. But in actuality, I don't know if it's because the people are more frugal, but like they don't spend as much as like a Sims streamers community. Does that make sense? What I personally think it is I think it's because the Age of Empires communities activate when they think they need to activate around like let's fund a LAN type thing. But otherwise, they do have the standardized issue of esports, which is that esports, most of it is a free experience, so people don't want to pay for it. Does that make sense? It's something I've highlighted before. Is like technically, if you talk to brands that understand it, they'll agree as well. Like technically, esports viewers are cheap because we got used to having everything for free. So if you guys notice, like recent shows like Counter-Strike and other games where they try to have like something that you can subscribe to get extra views about the players or behind the scenes stuff. They're doing that because they're coming to the conclusion that like in the middle of a bubble that's popping for esports and gaming, you can't really rely on sponsorship money anymore. So they need to get creative with how they get money instead. Advertising to younger people is more valuable inherently? Yes and no. If you have a good value prop, then actually older people's fine because they'll buy. For younger people, the logic is they are more irresponsible with their cash. They have less liabilities, less financial constraints. Like they don't have a mortgage, they don't have kids, etc. So there is some logic to it, yes. It depends on... The problem is with gaming in general. A lot of the brands that advertise there, if they're not gaming lateral already, you're usually getting brands that haven't actually authenticated themselves as a brand yet, right? Like you don't really see Nike or Coca-Cola advertising in gaming much. The reason is, especially with the controversy that exists in some creators that we see every year, there's more risk than there's gain. Like, for example, let's say one of those brands had partnered with Dr. Disrespect when all the stuff came out. What they actually lose money more than they gain from like the good stuff around having done that, of all the people seeing it. Because if that comes out and their stock value goes down just 1%, that is substantially more than the value of Dr. Disrespect advertising and endorsing them. Yeah, this is weird, by the way. We actually have Fast Castle from WAM. I'm a bit shocked to see this, actually. Guildhall coming in. Is he playing for Imperial? That's the only reason I could think you could rush this, but... I mean, your opponent's going to know very quickly. And there's not many places to hide on a map like this. This is the first time I think I've seen French rush castle like this on this map. I mean, this is a rare sight on most maps, guys. Maybe he just wants to bulk arbitrate straight away, but I mean, Vortex is already getting Horseman, so Horseman Spearman, good answer to that. Nicely, he's going to buffer him away, but I imagine Vortex is getting quite suspicious now. Pushes him off the ball. Wham has got 7 sheep at home, so it's not completely dry, but he's mostly dry, guys. Like, he doesn't have much here. Oh, an unusual game from Wham. I mean, he's already tapped the first gold vein as well. That's another thing that scares me. He's going to have to move for this soon. Tech up complete. Vortex will just go home and mirror. Yeah, so he'll look to raid with the Cav a little maybe, but the goal here now is going to be, okay, I'm not getting attacked, so I get to go castle with the town center. What an unusual strategy. Maybe he was worried about Vortex creeping the castle quicker, so he just felt a need to do it. You know, I don't want to say he's a little copycat, but... like, well, if you're going to do it, I'm going to need to do it anyway. And wait, it's Castle Pro Scouts. Yo. So there's been a lot of talk recently about Pro Scouts, and some people recommended the idea of moving Pro Scouts to Castle Age, which the response to from some people was that would absolutely kill Pro Scouts. Well, what better way to find out than a grand finals matchup between Wham and Vortex. Pro Scouts at 10 minutes as French Castle Age. How do you like dem apples? Or should I say, how do you like dem venisons? That's crazy. I mean, you do have the benefit of the white deer, so you're going to get something back. And wow, white towel. Okay, wow, Vortex. Yeah, because it's a mid-arms rush. A bit of a rarer sight from French. Occasionally seen, but... Correct move by Vortex. However, it does mean he's going to be falling behind on economy now. Diving for the card to try and make that not the case. Not going to work. What an unusual game this has become. Flash coming in. Villager is going to get clipped there. So Wham gets the one loss to access the gold. Vortex upgrades to veterancy straight away, but I mean, it's men-at-arms. Like, the weird thing is for English, you're like, well, you just men-at-arms. Your men-at-arms are better, but you don't expect the French men-at-arms. Like, it's just such an odd strat. It just looks like the knight lost his horse. He got a little bit drunk and maybe lost it in a poker bet, and now he's like, great. Now I have to run? I'm going to get blisters. Forces out of time with the dive. White tower bait. Nicely done. Vortex just gets dragged across a little bit. And make sure that Wham's in range of it. Men-at-arms are now going to pull away. But the problem here is if Vortex just micros, he never has to lose a spearman. Yeah, there you go. Starts pulling him away. Guys, he has an Abbey of Kings right here. After, I think it's 7 seconds, they get the out of combat tag and they just heal. It's so tilting for Men-at-arms. Like, so Wham, he's rushing Imperial, isn't he? He's legitimately just rushing Imperial. What? Spears go back in. This time Veteran. That's going to be a one-sided affair. There's no way you get to rush Imperial again. Surely. He has just enough gold for it. The guild hall's up to 360 though. It's got some way to go. This game is getting weird. I don't think anyone coming into this would have predicted fast castle, pro scouts, fast Imperial French. If you did, you're from the future or you're a cheater. But if you're from the future, like, you're a cheater, technically. Like, Marty McFly was technically a cheater, if you think about it. As was, what was it? Was it Butch? Who brought the magazine back, all the bets? Piece of crap. Okay, he's reinvesting. I was like, this is going to be a quick game if he tries a red pass now. So Arbitrary makes a lot of sense. Arbitrary answers everything that Vortex is doing. It's really great against the Knights. And once you have Gambesons, it's fantastic against Spears. Like, this is just weird to watch right now. You're playing French and you're the one getting heavy cab. This is just such an unorthodox game between the two. Spearman dive in. Nicely found. Wham. Ooh, wait, what? What? Okay, still going to go down. Right? No way. Come on. There we go. Gets the kill. Not a single blacksmith tech. Hey, he's got melee. He's got steel arrow coming as well now. I mean, when you fast castle like this, yeah, it's not uncommon to not have blacksmith techs, because blacksmith techs scale with army count, right? Like, having +1 is much more valuable when you have 10 units than when you have 1. And remember, after Wham went fast castle into Pro Scouts, Vortex kind of got forced to follow in that dance. It's just weird to see French forced to be this defensive. Like, you know, I think what this was from Wham is like he picked French to masquerade, to mask his real intention, to look like he was going to be the aggressor. And like when you're English against French, you just assume that, right? Like, okay, he's going to attack me, I'll have to be defensive. So he tried to use that to his advantage. And, you know, it did work to a certain degree. Forcing White Tower. Getting away with his men-at-arms beginning. which had Vortex suspected, he might have just opened Men-at-Arms himself and then built King's Palace and been miles ahead. On the arbitrary bulk up, we have got the correct answer from Vortex. A Horseman switch now on the way. The problem here is Wham is riding pretty blind. He doesn't know what he's up against. Guildhall is up to 1100 food, but he lacks the production surge to get answers, no? Crossbows? I'd love to see Wham just starting to queue Spearman. Like, he sees Knights, right? Like, there's already justification for it. Men-at-Arms can answer Horsemen. The problem is you just get kited or ignored. Alba's chasing full north. So we'll look to scare him away. I wonder, is there going to be a villager pull? No. It's just such a weird army. Men-at-Arms, Arbitrier. Or as I like to call them, half-price knights. You know that, guys? These are half-price knights. Yeah, no, seriously. Like, they've got some small defects, but you can get half-price knights. Yeah, we were shipping them and the horse fell off. But they still function. Not very well against knights, but they function. It would scare away the army. Knights get intercepted as well. And Vortex is winning the relic race. Yeah, big time. Third relic now being picked up. We've yet to see Wham even think about them. A little bit surprising considering the amount of gold you need here. About to run out. Last 80. Guildhall has plenty of food, but his problem is if he's looking for a red pass timing, there we go. He needs to secure the gold in the north. This might be one of those screw the south, move north games where you just hide in the mountains. We've seen one or two of those in the past. They're actually surprisingly effective because of how easily defendable this area is. Like, your opponent can't sneak in, right? The only way your opponent's getting in is if he directly breaks you. Raiding is difficult into the mountain ranges. Vortex's Horseman that he's been creeping up on. Oh, boy. Wham. He's trying to come home. It's mostly Arbitrier. He queues up the Spearman switch, but that may be too little too late. Vortex marches in. Blind, but looking for his target. Frothing at the mouth. And he discovers him. He A-clicks into him. Charge on top. The Horsemen, the Knights, they're in. And Wham! Full army now going to 0. No Gambesons. Doesn't even last a few seconds here. Wham! With that type of loss. No doubt about it. That's your GG. Vortex builds to the perfect situation. And it preps us for a series that she'll continue deeper. Stonewalls just came up from Wham. It's abysmal timing for him. He's got the food to pull, but like, what do you do with it? Like, you can't gather gold quicker. Maybe? Maybe you come out here, you get the gold, you drop a red palace. That could actually work. I just don't know where you're dropping that red palace that doesn't feel bad. You know, that's the big problem I've got the question mark about. What does it do? Who does it save? No, he's going to get seen. Yep, the abandoned outpost reveals, so he knows where the workers are. He's got a second wave coming around now. Guys, this is about to turn into death by sharks or death by squirrels. Yep, that's your two choices. You should probably choose the shark. The squirrel's going to be very slow. So it's either die by the small group here or die by the wave. Yeah, there's no getting out of this. I mean, you wait. No, guys, it's fine. Just stand here. Just stand. Okay, but now what? Onto the wall, boys. Can we build more walls and get out of here, maybe? Start building stone walls now, Wham. Come on. We can do it. All the way home. All the way home. All the way. No, don't get that. He actually reacts with Arbitrary before he's ready. Damn, I mean, Wham. Maybe there's a miracle world where if he could have bought enough time, sure, but off the crossbows. I'm going to start attacking him on that wall. The main army's gone. This is over. GG. He did not even pull the Guildhall. That is such a weird game of AoE 4. That's like one of the weirdest games of this week for sure. Pro Scouts fast castle in it. One sec. Did I? We double check. So I'm getting spammed about some crap. Dude, fast castle under Pro Scouts is an XD move for sure. Let's see what we got next. So Vortex pulls the point back. We're getting some distance here, boyos. Oh, yes. Next up, we're heading into Pigeon's View. It's going to be Delhi Marlians, which has not ended well for Delhi so far. No. So Wham first to reach match point, unless Vortex can do something crazy. Sorry, I'm getting confused by one of my business partners. What the hell is he on about? Yeah, I was talking about some energy drink company sponsors. Like, it's really tricky to work with a lot of these powdered energy drinks because their rev gen is pretty weak from what I've seen. Need to get some canned sponsors from my guys. Need to get Red Bull. Come bring some money to KP. Om nom nom. I like Red Bull though. They always just send me product. They don't even expect anything from me, which is nice. Okay, one sec. All right, we're good to go. I'm going to close the door. It's really cold. I'm just calling that one. So this is what Fast Castle into Pro Scouts would look like. Maybe. That was pure clownery. Should Delhi beat Malians? Yes. This is pretty rough a matchup. Should Delhi beat Malians was the question. The answer, yes. On this map, it's Nightmare Fuel. Pure Nightmare Fuel. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We have got Delhi in the hands of Wham up against Vortex on his Malians. This is a tough one, man. I don't think... Have we seen Malians take a single win against Delhi on this map? It's Pigeon's View, aka High View. It's a really, really good map for Delhi. Raiding Civs in general love this map, but Delhi in particular because they have the Raiders and they have the Sacred Sites as a target point. Yeah, curious to see what Vortex's answer is going to be for this problem. You know, picking something like Mali here, you had to anticipate the possibility, but here's the tricky thing. I think Wham tricked him. I think that Vortex was expecting Root, which would have felt a lot better. This just feels a bit tricky. Because Mali, you know, especially with gold spawns like this, you're going to get pulled left and right a lot. And also on top of that, the Sacred Site timer comes in so quickly that you get forced out of your base sooner than you'd like. But there is maybe some hope, guys. Like, we just watched this a little bit earlier, right? And we saw a pretty damn impressive display. In fact, we saw a Malian win with Mass Archer Donzos in the Vortex B series. Is it possible that Vortex is taking inspiration from the defeat he just experienced on the way to the Grand Finals? It would be pretty cool to see. I mean, I was impressed. You know, B just kind of out-microing Vortex, but also out-timing him in those fights is not something you would have expected. If you're just tuning in, guys, reminder, this is part of our $20,000 esports circuit. We are live every single week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, from around usually midday, 1 p.m.-ish UK time. I think got 40 weeks in total. We're only on the 5th week, and yet already the brackets are starting to look like that. It's impressive. Well, except for those finish fast. Screw that. But maybe a few less free O's would be nice along the way. But, you know, you can't help it sometimes. Wow, how are we looking? What? Okay, that is ridiculous. Vortex, 7 sheep. Wham, 17. Now, luckily he's playing Malian, so you can always just eat cow instead. But that would be a bigger disadvantage while your opponent's playing map. Especially with that. Are you... Okay, you know the spawn is broken when even when you just place your mill at home, it starts to buff the other berry patch. That's ridiculous. What? Wham with the god spawn. I think Microsoft wants NA to win. Manson now coming through. What does Vortex have going for him that's good? Because like the gold split is a little bit annoying. It just makes it hard to defend both sides. And also the deer placement, right? Like secondary is out here. Your primary is like on the forward. Like preferably you want the deer here. That would have been a decent negotiator compared to what Wham got. Because Wham has his deer exposed, right? But like he has the berries good, which is what's important. On top of that, you know, Delhi tend to just get pro scouts just because. The reason why Delhi get pro scouts is because somewhere along the lines, when you're playing the complicated Delhi, you just drag your face across your keyboard in every building and you queue things up. So, you know, you will eventually get pro scouts, but for Vortex, that only happens if it's an informed choice. And I think it might be a bit difficult to justify that against Delhi. Like, it's going to very much slow down your openings, which is going to allow Delhi to go Sacred Sites. I'm trying to think if there's a weak point about Wham spawn. The gold doesn't really matter. Not against Malians. You'll gather the gold you need and then pull away from it anyway. Not even the trees, really. I don't think that's concerning either. Stables now from Vortex. Okay, so he is going pro scouts. Yeah, so... I don't mind the idea of like maybe a delayed pro scouts where you just open the scouts first, harass, and then fall back to the idea. Wham gets the info incredibly early. Yeah, before the first scout has even been upgraded. What did the predictions say? Have I got a bunch of Wham boys? No. 54% to Wham, 46% to Vortex. Considering how Delhi usually do in this matchup, that might say there's a bunch of Vortex fanboys. But then again, as I will reiterate, we have already today seen Malians demolish Delhi in Feudal. In fairness, though, Vortex was on the receiving end of that, so he hasn't proven he can do it yet. Second pit mine now looking to be set up. Yo, guys, what variant could we make of Malians? What would that be? That's a good question. Zambians, maybe? Ghana, maybe? You couldn't do Ethiopia. I think Ethiopia, you'd have to have something like, it'd be Coptics, right? Like Orthodoxy Coptics. Let me open Google Map. Who is close by? Wait, guys, you can do Atlanteans. Have you guys seen those giant like rock formations in the middle of the desert off the west coast of Africa? That looks like it makes up an ancient city that got washed away. Because there's like a theory that that actually was where Atlantis was. It's like that was the lost city. It's really fascinating. I recommend looking it up. Yo, you know what you do? You create a Malian variant where they create giant wheels of cheese that they roll into battle. So they just like, they're on a hill, they start rolling it, and it just rolls off and charges in and does collision damage, you know? Adds ragdoll physics to Age of Empires 4. Or we just snatch the physics from Age of Mythology. But damn, what a snatch here. Moves in with the cavalry. Wham tries to get the shivs out. Already lost one of the workers. Counter raid now. Ghazi overwhelming the Donzos. Yeah, this is the trade-off because you chose to, what, open scouts and then switch ranch? So it was a bait and switch. He didn't go pro scouts. But Wham read straight through it. Ghazi now with the dive in. Gonna find a kill, easy peas. We'll just be able to walk it off. Actually decides to go for a second because the Donzos, they're not reacting. They wanted the kill on the scout. How odd. Less than ideal for sure. Scout does at least get sniped in the end, so Wham's gonna have to reproduce that, otherwise he's riding blind. Isn't Mali an AoE for an assortment of different civs across Africa? Not really. It's the Malian kingdom. Like it's a tribe of people. The Mali Empire would be, I think, was the technical name. Which, I mean, you might be familiar with if you played Europa Universalis. Those guys were rich and also had very big inflation issues. Egyptians, I think if they do Egyptians, they'd have to do an original civ. But, like, I mean, you kind of already have Egypt covered with things like the Ibids and Abbassids. Time period, right? Like, you know, remember time period matters a lot. Because remember, that, like, time period in history, you know, you didn't have the Egyptians. It was like the dynasties. Because nationalism is like an anciently identified concept, the things like Romans and Egyptians or whatever, but like it didn't fit. Nationalism as we know it isn't something that became truly associated until the 19th century, I think it was. Before then, people didn't have that idea. You know, it was things like the Dutch rebellions that led people to identify as a people like they'd never done before. Before that, what would happen is your lands would get invaded, and you know, one day you were Roman, and now you're like, you know, now you're Franks or whatever, right? Although people had dialect and cultural origins, they accepted the rule. Whereas, like, if you look at nowadays, in more recent times, when people try to invade a country, it's almost impossible to hold on. That's why you get what we call cultural conversions, if you want to be political, which is basically just purging, because you can't control the people. The only time you can invade a country in modern times is when you are seen as a liberator, right? And then you can potentially vassalize and then indoctrinate over time. That's a very long process. So yeah, a little bit of insight as to why, like, you get things like the Delhi Sultanate instead of Indians. There are, of course, exceptions like France, England, etc. But, like, you know, for a lot of these wider encompassing, especially outside of Europe, I think Europe was much quicker to this point of, like, identifying nationalistically than other parts of the world. Other parts of the world were more of a people, whereas, like, Europeans became very country anchored quicker. And yep, you are correct. Came the 100 Years' Wars where people fought for France. And then, well, it really got embedded, like I said, later on with the Dutch, and then also in the Napoleonic era where he started creating client states. So then people, even like that, if you think about it, what Napoleon done very differently is when he ruled over people, he changed their conceptualization of like what they were. Because usually when you took over somewhere, you then went, congrats, you're now part of like France. But what he done is like, well, you are part of France, but you're a vassal state. Like, what's the state? Like, you are the state. And all of a sudden, that gave people a stability, even when invaded, to identify as a people. Anyway, nerd lore over. We've got double Sacred Site, good map control from Wham, a lot of Ghazi. I mean, we're just seeing the typical issues that Malians have against Delhi. And Vortex, he didn't go the direction that we saw from B, where he forced this weird transition and got Archer Mass over, over Delhi. We've just got standard Jav Donzo, which is normally what Delhi can win out against. Especially now that the time is ticking, it's going to force Vortex's hand to get out of the base. He's trying to set up for the ranches, though. Nation-state identity was conceived by the Westphalian Treaty. Sure, but what we're talking about is like the point where you just could not invade people and say like, well, now you're going to be part of our country, sort of thing, right? Like that's a much more recent thing than like 1650s. Because a lot of people were still invaded and became part of other countries, like after. Like also, the other big one that would have been obvious to a lot of people that helped was the Declaration of Independence, right? So like, you're talking like 18th, 19th century era type places where it really just became like, holy crap, this is the thing. Because even with the Declaration of Independence, there's still this whole idea of indoctrinating new lands and becoming a new people. Nerds! Sorry, I just had to say something other than lots of history waffle. Okay, so Wham just looking to run down the clock now while teching. He knows where this is going, right? Vortex is prepping for the tech timing. Otherwise, he'd be trying to approach the secret site already. Which you'd know because of the abandoned outposts. You see that crap coming a mile off. Ghazi Mass, just always so frustrating for this. When you play Donzo Javelin, this is the problem. Vortex has gone for the most expensive infantry comp he can come up with. The problem with this is you turn into Golem. You don't want to lose Precious, right? You're willing to just risk being naked, hungry, your wife left you. What are you talking about? You never had a wife. Well, you're just going delusional. All of that stuff because you got to protect Precious. So because of how valuable this army is per unit, Vortex doesn't want to come out. He just wants to camp at home. Thinks it's good, but we've seen that Javelin is just not the comfortable way to play Castle, right? Like Archer, Sofa is your desirable. He's not playing either of those things. I'm readying for age up sooner. Wow. Now House of Learning coming through. We've done a lot of learning this game. I look forward to the ongoing discussion now on like nationalism and the origin points and the snowball. History's so fun. But it's funner when we get to the bloodbath, which might be coming soon. Grand Fulani now on the way for Vortex. And Wham. He might find the timing here, actually, to cause some damage. Steps up with the Archer Ghazi. His age up completes first. Vortex. That's a lot of infrastructure out in the open. Yeah, and that's exactly why Wham's trying to dive in, but he's going to dive past it, maybe? He doesn't know where the Donzos are. He only just got eyeballs on them. So we're going to scare him away. Veterancy will kick in a minute and 15 for free, but that means that Vortex has the edge here. Only takes him 30 seconds. Where Vortex is disadvantaged is that with this positioning on the map, Wham should be vacuuming up all the relics bar one. Yeah, just look at the positioning. There's only one relic that isn't feasible. The rest should be his kingdom to rule over. Oh, seems he actually missed his timing, though. Yeah, he played left side of the map, but he didn't play east, right? So 2 relics are just dangling here that should have been freebies. Like, talk about Egypt's history and how they kind of just went extinct through invaders, etc. Yeah. I mean, it's funny when you look at a lot of histories, like, the people just aren't the people, you know what I mean? Like, the origins of, like, English, the interactions with things like the Vikings, the settlings of the Saxons. Native Americans weren't Native Americans. They came, across the frozen lakes, the west, blah, blah, blah. Then you can, I mean, if you really want to be pedantic, we're all African. The funny one to tease Americans with is the fact they're just Europeans. Or at least the OG colonies. They're just European. Smash coming in. I'm surprised Vortex walked this far up. Ghazi upgrade is there. Veteran Super Archers as well. Night Switch on the way. Big clash. More troopers are coming through Vortex. I don't think he can stay here. The Ghazi are just meeting their way through. Wow. 15 guns are remaining, though. He hesitates. Only 15 Ghazi. He doesn't like the odds, so backs away. The archers actually got cleared a little bit quicker than expected here. So Vortex able to anchor here for the time being. But now we've got Lancers also added into the equation. No men-at-arms. Vortex holding sturdy on the edge of the base. Onzo count not looking as high anymore. Half of what he has is in this engagement, but you can see that Wham is kind of struggling to actually hang in there, especially when you consider that a third of his military is scholars. His army's not that big. Javelin's pretty much just meat shielding as they try to clear out the archers. But Wham, it's one of those you go into a casino and come out with a grand less. Like every time he enters this fight, he leaves with so little cavalry. You're like, what did you spend this all on? It's like when someone goes into Mackie D's these days, like, where'd the money go? Man, the Big Mac meals, there's just so much. Still Wham. Double Sacred Sight, that can now be intercepted. That means win condition, obvious win condition for the Canadian is gone. And this is where the game gets scary. Vortex, phenomenally well executed on those fights. Needed to be as well. Because now, with the Fulani, his economy is just better. Right? You've got the gold gen, you've got the food gen. Relic game is going to be Wham's salvation. We've got the fourth relic now coming back. Only one that Vortex could realistically obtain. I love that Wham isn't going to sit there waiting for another attack. No. He knows he can't directly contest. That last fight was proof of it. But what he can do is raid his heart out. Vortex. Villagers will just move away. Formation shuffling will save the day. Has to body with the infantry. It is going to work nicely. Wham just tries to run past him, though. Onto the tree line. A lot of idle time here. Army now on the way home. In the meantime, he cuts down the few troops left to guard. And this is huge idle time. Army's almost home. But Wham, I mean, you could just leave now, really. He leaves the other side. Nicely played. That bought time for more archers to be coming through. European and modern American history is even more barbaric than anything that humanity's ever seen. Oh, well, you'd be surprised. It's pretty bad, but like... The thing that I'd always steer on the side of caution with is typically, as you go into more recent history, there's more documentation. Right? You go far back, you just don't know like what there was. But yeah, there's good fair points to highlight. I mean, World War II is the most obvious one, right? The fact that like, but then you also start to get into the weird predicaments of like, okay, so what happened before we had the Geneva Convention? Huh? Like, because something bad had to happen for that to come around. But then also what was happening even further before that, you know? Like nowadays, we understand that traditional torture is pretty dumb because it doesn't get you the answer you're looking for. It often just gets, an answer out of someone. It doesn't mean you get an accurate answer. Also, the further you go back in history, the more like evil there is just through ignorance, right? Because people just don't understand things like basic health and medicine. Last time I checked, we stopped burning people for being witches, you know? Alright. Who's the magical figure here? Who's going to be taking the lead in this best of 7? Are we edging towards that point? Wham, he's caught up on military now. But the Sofa Flood is real for Vortex. Sacred Site's locked in again. It doesn't matter. That's not a win condition at 10 minutes out. War Elephant starting to be built is smart. But Vortex has a lot of Donzos, so if you want to play War Elephants for a win, you're going to need more than one here. And no! Wham! No! Come on! Education systems, man! Is Canada really that bad off? I cannot believe that. This whole time, the House of Learning, nothing was queued. There was no learning. He has no advantageous techs in this fight. But he does have a War Elephant. One Dumbo to rule them all. I think he might be melting a bit too quick here. Javelin target fire looks really good from Vortex. But wham, he's starting to break through. Vortex in a panic and Super tries to leave. Mass Javelin's only a few Donzos, so good chase opportunity now for Wham. And you done that without the techs? God. So far going to try to turn around, but that War Elephant is the equivalent of an intercontinental ballistic missile in the feudal age, or castle in this case. It's finally going to bring it down. The damage it's done, man. The control that Wham just got off the back of that. He still has Lancers left alive. It's only jabs, really, for Vortex. And Crossbow Mass just brilliant for taking out these Sofa. There's nothing left of it. An impressive fight out of Wham, especially considering that you're on the clock, food-wise. But it looks like he's found that timing. So here you go, guys. Like, you want to go to the dark place of, like, history. There's probably a time where someone thought a good way of getting answers out of people is to tie them between two elephants and then slap the elephant's ass. That's pretty disgraceful. Like, that is dark, abusive behavior. I can't believe anyone would slap an elephant. It's just mean. I mean, sure, they're big and scary, but, you know, they got a good heart. Oh, the 0-4, this shows you how many scholars are garrisoned and how many things you got researching. Which, I don't think that's correct. Has he got no scholars at all? No, he hasn't. He's pulled them all out. Yeah, so he's just rushing them out, it seems. And a creep up. Dude, this is crazy from Wham. The fact that he pulled all scholars is surprising. So he doesn't want the game to go any deeper. He wants the game done now. They're just in buildings, basically allowing him to double up on production rates. Godman's Law? I don't think I'm familiar with that phrase, but so the whole comment of, like, we don't know, you know, like, living through these ages versus living through the old. Like, I think the best way it's ever been put is if you could be a king in, like, the 16th century, or you could just have, like, an average to mediocre life in the 21st century, you'd be insane to take the king life. Your lifespan would be really short. You'd have terrible hygiene, health, etc., even though you live like a king. There's just so many things you would know. It's a fair point. The power play of crapping into a bucket and then throwing on a peasant. Anyway, Wham! This Fulani is a thumbs down, Arnie. Oi, oi, oi. Vortex has at least remasked on the military. Got a lot of denial now. Wham knocks down 4 of the ranchers. We'll look to club a few of the cow, just to make it a more permanent pain. But actually, an expensive commitment there. Ends up denying, what, yes, a few of the cow. Takes heavy damage on the cav. I think he got enough out of that, though. Flank raid attempts. The Sofas did try to dive in, got blocked out. Double Sacred Site down to 6 minutes. I can't believe this. 4 minutes ago, I said, well, this isn't going to matter. Because position-wise, it shouldn't have. But now. I'm also stockpiling some reserves, so should be seeing a lot more mass coming. It's going to be War Elephants. I think the one thing I don't like for Wham is, you know, how do you defend both Sacred Sites? I think the logic here is that he guards one forward, so that if Vortex goes to decap here, you can dive his base. Elephant smart? You guys know that donkeys are, like, pretty smart, pretty aggressive and are actually like very loving creatures. You guys know that? Like, donkeys get a bad reputation as being asshats, but it's because they're actually, like, stoic defenders. If you get their trust, you got a friend for life. But, you know what? We don't have enough donkeys in India. Where's the elephant? Here he comes, Dumbo! Woohoo! The guy that we trust in. Main clash. A little bit staggered there. Ghazi do pull back to try and expose the sofa onto front lines. The crossbows can clear them, and guys, it's working. The sofa, they're gone. Oh my god, they died so fast. Vortex, he's about to be overwhelmed. He's got no answer to the elephant that just arrived. Sacred Site timer can't be stopped. Wham will be able to brute force his way through, and he threads the needle beautifully. Look at this. He's down to the last berries just outside of Vortex's base. That's what it took. That's the cojones, the risk that was needed to get the kill. Props to him, man. And Wham, he does it in Wham fashion. This guy and his technologies. The House of Learning delayed tech ups. And yet still, the Canadian destroys with the Delhi. Dude, how does he always do this? I feel like it's always freaking Wham's games where we notice the tech situation. What do we even call that one? There were some fun discussions in that one as well. He forgets his techs and still makes them look S tier. All right, so match point opportunity here. Game number 6. We go to Cliffside. Roos versus Ayabids. Ayu definitely has the potential to get a 7th game. They've been pretty effective in this map because they have the variance of Gulam. Not so sure about it against Horse Archer spam. I did say that Delhi was favored to win. Yeah, but he like missed the timing in Feudal Age, right? Like he got into Castle, which is what made it a lot more crazy. Delhi's always favored to win. I think it gets like a bit more even in Castle though. Depending on your comp, like Malians have better answers because they have a real economy at that stage. They have a scary economy. But yeah. Delhi, Lamau, what is losing? And how do you do it? Just double checking. Why not where we hang around after the finals and play some Borderlands or not? I don't know. It's getting pretty deep and I haven't eaten is my only concern. Ugh. All right. All right, so we know that elephants are broken, but are camels broken too? It's time to find out. If we want to see a 7th game, if we want to see Vortex defend his title, they need to be the most busted unit in Age of Empires 4. As he busts them out in game number 6 with his tournament life on the line. If Wham wins here, he will be our champion of Midweek Muster Season 2, week number 5. And what a way to do it as well with the underwhelming Roos. I mean, still a high priority pick quite often, but has been falling off. And what the hell is that sport? Come on. Guys, you can't. Like, you can't make this up. Like, I just... Marine law! I don't know how it's his fault, but it is. I can't believe that. That. And the deer? And the deer split? Is there anything else you need as Roos? Like, what? I'm at this point, I'm like the support man at Microsoft. While you've got me on the line, is there anything else we can help you with right now? Oh yeah, like can I maybe get I don't know, the boar in my base? Is that possible? Oh, we'll see what we can do. Maybe next patch. Guys, this is an incredible spawn. Back gold as well. Semi-wallable area anyway because of that gold connector. Like gold on the front's not going to matter because you don't need it in a rush. How did Vortex do by comparison? He got 4 gold, berries nearby, so outpostable if need be. Back there here may be kind of attainable, but like not secureable long term. I don't know, man. I don't like his spawn as much. He got back berries, that's decent. But oh my god, the 8 stack is so far out there. It's ridiculously far on the flank. Yeah, so I'm a little bit worried, man. This is such a good spawn. He's already generating 45 gold a minute. And this high trade house later is going to be insane. Because here's the beautiful thing, guys. You can start your tree line... Oopsie. You can start your tree line here. And you just cut in, so you never hit the high trade house. And then you drop it here. Wall this off. You've got secure mid-game. So yeah, I think if Vortex wants to try and make this difficult, he's going to have to find a way of playing fast and urgent. Logistics Wing's going to be the opening. It could be we're looking at Desert Raider beginning here. Top deer and boar? Yeah, that happens a lot though. But that's meant to be pretty consistent. There's a boar and deer on this map will spawn close to each other. Like you see here, you can pretty much pull the boar into the same location as deer. So quite a common thing actually on this map. Intentional. Vortex. What will the opener be? Because you could go for a Desert Raider. My only concern is that what are you going to attack? Obviously, if you do a Desert Raider, because it forces reactions, but with Roofs, they're just in their base, right? And if you Desert Raider, you do get archers, so probably we'll see stables beginning from Ibids. It's pretty standard. That way, when your opponent reacts with archery range, you can just switch into Horseman as an answer. How you guys been feeling about Roost recently? I'm curious what the casual opinion is on it. So I think we see it still drafted a lot, but the impact is probably half of what it used to be, which is a good thing. It was definitely too powerful before. Like overall, I feel like it's in a good place. It has relevance, but it's, I think in some cases maybe rated too highly at the start of the drafts. And win rates have kind of been showing that, right? It's definitely been struggling compared to where it used to be. Camels are great versus horse archers. Yeah, but like on this map, Ibids actually have alternate options. Gulam play can be really good here because if your opponent doesn't think they can build horse archers, which is reasonable, they're usually going to gravitate towards things like static units, infantry units. And Gulam are great on this map because of the short distance to rush. The only thing you're worried about is night spam, but once again, like if your opponent's worried about camels and doesn't build horse archers, he's also for the same reason worried about building knights. Scouts coming out. Should be pro scouts coming in pretty swiftly, but no. No, Wham goes different here. Yeah, guys, this is not pro scouts. Look at the resource investment. Broadaxe as well as Wheelbarrow. If it is pro scouts, it's not in a rush. I thought he'd just take the free win on the backside in particular. And Dervish coming out. So just allowing the scout to be a nuisance. Knowing a little bit of burn here. Nice thing about being the Saracen civs is that you take less damage from the burn. Remember, you have the fire armor. So that means you have to spend less time repairing. You have to spend less wood as a result. And your opponent wastes more time trying to do this. Desert Raider will come out in time to scare him off. Archer beginning from both players. Rax as well from Wham. To be expected. We talked about the stables beginning. I think the imperative thing here for Wham is archers, though. If you don't have enough archers, then the Dervish dictate the fights. If you have enough archers, they can't really even show up. There's risk that they just die if they do. This is so annoying sometimes. The problem you have here, guys, is in the infant stage of fuel age, you don't have many units. So any unit taking damage, like right now, you know, for Wham, let's say he has 4 units only. Well, that's now, you've lost 12%, 12.5% of your army health. Meanwhile, your opponent over here, you think like, oh man, I've shot him, so now he's lost whatever percentage of his. No. Feudal healing is just toxic for this element. And you see it at pro level. You don't really understand it or appreciate it at like below pro level because it's the urgency. It's the understanding of optimizing the first few minutes of play. It's like when you talk about casual play, the idea of being 1 villager behind isn't the end of the world. But at pro level in games like StarCraft, it reached the point where if someone started with 1 less villager, it's GG already, right? But that's the difference. So just having infinite HP versus limited HP is a huge, huge benefit. And, you know, we've seen it with Ottomans, right? Like, Ottomans has been kind of taking over at pro play because of the healing and the meta timing. I think you're going to see more of this from the Ibids in the upcoming S tier events. Because people are just going to get better at leveraging the dervishes more than they've ever in the past. Wow, I'm queuing up a knight now. This guy's going to go down. Ends up losing both of them, in fact. Kind of a pseudo front line, but still pricey to lose anyway. Wham has snuck onto the deer, which is why he's so urgent to defend. I think Vortex maybe realizes this. Because he hasn't seen a pro scouts play yet. I wonder, Vortex, how long does he keep up this dance? Because like, normally when you're playing Ibids, you've got one eye on aggro and one eye on castle. Because castle is just seen as your big boon. Like, you know, the thing about Ibids is it's very hard to play a longer age every time. The longer the age gets, the less your advantage gets, right? Like, you're a timing sieve. You go growth when you get free villages straight away. Free villages is a lot more at 5 minutes than it is at 20. The healing, you know, at this point, very powerful. But once your opponent has got 20 archers, dervish just die straight away in a fight. Wham's Wolves. Did end up losing a worker for it. Vortex, I think, is that enough to convince him? He's stockpiling. Yeah, I think he saw the knights. He's like, okay, crap. Yeah, no, like, this is not where I want to be. Because he doesn't have spearmen already prepped. And trying to build spears now when Roos have already setting up archers can be a bit tricky. I mean, it would set him up nicely for a Golem switch afterwards. But now that there are knights, I just think you're less inclined. Vortex, always with the signature aggression. Wow. I wonder if he senses it. Like, Vortex wasn't really pushing fully into him, so I think we're going to have castle and castle now. Which is problematic because Wham's already investing in knights. It's not like he's diversified away from the Camelonis. He's kind of leaning into it now. And probably, what, Growthwing? Growthwing makes a lot of sense. Desiderated Wing's not terrible with your opponent having knights, but there's always the archer threat. Industry is also, I think, sometimes slept on here. But growth seems the most likely. Like, at this earlier point in the game, it's still a big, healthy chunk of economy. Like, it's a 20% increase to your eco. Oh, he goes military reinforcement. Okay. So maybe he just thinks it's knights only? But, I mean, this could end up being pretty bad news for Vortex, considering that Wham is still scaling archers. Then again, the weird part is it's a full reinvestment in this age. He's not teching. Knights around the back. He's so frustrated. Dude, this unease is so tilting, man. Unease and the healing. We'll look to try and dive on the workers, but gets blocked down. Nice moves onto the dervish. Just, come on. Why does he heal himself, man? That is the most pointless attempt at a kill you could ever experience. Wow, never one to be deterred. He's actually moving forward still. I think he saw the size of the army reaction and maybe just knows it's an age up already, as this doesn't feel that many defenders. posturing. Soon to be double-digit knights. And Vortex is just going raw Desert Raiders. Yeah, I thought he'd be prepping for Camel Lancers, but guys, he's not. He's just getting a bigger army. Vortex does see him coming. Wham gets confirmation. It's an age up. He knows which wing as well. He knows what to expect. So I'm probably expecting, like, maybe just cancel a few knights. And yeah, there you go. Wait, no, sorry. They just got produced. He's committing. Okay, he believes that is the way. Jump straight into the base. Few spinmen in the mixer as well to be a frustration with the horseman. But archer target fire is good from Vortex. The villagers are now in the front line, though. A few getting cleaved down by the knights. The archers holding for now on the choke point. Desert Raiders, even with the debuff coming out on the knights, struggling to hold this location. It's the production rate. They take so long to come out, but looks like the archers have been cleared. TC Fire coming in clutch there. Tech up complete. Now, Wab, he does have a 6-worker lead. I imagine Vortex will be looking to hoover up those relics. Toot sweet now. Wow, I love that. Switches the horseman because the weird things like Vortex. I mean, his comp, it deals with Knight Archer really well, but it actually does nothing against horseman. It dies to horseman. Villagers, he's finding more. Are we just fated to see people who rush castle die? Because it felt like Vortex had a really good position in this game before the age up began. Now it just all seems to be evaporating. With the poke raids. Vortex now 12 economy behind. And guys, you know what we've been waiting for. You know what's going to happen. And you know it's going to sound and look dirty. He already snuck ball. I love that Pro Scouts is just overrated crap now, man. Like, it's so much more fun to see. People playing pocket economy is how the game should be. Boar, deer, wooden fortress secures all. Camel Lance is now being queued by Vortex, but Wham, now ready for the jackpot. Get your numbers in, boys and girls. We're going big on the bounty too. And the small gold round this, 18 gold, 30 gold, 13, another 26. Ridiculous amount of passive gold that's about to be in Wham's pocket. Vortex only now bringing the first relic back. Knights are still circling. We do at least have outpost defense up. Vortex will pull away. Sees the raid coming. I don't think these archers... Yeah, Vortex is a little bit hesitant because he doesn't even have veterancy on them. No, the blockouts and the gold really slowed his game down. We talked about the bad spawn for him. Very safe, sure, but gold makes the world go round for this Civ. That second wave that came in just shut him out of there entirely. So Horse Archer's now queued up. Vortex. Should he be molding about this? There's 54 trees, which is pretty damn good. 81 gold, so 162 or 163 coming out of this. That's a damn good deal. Desert Raiders now moving on to the flank. Wooden Fortress is up, though. Yep, and this is nightmare fuel for you, right? Desert Raiders, they have no ranged arm to speak of. They suck against static emplacements, but we do at least have rams coming in. We even use the camels to build those up quicker. So we look to break him on the ball before he gets value there. 163. There you go. He wasn't right. He was one off. Amateur. I mean, obviously, I knew the exact answer. I just didn't, like, it'd be unfair for me to participate, you know? It's like, you know when you do a giveaway and you're like, and the person who won the PlayStation 5 alongside an OLED monitor is... me. I'm looking to bug out of here. They look to break away. Army might have to be sacked to allow for it, though. Camel Lancers. They steer off. They turn. He is going to end up losing the 8 villages. A huge advantage to Vortex now. I think also is why I'm not out of food. He was gathering berries. He's almost dry. Oh, no. Oh, yes. No, this is happening. Vortex cutting down the worker lead. His army, much stronger. Yeah, the Horse Archer transition isn't ready yet. Horse Archers also suck at defending. They're an aggro-based unit. If you're stuck in your base, turtling, they don't do anything. Because they can run away, but the workers will be left on the front line. Wham. Ends up getting cut down. The Lancers finished him off there. Looking for his own raids. Will get blocked out. Relic game is turning into a big win for Vortex. Third one now coming back. The army size difference. Day and night. 26 to 41 now. Wow. With a desperation play. He pulls the villagers for the deer. Vortex does not see it. And the Wallalol also did just get a conversion. Yeah, Vortex able to snatch a knight away. Goddamn defector. But for good reason. This guy knows who's going to win. He has good taste. Vortex. Now pressuring into the base. Wham is still not there yet. Guys, can I like... Can we just... I don't know. I'm thinking we just get a catapult and we launch you guys. It'll be quicker. Even when you break your legs on landing, you'll get here sooner. Double Winter Fortress, but the dive coming through. Wham. The Seek Shelter. Where are you going? Workers will barely find their way through. A few are actually going to get trapped and killed. Vortex now evening up the worker count, but he's ahead in every other regard in this game. Dive comes through. Archers chase the Horse Archers off. The Knights can't stand their ground. There's no Boys Fortitude. The debuff is a problem as well. This looks done. Wham has been cooked. We've even got shared food now over here between the two. In this game of Zoo Tycoon Grand Finals, we can confirm elephants strong, but yes, camels just as strong as well. Villagers will just shift away now. Got harassed off the berries, but with the army coming back over, yeah, we don't want to be stuck in the tower again. We saw that done to Wham last time. Don't listen to Faye. She's trolling 100%. Knights don't need a buff. Shut up. Shut up. Get out of here. Has Faye been practicing French? She must have been. All right, Burn come... Wait. He put the villagers back. Uh-oh. Ram. One more hit. The Winter Fortress is gone. Army gets scared away. I mean, that's it. 8 workers down on top of the lead. Nah, he calls it GG. We're back on form, baby. Best of 7s that go all the way. Courtesy of our midweek muster. Ah, yes. Yes. That's right. KP shall starve this day. I'm getting hungry. So, left side win. A deciding game number 7. On good old-fashioned Dry Arabia. Somehow Dry Arabia got saved until last. Where we are going to be seeing Malians versus Rus. Reminder, if you lose with a Civ, you can re-pick it, is the rules. It's Malian versus Rus. Vortex China? Nah. It's the ones you lost with. Can you imagine how dumb it would be if like, it was the one you won with? It's like, congrats, you stomped the crap out of someone. Here's, do it again. No, so the idea is if you lose with a Civ, you can whip it out again. A website that tells you which build order to go versus which Civ. Not sure about that specifically. Like, you can go to A4 World and click on a game and see what people's build orders were. There's like no fully encompassing answer. Some people are going to try to tell you like you always do this, but like it's not true. There's always differences per game, right? Like you're better off learning a build order and then over time figuring out how to apply that build order to different circumstances. If that makes sense. I'd say it's the healthier way to go. Because like it's also because the problem is quite often when people pull up a build order from Beastie or Marine Lord or whatever, like it's just blind faith punting of like what it does, and you don't understand why they do things necessarily. One sec. I need to double check something. Sorry, I got like a problem with one of our influencers activations. I need to send it across. Okay. Just watch Mordamar, Buildamar, Bullydamar, Delidamar, China-Damar? You guys forget China-Damar? Search for players in game and watch replays? Yes, as long as they don't have their match history hidden. Which people who play in my midweek muster are not allowed to do. It's a rule. If you're a midweek muster, you must have your data open so that we can cast your games. Otherwise, I keep your money and then use it to pay for a very expensive takeaway. Mm-hmm. Dude, part of me really wants to play Borderlands straight away. I think I might just have to end stream after this and not play Borderlands on stream. I don't know. Maybe play an hour and then I go eat. Maybe. What do you think, chat? Do we check out some Borderlands? I don't know what it's going to be like. I'll see. We'll think about it. Because I am a hungry boy. I might also be reinstalling Dota 2. I'm considering it. It's a possibility. It might be happening. Maybe. Now, I mentioned takeaway. I can't resist. I can. I don't make anywhere near enough money to be doing takeaway. Dude, like my sister, I think she spends like 80 quid a month at least on takeaway. I'm like, what? 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 Don't know why I became Yoda. It feels like 20 to 40 pound a week. I'm like, what? All right. Actually, that sounds low for takeaway. They must not be ordering a lot on the takeaway. I reckon it's much higher and they're lying. All right. Anyway, let's get ready to rumble. Best of 7 that goes all the way to game number 7. What better way to decide our champion than Dry Arabia? Welcome back to the channel, folks. Vortex versus Wham going the full distance this week in our $20,000 esports circuit, the Midweek Muster. Wham just got unraveled with his roost, even on a miracle spawn. Now trusts in it again. Will it fail him twice, or will Vortex come out victorious with the Malian pick? An interesting spawn, actually. Back gold in the corner, not too bad to have here. A reminder, the way that this works is if we get to a game 7, players are allowed to reuse civs that they lost with. So it creates a very wacky dynamic at the end that you can just repeat civ usage, kind of keep things a little bit free flow. Because if it wasn't for that, then we would have definitely been getting, for the final game, I think it would have been Shushi versus Jean, if I'm not mistaken. It's interesting as well, actually, that Wham did have Shushi, but I think because the Malian threat, he understood, like, it's not worth doing. So what are we getting here? Because we've already seen one game of no pro scouts. And guys, I think we're getting it again. Yeah, no pro scout build from Wham. He's full on board with the anti-pro scouts. I love this. Roos is evolving. The world is healing. I mean, for a moment there in the last game, it looked pretty damn good. In the end, his problem simply became the fact that he was playing into the camel sieve, right? Like last game, it was Ibid versus Roos. This looks a lot more healthy, a lot more believable. Yeah, because like Vortex, I mean, what's he going to do with Marlians? Is he going to play aggro? Maybe Sofa Archer? Get up in the face of your opponent? Actually, like Sofa Spear might be an intriguing one, but you're just encouraging Archer play from Roos at that point. I do think Sofa is key to success here, though. But there's a value play for Wham. Like, he could actually set up a Wooden Fortress here and chop this tree line first. Gives him that mutual defense for both his trees as well as the deer. Other than that, how's the spawn looking? Double gold back is nice. Other deer is super far out there. The boar is basically right here, guys. Like, this is the other crazy thing. You start with Wooden Fortress here. You build a second one here. You pull the boar in, like towards this tree line, and drop another hunting cabin. This is a pretty nice spawn to not play Pro Scouts. Vortex, he could actually kind of mirror that semblance, that idea, right? Like, you know, if you think about this as a wallable area, he's got a lot of food in the corner. Can Marlian win late game against Roos if he goes Imperial with Cattle Ranch? You have some moves, but I think Roos win on quality. Roos have got Streltsy if it gets to that point, but even before that, like, if you just focus on the Knights, you know, imported armors always gets bragged as a cool detail, but never forget that Roos have got access to an extra +4 damage on their Knights in Imperial, not to mention the extra health. The other thing is, like, when you start to get towards that late phase of the game, you talk about hunting cabins and high trade house. Roos's passive gold gen can compete with Marlian's. If you get past that, though, to, like, trade point in the game, and a Roos player can't set up trade as well, that's when I'd lean back towards Marley. So it's kind of an interweaving thing, right? Like, Marlians have some elements that are advantageous in Imperial. But I feel like when we have seen Roos versus Marley at the start of Imperial, and even into mid-Imperial, Roos tend to be in good shape. The exception being when they get blocked out of gold. You guys thinking about Imperial straight away. We've got to get there. It's a long path, my friends. Age up complete. Vortex opening Donzos. For whatever reason, I don't know. Well, he thinks he's probably up against Pro Scouts, right? No, he does. Guys, look at the scouting vision of Vortex. He never once thought to check what Wham was doing. He's blind. Yeah, he's scoured, what, over half the map? And he never once checked the enemy base. Had he, the difference it would have made, because it's a boar and a deer play. Wow. Scouts, whoops. What? Wait. The pitmine? Okay, I'll switch onto it now. It's a little bit weird. Oh, was he? No, he wasn't housed. Yeah, very weird. I feel like everything's going Wham's way. The weird part to me, chat, is we quite literally just watched a game where Wham didn't go Pro Scouts as Roos. He just played down to the deer. And we get into another game, and it's almost like Vortex is thinking, well, he wouldn't do the exact same thing again, right? That's kind of crazy. Who does that? Right? Like, you know, variants of builds, yada yada, be different. Originality. Something else. By the time he knows what he's up against, Wham's already going to have a healthy comp starting to pump. Vortex, he gets the info now. Wham knows he's been seen. Of course we respond to our chat. Sometimes I like to think I give you guys too much notice as human beings, which is confusing because Twitch is meant to just be all viewbots. So, like, I don't know. I gotta say, Skynet, you've gotten really good at pretending to sound human. I'd probably say I think we nail it on that. Like, you probably do chat interaction better than, like, I don't know, every channel in the AOE4 directory? Maybe. I mean, it's a different style, right? It's casting versus playing. Although casting has a lot you need to keep an eye out for as well. Nice thing is, especially in the early game with AOE4, it's quite chill for that. But Archer's on the way. And Vortex is going for those walls. Scout, just keep an eye on what's happening. He wants to see what the next wave is. Knight's now arriving. Vortex will be happy he went for those Donzo. There's a lot of pump potential compared to what Vortex has, right? Vortex is having to club the cows, so that's coming at a cost to do. But he is getting those walls up, slowly but surely. There's just so much economy safe behind it. Easy to play until nothing happens in this game for 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, like, take Faith, for example. Like, she picks Mongols, she builds an archery range, and then she just has to keep pressing the same button over and over again to spam Magadai. Right? Like, you know, at that point, it's not the challenge of, like, being able to multitask talking to people and spamming the same button. The challenge is to not get carpal tunnel while talking to people. So who's winning this? We've got Undermesh coming. That's pretty good timing for Wham. Vortex hasn't really given thought to that because he's wasted extra resources on the walls. I say wasted, they're necessary, but it's the slowdown, the difference that matters, right? Siege engineering already from Wham. He's looking to gung-ho send it. Wham, a lot of patience here, not just rushing out, but that is giving time for walls to go up. The good news is Rams deal with walls absurdly fast. They get a lot of bonus damage there that's easy to forget about. So they almost free hit walls. Yeah, I think I've talked about this with like casting before. Like, if you have a lot of downtime, there's nothing to talk about. You can vibe with your chat. Something unique we get to do when we do it here versus on a tournament channel. Like, the way I cast on a tournament channel is very different to the way I cast here. I think that's important, though. Like, you know, the value of live streams, the interactivity. I think a lot of streaming in general has taken it for granted these days. Like, the value of interaction is huge. Like, there's no surprise that just chatting is the most popular director and average on Twitch. Because that's the place where the people feel like they get interaction the most, right? You ever tuned into one of those gaming streams where it's like basically the person's like leaning in so hard you can only see the forehead? And they say maybe 2 words every like 5 minutes? That's not very... I don't know. I think that defeats the point of like live streaming. Wham. It's got a second ram coming. That's a lot of damage for nothing done. It's just classic Wham though. Like this, you know, this entire process of watching him recently has been, okay, how do I end the game quicker? And to be like that against Vortex, I mean, we've heard it said before, that's a big advantage. Because if you just sit back and let Vortex attack you, you essentially let him get into his flow. Flash coming through. Donzo's being target fired down. Javelin wave. Looking healthy for the moment, but we've got a horseman switch from Wham. Rams are moving in. He has to ignore that. So his infrastructure now at risk. And the Knights, well, they turn inwards. The archers as well. He goes straight after the workers. A sick read there. Wham just saw a tiny opening. Looks to take it. We'll ride out the other side, but that does mean he's forfeiting the Rams. Was that entirely worth it? He doesn't... Okay, does he finish off the building? No. It looked like he didn't get the shunt out quick enough. Just want to be a little bit careful there. Yeah, expensive investment. 400 on the Rams. Didn't really do much with them. No, Vortex definitely got a good fight out of that. And now the Horseman reveal, maybe earlier than he intended. Donzo count is extremely low, though. Yeah, this is a race to see what gets cleared first. Archers or Donzos. Right now, Wham's definitely winning that race. But Defender's advantage, guys. It's a big deal. A lot of people can't even interact with other people IRL anymore. Specifically young people. They can. They just have to look at their phone and send an LOL message to them on WhatsApp. Like, what was that classic saying? It's crazy that in a world where we've never been more connected, we've never been more alone. That hit deep. You heard that trend where people are moving towards dumb phones for that reason? Like, they're ditching their smartphones to try and force themselves back towards, like, a semblance of interaction in the real world. Vortex now securing the deer. Oh, Wham. Are we watching Wham or Kill Yardi at this point? Oh, the Rams didn't quite get what I was looking for. Okay, time to build more lambs, Rams, baby. Whoop, whoop. Build lambs. Whoa. That was just a mumble. Breakthrough on the wall. We're back at it again. Turns towards the outpost. He's looking to starve him out because Vortex, he's set up a lot of cow. Yeah, 12 set up in total. The ranchers are coming online. So Wham is running out of time fast here to get an impactful fight. One that decides it. And the trades just continue to look good for Vortex. Destroyed value in his favor. Horseman trying to debate the Donzos. Does so well. In fact, those Donzos are getting finned pretty fast. Vortex. Well, the Rams are clearing out the defenses behind this. Wham commits in towards the ranch location. He's now idling out the food sources. The front line almost gone. A few knights, a few horsemen held in reserve. Now able to jump forward. Difficult dive to maintain here, though. The army for Wham just, it doesn't look that impressive. No, the villagers are now getting idled out, though, so you're starting to find that squishy underbelly. But the problem is, at the core of it, Vortex's jabs are still alive. These guys just never die. It's because they've got their version of the tinfoil hat on. They cannot be dissuaded, converted by your propaganda. That Rus are OP. It's just not the case. No, Vortex now with 15 javelins. Infrastructure on fire, but he'll at least clear the Rams again. Wham. I mean, surely this is the last attempt. Right? Twice now we've seen this. He got some damage done, but no killing blow still. He has at least got a nice little worker lead up by 6. And remember, Vortex has got the ranches to offset that value. Did we get additional hunting cabins? I don't think we did. I've got 40 gold worth over here. Another 23 here. Ball play as well. So he has got the inflated income. In fact, he's going to yoink the ball from the end. Wow. I really... Okay, while remaining as unbiased as possible, I want to see this work just to prove that, like, you can keep sending it and eventually get that win. Right, like he's playing full finite resources. I mean, you saw it in the Delhi Malian game earlier. He done such a great job of that. Playing into his opponent's base, essentially, on berries. Just to get every last ounce of resource. I do wonder, has this just given Vortex the opening to go age? Might be good for Wham to maybe add in extra infrastructure. Instead, though, he's going for castle. Wham got a date to go to? Hell yeah, dude. He's got a date with an elk. I think they eat elk steak, right? That's how you celebrate your victory in Canada. Either that or eating beaver. Wait, is it beaver or like an elk that's the national animal of Canada? He's got a date with Castle Age. Oh, God. No. Just... Why? Oh, sorry. Yeah, moose, not elk. Why? Why is that a thing? Like, why? Can I refund it? There's just a giant tree line right here. Oh, man, there's no villagers here. Let's get your numbers in. All right, guys. All right, what's going to be higher? The amount of trees in range of this thing or the amount of subs I've had today? That's a reminder to use your Prime subs. Go, go, go. No, the dead trees don't count. I don't know why your parents never explained this to you, but when things are dead, they're gone. I'm sorry. You know that little goldfish you had? Oh, don't worry, Timmy. It's gone back to the ocean. It's going to go find Nemo. Yeah. You know what? Like, maybe it is going to find Nemo now, because clownfish don't live that long. He's also dead. What's up, Bizzo? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. There we go. That's why we subscribe, so you can hear me tell you that Nemo's really dead. 29 gold. I mean, 62. Like, 10 trees, dude. 10 trees. Still, 62 gold. And that's bounty tier 3, by the way. That's as good as it gets. Not even one relic. Oh, look at this way. It's more relics than we got developing this game right now. Ayo! Anyway, movement in. Wow, with the dive. Da 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 da. I don't know, man. This army looks terrible. It's like it's gonna be vet horsemen, but there's so many Donzos. Well, looks for the dive point. Javelin's pretty much just standing their ground. Wham. I don't like the look of this. No, he's overextended. Just look at the body count. The archers are just melting. I mean, sure, he's got horsemen to deal with jabs, but like he's had no solution to the Donzos. This looks cooked, man. Reminder, Wham has been tapping the resource on the map as much as possible. What is up, Abadakis? Thank you very much, and hello to the Spanish audience who are going to be happy tonight as on birthday week for Vortex, he looks locked, loaded, and ready to lock in back-to-back-to-back victories in the midweek muster. A statement with the upcoming EGC tournament that he is not to be trifled with. That this is not NA's time. Eastern Europe's time. No. That this is the bald man from Spain's time to rise high. And it starts to make you wonder who can challenge him. I mean, we've had a mixture here. We've had a 4-0 stomp, but we've also now twice had Vortex on the verge of defeat. Pull it out from behind. It's not a stable, dominant, he wins everything and no one gets a game. It's still up for competition, but all the same, an impressive one. What could Wham do to end this streak now? He's remassing into archers, but we've got sofa play coming. And Wham will know the clock is against him. Soon it's just berries. The ball has to be depleted soon as well. Wham. Crossbow switch. Will it even get here before the fight? He's looking for an entry. It just feels like Vortex is aware of it. This is the only exposed side of his base. Villagers do jump in blind, though. Mistakes made there. Wham. Could he still snatch this? He's only got 2 crossbowmen right now. There's no answer to the imported armor sofa yet. No, the crossbow wave only just began. Worst possible time to get caught. As the sofa do give chase. And his horseman just trying to push him away. No spring on placement either. Torches are going to come out for that, but that's A-click behavior. However, Vortex continues to swell numbers. The lead is building. And Wham now at breaking point. Because soon there's going to be nowhere to go. Yeah, before, it's one thing to lose when Vortex is in his base, but now we're talking mid-map engagements. You lose 2 fights like that in a row, next one's in your base. And it'll be in your base with a substantial military lead for Vortex. 1.5x army value advantage. I'm just ready to shake my fist because as impressive as it is, this basically tells you should have just pro scouted, and I hate that. Wow, it just felt like he was on the verge of what he needed. The no Pro Scouts build. We wanted to believe, but it's no match for the Infinulani. Infinulani, we're going to stick to that. Infilani wins the game. Vortex is your back-to-back-to-back champion. Who can stop this monster of the Midweek Muster? Damn. Vamos! G to the G, folks. So that does mean that it will be a 4-3 victory. Vortex will be your champion for this week, for the 5th edition of Midweek Muster Season 2. But reminder, we are back tomorrow. Friday sees the return of Louis MT and B to clash in a best-of-5 for the 3rd place matchup. On top of that, we will also have week number 6 beginning. But on top of that, you'll definitely want to tune in, especially if you're Spanish fans, because guess what? We've got more Spaniards. Because tomorrow, we are also going to be at 4 p.m. UK time, casting Lucifron versus Voldemar from the $3,000 tournament live. This will be your official place to get that coverage done. And then if we've got enough time, we'll also hop in for the Anatan series after that. So pretty busy day. Definitely want to tune in. Reminder, share it around. Let everyone know. Whenever you see anything about KPMM, share it around, amplify it up. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on growing. I think if we didn't have the disconnect today, we probably would have finished at like 350 to 400 average on Twitch, maybe. I think it's going to end up being like 300 finish maybe at this rate or something like that. But let me pal out the win for Vortex. So we'll be back tomorrow, probably around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. UK time. Somewhere between those two ranges. But let me actually remind the boys, because I don't know if they've done it. Trying to get 3rd place matchup scheduled. Vortex bought a new PC. Clearly it was playing the KPMMs. Over 1K views again across all channels. That's good. But like, yeah, our goal is to try and keep growing the direct channel so that we can attract sponsors. So let people know. I feel like there's still lots of people that just don't know. I mean, if you think about the amount of people that are going to turn up for like the EGC qualifier, there's definitely a lot of reach that just isn't there within the directory in the weekdays. And not because it doesn't exist. I think people just don't know. So always share that around. But should we do some Borderlands now? We can do some Borderlands now. Guys, if you're watching on Kick or you're watching on YouTube, I am going to end the stream now. But we'll probably play like half an hour to an hour of Borderlands, at least. Because I definitely want to eat soon. But we'll do a little bit of that. So YouTube, Kick, come across to Twitch, twitch.tv/killerpigeon. Tune in there. And let's centralize the viewership.